Oh, no problem. I mean, it's all good. It's
All of our college kids are leaving, so we have to hire what, six new people all at once. So we had four interviews today, and a couple of them ran a little late.
ah, oh
How
yeah,
about you?
it is back to school time, isn't it? So
Yeah, we always hire extra help during the summer because we're so busy, and well, all of our extra help is leaving, and the summer's not over yet. So,
yeah. So what'd you crack open there?
actually, funny thing, no label.
Oh, no label. Okay.
So this is from Liquid Love Brewing Company. Their Oktoberfest. They just canned it today, and
That's
well, they
fresh.
ran out of labels before they were done, so they gave me a four pack that was labelless.
Well, there
So,
you go.
yep.
We were just talking about Oktoberfest as well. So
Mm. I'm a
that
huge fan. If I could drink it all year round, I would.
yeah, we were I was telling the people watching that's one of my favorite lager styles, especially as you get into the fall season. So I said it's kind of nice now because Oktoberfest is out ahead of the pumpkin beers, at least here where I'm at. I haven't seen the pumpkin yet. I know the pumpkin's coming. It's like winter's coming with Game of Thrones, so the pumpkin is coming, and usually it's out by that last weekend in July. So
True.
finally, Oktoberfest got in front of it again.
I know, right?
It's like at least give us Oktoberfest before you bring the pumpkin out. So,
Yeah.
um,
So
but
far, I've seen three Oktoberfests out already, but I haven't seen a pumpkin yet.
yeah,
So I will take it.
yeah. Well, I was going through the beer news already and stuff, but one of the ones I just talked about before you got here is that Sierra Nevada is teaming up with Carveter, as Liz told JT. That's how you actually pronounce it because we were trying to figure that out for
Yeah.
this year's Oktoberfest Fest beer. So that's if it's not out yet, it's about to hit the shelves. So every year they team up with a brewery from Germany, as you probably know, of course,
Right.
and that's who they chose for this year. So they usually deliver a solid product. And the Fest beer, so sometimes as it gets in Oktoberfest season, it's kind of like I'll get a question like the last couple of years is what happened. Like the difference between the Fest beer and the Mersen Oktoberfest. And really, what you're getting with the Fest beer, it was kind of formulated to give a toned down Mersen version. So it's basically less in your face than what the Mersen type of thing is. So that's really your difference. Some people, I guess, although I love a good Mersen, some people, I guess, it can be a little bit more aggressive than what they want out of that type of style. So they came up with the Fest beer to kind of give you the feature, but as a light. So if you have a light Oktoberfest beer, it's kind of your Fest beer.
Yeah, I lean towards the Martins every time. It's
Yeah.
just where I go. Something about it. Well, I like ambers, Scotch ales, wheat heavies,
Yeah.
browns. That's kind of my style anyway. So it sits right in my wheelhouse. I'm super happy with all of them.
Yeah.
Unless they dry hop them too much, and then I'm displeased because I'm surprised and unhappy.
At that point, you're like a pale Oktoberfest. So
I
you're just
know,
like,
right?
you're like trying to make it like an IPA there. But yeah.
I know.
Um, JT said, Mel, we had a great time last weekend. Thanks for inviting us.
Oh,
Yeah.
you were amazing. It was so fun to hang out with you. We met up with JT at, oh gosh, Dovetail, Beguile, and Maplewood? Where else did we see you? It was another one the next day. Oh no, Metropolitan. That was it.
Metropolitan. That was
Oh my
all in
god.
that little vicinity right there, right?
Oh
Like
yeah.
it, like yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's bop over here. Let's bop over there. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna talk about some of that stuff upcoming too here. Some of the fun and your
Oh yeah.
experience with that as well. Emerson says, "Hey Mal, sub, give me that cell number." It's like go, feed you not night jokes to win over the crowds.
I told you I'm fine with it, but you got to DM me or something. I can't just announce it here in front of a whole bunch of people.
If Emerson's anything, he's persistent, right? So yeah.
Hmm.
Sipping a collab between Half Acre and Fremont out of Seattle, West Coast IPA called Slow Wink with HBC 630, Chinook, Tallies, and CTZ hops,
Fun.
7.5. Yeah, it's just so funny now. You see some of the hops, like they've got past the names. They're just like, okay, out of this science experiment, it's just going to be HBC 630 or CTZ. Like we don't got a name for it. We just came up with it. So this is what we're thinking. So yeah. And Liz said it was so great to meet you as well. Yeah, Liz is awesome.
Liz was
Yeah.
amazing. She was super fun to hang out with. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we had a blast for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So the other part I talked about when you came in. Well, before you came in, I was talking about Anchor Brewing. The employees are trying to save it. Yeah. So we talked about that for a little bit. If you want to comment on that or anything, feel free. But they just actually had the meeting with the San Francisco City Council, who were for them trying to do that and kind of trying to back them. So we'll see what happens.
So to be entirely fair, the steam beer, the Anchor Steam, I was not a fan.
That's all right.
I didn't like it much, but California Commons, something about them, I don't know. It doesn't fit on my palate for some reason.
Yeah.
And that's just in general. It's not a specific to any one type. But the first time I tried Anchor, I was like, oh, it's Anchor. I'm going to love this. And I was not as pleased. But I'm not saying they should go because of that. That's just my own personal thing. I think they should stick around because they have a history and, they're kind of OG. Like, we got to stick with that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the only one with Anchor that I didn't try that I would have liked to have tried that I'm aware of would have been the Foghorn because of it being a barley wine. Everybody kind of, I've known about that. I knew a lot of people talked about it, but that was the one thing. And whenever I got Anchor distribution anywhere, they never had the Foghorn. So I don't know if it was released every year or how that was actually set up, but I've had the porter and of course the steam. But it's funny. The thing I brought up was a lot of people are writing about this whole Anchor demise as being America's first craft brewery.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the Brewers Association, they talk about Yuengling being a craft brewery. So Yuengling, if they're a craft brewery and they're the oldest brewery, wouldn't they be the first craft brewery?
Technically, yes.
Yeah, but I don't think people see it that way. I don't think they see Yuengling as just kind of doing what they're doing. But then they see Anchor kind of reshape stuff when they came out with the steam beer and kind of did some things their way. But I think technically, it would still be Yuengling would be the first. If they're going to be recognized as a craft brewery, they have to be the first craft brewery.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. So it's kind of weird. But then again, when isn't there a controversy with the Brewers Association over something? So
Fair enough.
Yeah, which, like I said, one of the easiest things is how they try to keep Sam Adams there and move stuff around to keep him as a craft brewery. So
yeah.
But yeah. What's an interesting thing I read about Sam Adams the other day that I didn't realize. And Kyle, No Hype Beer Reviews, another great channel to watch out on YouTube. A couple weeks ago, he did a video. He does these videos every Thursday morning, early in the morning, where he's like his Thursday thought type thing. He just gives an idea he's been rambling with and shares his thoughts on it. Well, he did one on contract brewing. And thoughts on it, and if people like it, don't like it, because he gets asked about it on his channel sometimes. Did not realize that's how Sam Adams Boston Beer started, as a contract brewer.
Oh.
And there was kind of like a little bit of a backlash to them because they were doing it different. Like all the ones that had their own spots, like we're really doing it. You're going out, you're paying somebody to kind of do your recipe or whatever. But it's kind of interesting because it wasn't until I think it was the 90s or early 2000 when he actually bought the brewery out of Cincinnati, where he's from, where they create some of the Sam Adams beers and stuff now. But when he started out, he was doing contract brewing. And from a business standpoint, it made sense when I was reading it about it. I was reading it through the Beer Bible. And these breweries had open space because they couldn't fill all their stuff. So he would come in and they would contract brew his stuff. But it was just kind of interesting to think that the biggest craft brewery actually started out as a contract brewer. So I found out it's interesting. It's one of those things you find out about beer as you're going along the way. Yeah. So, and then we talked about Leinenkugel. If you didn't know, they're on strike right now. A lot of their workers trying to get fair. Yeah, they were trying to get fair wages, and a lot of the townspeople were supporting them. And they're saying Molson Coors didn't really give them a good deal, and they're kind of going back and forth on stuff there. So, if you're a Leinenkugel fan, I was telling people, and you don't see it showing up as much, that could be part of the reason there, where they're not actually getting everything out because of the strike stuff they're going through.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see here. We've got Unadapted in the house. Cheers, my friend. What's up, lady and gentlemen? Now, who told you I was a gentleman there, Unadapted? Any of you had the privilege to try the St. Bernardus Tokyo Wit, my personal beer choice for the summer? No, I will See if I can find that, because I actually did pick up St. Bernardus, but it was their Christmas beer the other day because it was such a great deal. I had to. The Christmas beers.
Christmas beer? What are you doing?
These beers, you can age them for like 5-6 years, right?
Okay.
So I go into the store, and it was picking up some rosé for the wife. And I go, let me see what they got in the beer, because you can't go in any liquor store if you're a beer person. You can't check the beer aisle.
No.
And I'm going through, and I really don't want any beer, but I'm like, if there's something I can pick up, that's a great deal.
Yeah.
Why not? So I get around there, and they got the St. Bernardus Christmas beer. It's $8.99 for a 25.4 ounce bottle. And I'm like, this is usually in the upper teens or something like that. So I'm like,
right.
You can age this for a good amount of time. Then I found another one that was another one that you could like out through 2026 or something. I'm like, well, shit, that's $8.99 too. Why would I get one and not the other? So I ended up picking that up, and then I picked up some other. It's just like I can never go in the liquor store and get the one thing I'm supposed to get. I always come out with more than what I need. So, but I did keep it modest. I kept it modest. I was just like, now when I go in, it's like trying to find it, unless it's IPAs. Most of the stuff I go and look for is stuff I can actually wait to drink later. But if it's an IPA, the IPAs get to cut the line. They get to cut the line. You bring them home, and it's like, sorry, crew. I mean, you know how it is. IPA just like strutting through, up front of the line.
I have so much beer from this get together we just did, where people brought beer to share, and whatever people couldn't take on their planes or trains or automobiles, whatever they were doing, got left with me. And I'm like, I have so much beer now, and there's so many IPAs, I don't think I'll even get through them all on film. I'm like, there's a lot.
Yeah, you let me know. We'll get something if you want to ship them out. We'll do something there.
Oh heck yeah! Send me the address. We'll see what I can do.
Because you got them other cases and stuff from the breweries and stuff too, right? Like from before. So it's like, you got a whole beer operation taking place right now.
We 100% do. Honestly, I don't know if you saw any of the shorts. A couple of the Alkanauts in blue, and I think one other sent out shorts showing just the fridge at our Airbnb, and there was no room for food. It was all beer. It was just insanity. Because we all brought so much to share.
Mal's place will now be known as the beer stop. So, yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's my everyday right now.
Hans, cheers, my friend. What is going on? It's been a long, long time. Hans is down there in Florida, and hopefully you're staying cool because you guys are getting some of the heat wave. And hopefully, if you're out there swimming, watch out for them sharks. Them sharks are coming in now, boy. I just saw down in Florida, like they're expecting the temperature of the water to be up to 101 as part of the hottest July ever. And so I don't know if you've seen the sightings, but they've had sharks coming in more because the water's warmer. So I don't mean to laugh, but it was kind of funny when you watch the video. There was like outside of, I don't know if it was Jacksonville or wherever part down there, but people were on the beach. And they're in the water, and the shark just came up swimming in between the different people. And it was pretty much like a scene I've seen in Jaws. Everybody runs for the beach or whatever, and they're blowing the whistles. And like, get out. And this shark is just like, hey, what's up? Just swinging, not even worried about trying to bite him. And people just were freaking out. So, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been in the water that long. I would have been walking on the water as I was getting back to shore. It would have been.
Well, here's a funny thing I saw last week, too. I saw it was I don't know if it was Extra or one of those shows flipping through whatever, but they show like a person going out on a boat. And you know how like in California, they've had like Attack of the Killer Whales, like biting boats. Yeah. Somebody had been somewhere and a shark jumped on the boat. Like, I don't know how do you get the shark off the boat? Like there was like a boat that the shark jumped into the front of the boat, was just basically getting a suntan in the front of the boat. Like, do you ride that into shore? Because I'm not going to try to push the shark off and lose a hand. So I've never seen a shark jump on a boat. Like, this is why I'll be beachside for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I lived in the Caribbean for 3 years, and I actually have fish fear.
Mm-hmm.
So,
fish fear? Interesting.
Well,
like, fish freak you out? Like,
it's not as much fish. It's, I mean, I've heard it called hydrophobia, but that also means rabies. So you have to be careful using that term. But it's fear of water, being in water, like even swimming pools. And I was on swim team. Like, that's what made me swim so fast. I would get myself freaked out and I would swim really fast on swim team. It was great. Um, but yeah, I have a ridiculous fear of like being in water. Lots of nightmares as a kid. Don't know why. I didn't have any bad experiences that should have caused that. It was just a thing. But when I lived in the Caribbean, I went out on a snorkel tour, and they said, okay, you can't wear any jewelry because shiny things attract things. You can't have any food with you because the fish will all come up to you, all this stuff. And I'm like, okay. Followed all the rules, was swimming along, and first I saw a grouper that was like 400 pounds. So it's a big fish. It's a big fish. Saw that, and I screamed into the snorkel, and I had the flippers on, so I went fast enough that my upper body was out of the water as I was moving forward. Just my legs were in the water. And I got back to the boat and I got out and I calmed down. And they said, it's a grouper. It's not going to hurt you. I'm like, okay. So I went back out in the water. I was out in the water for about 6.5 minutes and I saw a barracuda.
Oh.
And once again, I was out of the water ridiculously fast. And I said, I think I'm good. And then right after that, one of the girls that was on our group got stung by a jellyfish. And we all went in anyway. So
yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah.
That was my last snorkeling time. And I probably won't do it again. So yeah, I did also get stung by a jellyfish, but it was not attached to a jellyfish, I guess. Apparently in the Caribbean in like October, they have a big school of jellyfish it's in July actually, a big school of jellyfish that comes through, and the water, you just look down and you see hundreds of them. It's just crazy. And they're all about just under dinner plate sized, they're not huge, but they're big enough to cause a problem, especially when there's that many.
Yeah.
Things eat the jellyfish, and when they eat the jellyfish, they don't always eat all the tentacles. So you'll have tentacles just rolling around through the water for the next month. So I did get one on my hand, like between two fingers as I was kind of swimming. And just down my hand, I had like a couple red lines where I got stung by the jellyfish tentacles, not attached to a jellyfish anymore.
So even if the tentacles and the jellyfish are separated, it can still sting you. Interesting.
It still has all the enzymes to do the stinging after it's unattached from the jellyfish. So that was unpleasant, but not terrible. It was fine. Just yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that would still have been the case, but interesting.
I do not recommend if you can avoid.
Yeah, I've never really read into a jellyfish, but growing up in New Jersey and going into the ocean, that was always kind of in the back of my mind, like stepping on a jellyfish. Because you always hear people step on a jellyfish and they get stung, right? It's like, it's not them swimming up to you. It's like you taking the wrong step because you can't see what you're stepping into, possibly. So.
Yeah. Jellyfish and sea urchins. Do not step on a sea urchin. That is quite unpleasant.
That's kind of like a Lego. Middle of the night, stepping on a Lego type feel, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Liz is actually drinking a Dovetail Tequila Free Strawberry Vignette Aged Tequila. That sounds really good. I need to find some more tequila barrel aged beers. I want to find some more gin barrel aged beers. Because the one I had with the gin was really good. So you make that face, but the gin barreling, it was so smooth.
I just gin.
Yeah. But the brewery I got it from, they actually shut down now. They were out of Texas. But they had sent me some stuff a few years ago, and it was really tasty. But I like gin. I like the taste of gin. There's different types of gin. I'm a fan of the Bombay Sapphire. That's what I kind of use with sours to make a drink. Blueberry and raspberry
for me, though Hendrix isn't too bad with all the botanicals.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Bombay would be my go-to if I had to have gin.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. And I almost picked up some Screwball the other day, and I was like, because Todd always said, you gotta try Screwball, and I just haven't tried it yet. So I don't know why I didn't end up getting it. It was there, but it was just, and I was trying to stay focused. I was already buying more stuff than I needed to buy when I was in the store, but I was like, I probably should have got that little thing of Screwball. She said, very subtle taste of both elements. Delish.
Sounds lovely.
Nice. Yeah. Never had Anchor. Wish I would have had. Well, Hans, the thing is, some places, I don't know if there's been a run on them or not. I know some people have made runs in certain areas, but there were stores that still had Anchor out there. So you might find some spots that might have it. It's more at this point just to kind of get it, I think some people are getting it just to say they actually had it. Or there's people that did like it, They want to get as much as they can. Yeah. So that's all right. So it's a matter of nostalgia for some that are trying to locate it right now, probably.
Yeah.
And JT said, "Damn, that Frazee is good." I look at that and I think of the Pulp Fiction John Travolta scene with the milkshake. I could imagine him saying it like John Travolta in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah,
when he takes that sip. Oh yeah. I just watched that the other night again. That never gets old for me. Sipping a collab between Half Acre and Fremont. Oh, we did that one earlier. How did I get back to that one again? Christmas in July is brewed by monks touched by the hand of God, like New Order. I don't either adapt. You know, and I'll drink. I'm one of those people that would drink beers year round of different sizes and everything like that. I don't say, well, summer I can't drink an ABV of that high or that. Like I'll still drink whatever I drink and kind of move on and stuff.
Yeah,
so
you will.
Yeah. Like for those of you that saw earlier, I posted the video where I did the Southern Tier frosted sugar cookie. Now that wasn't done just now. That was actually done a few weeks ago. The one thing about the videos, and it's funny because one of the guys commented on it, saying it's too hot for that. I gotta have like a hams or like that and everything. But I did it like a few weeks back. But I can sit here and do that today and still be okay. And now if I'm not going to be outside in the heat, I'm not going to probably drink that because it's going to be too syrupy type feel. It's all a matter of your setting, it's where you're at and how you actually enjoy it. So
yeah.
In here with air conditioning, I could drink anything, be good to go.
Oh yeah. Or outdoors campfire, relaxing, a little chilly that night kind of thing. Yeah, 100%. I will break out a nice stouter porter anytime for those.
We have to have a party, Mal. JT say, "You got enough there." I definitely have a party for sure.
I agree. I have so much beer. So much beer.
And then Rod sees a shark attack and Larry laughter and sees glass girl. I'm not saying I would laugh if it was a shark attack. I mean, for Jesus, Emerson, I'm not that cold. Come on, brother.
That was good.
Although I may in my mind write a joke that I'll use years later on. But no, I mean,
too soon?
That would be too soon, right? I'm not that cold. Yeah. So, yeah, but it's interesting. And there was like an otter that was chewing on surfboards out of one of the places. Like with these sea animals, it's like maybe they're learning how to combat humans. Maybe it's just they're tired of our human stuff being out there. Like,
that's fair. I'm tired
of you guys coming there junking up the ocean and throwing your stuff in here. We're going to start to fight back because they said the one with the whales, they think one whale is teaching the other whales how to actually attack these, because not always the same whale that does it. Like
the matriarch of the family is doing that. Yeah.
And I've seen orca. I know whales can think. I saw orca back in the day. I'm not messing with a killer whale. I'm not messing with a shark
I couldn't even handle a grouper. It's like nope, done.
It's like watching Jaws. Like they didn't realize the shark was taking them deeper in the ocean so you could try to finish them off. Like you don't see he's out there, like. I'm in the Miller highlight that in Miami. The weather's crazy hot, too much. Yeah, that's the thing. It's all hot and humid, and knock on wood. Hopefully for you guys down there in Florida, that as you go into August and September, it's definitely a safer one because my concern is. If you got the water temperature at 101 or 102, like they're saying right now, we're on the cusp of hurricane season. Yeah. And I hate to mention it, but it's kind of like warmer waters are not good for hurricanes.
No, July to October is rough.
Yeah. And so heading into it could really be ugly types. I told one of my colleagues working today, it's like the only thing I haven't seen this year was really earthquakes because the tornadoes have been doing stuff, the hurricanes. Yeah. Earlier this year, we had a couple things that kind of kicked up with tropical storms, stuff like that, and everything.
Droughts too.
Droughts. We got this and excess rain in certain spots and stuff like that, where you have flooding and mountain slides, all kinds of stuff. But earthquakes have been kind of chilling out there. Like, I don't want them to think like, hold my beer, and they start doing some shit,
Yeah. Every time there's an earthquake, hold my beer. I'm good. Just
like Mother Nature turns to earthquakes. Okay, you're up. Like, I don't want to see what happens there because
Well, I think we had a volcano too, right?
we did have volcano as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Which was the same one that shut down the London airport for like 6 months last time.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Problematic.
Like I said before, I don't know who's pissing off God, but y'all need to stop.
Oh,
Some of y'all need to go to church a little bit more. That's all I'm saying.
I'm more a fan of beer church, but yeah, sure, whatever works. I'm good.
Well, you know, some churches actually do serve beer now. I don't know if you know that or not, but I remember reading about that.
Find me one.
Yeah, a couple years ago, a couple of the major churches were to increase membership, started offering beer at church. I mean, Jesus went water to wine, right? He went water to wine. So, I mean, having beer wouldn't like be totally bad thing, I guess. But
yeah,
let's start getting
communion. You're just getting a Pilsner instead of a red.
Unless some people start getting rowdy and start having too much beer. I mean, just like kind of just start getting all crazy back there. You know, priest is up here doing his thing and you're back there playing quarters. I don't think you're supposed to do all that at church. I'm just saying.
I mean, are they carding the altar boys? How does this work? Like,
we got to protect the altar boys. We know they could be in trouble. So.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, so you know, it's kind of crazy. You can't even breathe unless you have liquids. Yeah, it's like, and that's the other thing. So we got the fires, right? So,
oh yeah,
some of the people I deal with up in, actually up in Upper Michigan, they were telling me like they get it all in their eyes now, or kind of waters and stuff, or they get stuff in their throats. There's all different stuff happening, and we don't really see coverage on the fires anymore.
No.
Like I thought the fires had kind of died down or whatever. And they're like, no, they're still going, but the news doesn't really carry the information on it. At least where we're at in Maryland.
So I spent this last weekend in Chicago, and from Chicago, there's a haze. You can see it's just hazy all the time. Like the long distance viewing, not as clear right now, and honestly, we've all had scratchy throats, dry eyes, stuff like that. Like everyone's feeling it a little bit, but no one's talking about it anymore, even though it's still here. It's still going on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know here we had a few days where it was like, okay, now we're like, whatever the rating is, almost the worst place in the world to be. And it's like, if you go out, put on an N95 mask, you know, or just stuff like that and everything, or don't go out if you don't have to go out. So. Those people that kept the mask around after COVID, you're still putting them to use if you're in these areas.
It's true.
It's true. Yeah, it's crazy. I said 109 here. The humidity makes it hotter. Yeah, we're supposed to be like 95, 97 or something like that through the weekend, but they're saying that heat index will put us about 110. So yeah, it's going to be a lot hotter. And then you got to wonder about, you know, is it going to change when we hit the winter months? It's going to be a lot colder, possibly. Thank God for Delicious Brew, right? Indeed. Bumpy in the house. Cheers, Bumpy. Great to see you, my friend. Y'all check out Bumpy. Make sure you check out Bumpy. Always has some great stuff over there. This 50-point inspection.
Very thorough.
Very thorough. You feel hydrated and relaxed. So you've got a water in one hand and a joint in the other.
And he just came from church where the beer was.
Just came from church. El Nino is supposed to suppress hurricanes due to upper atmosphere winds, but those winds will leave in a few weeks. And it's right. Yeah, that's the whole thing. We're feeling like the El Nino type stuff.
Yeah.
When that dies down, then what's going to happen there? So, and it's weird now because growing up, I always thought like we had the hurricanes and then like over like Australia, whatever, has cyclones. Like it was the other way. But over the last year or so, some of the storms we've had, they've been calling them cyclones over here. I'm like, we're not supposed to have cyclones. And then he come up with phrases like bomb cyclone. Like all the years I've been on Earth, I never heard of this bomb cyclone until like a year ago. Or they're like atmospheric river. What the hell is that? Like there's a river up in the atmosphere. You know, I'm like, you're coming up with terms I never heard of before. That just tells me
clouds doing like that ripple thing. Like
yeah, but you never really heard about it.
It's actually clouds. I've seen those.
But I've never heard of them on a newscast like from years ago. It's just like there's more and more stuff happening. And it's just like, I'm not saying it's not a real thing. I'm just saying no one ever had to bring it up before. So now we got all this other stuff out there. I got to Google what the hell's going on over here now. Atmospheric river. Do I need a boat for that? Am I going to be in the air? Like, what's happening? Like, I don't know. I want to be prepared.
Change your name to Noah now. Seriously.
Yeah. How big of an arc do I need if it's an atmospheric river?
Well, how many pairs of beers are you bringing?
Yeah, right. Pair of each animal. No, you mean beer, right?
No, pair of each beer. I got this.
Humidity was one of the main reasons I moved to Chicago. Yeah, from Louisiana, home of the seersucker suit. That is like South Florida. Like, yeah, that I've been in New Orleans in late summer.
Better.
You had to say what?
I said their humidity is definitely worse, but I'm not saying ours is great because we get some weird humidity here, and it happens for like 4 hours, and all of a sudden it rains, and then it's freezing cold, and then we have a tornado the next day. You never know what's going to happen here. Honestly, it's all over the place.
Indeed. Beers at church is a bad idea because skanks and wild. Hans has his own views on stuff.
Okay, now I want to know what church he goes to because that just sounds fun.
Look at Saturday night, like after the club type church, I guess.
Didn't I get the gospel and the show? Heck yeah, sign me up. And a beer. Bonus.
Hottest place in Florida and Alaska sounds nice. Yeah. Let me see. It's the hottest July since the meteor killed those dinosaurs. Yeah, hottest July on record. Which I challenged that. Like, how do we know what all the records were from back in the day? Because we didn't keep records on everything. So, dinosaurs are lucky. At least they can deal with the heat. Well, they can't deal with an asteroid, though, can they? Or a meteor.
Yeah, that nuclear winter, or not nuclear, but the following winter was not so great for them.
Raised his hand, got a fat hooter in one hand. And was that a beer or is that something different? And ice cold water in the other. Tokyo Wits will be tracking this weekend for Spence Crawford fight. Nice.
My concern is does Unadapted have a friend with them, or are they by themselves? Or do they own an owl? I'm wondering if they have a pet owl.
Do I ask? Can you be more descriptive on the fat hooter?
There are so many things going through my head that this could be. I'm like, oh gosh.
Yeah, that kind of opens the door to various things for sure. Yeah. Cheers to Shane in the house. What is happening, my friend?
Love you.
Bumpy says, we just had our second tornado warning in New Hampshire this year. Tornadoes are seldom in this area. It was about a decade ago since the last tornado. Oh, wow. Yeah, you don't really get them in the Northeast as much. So, got Shark in the house. Cheers, Shark.
Hey, we were just talking about sharks.
Yeah, we were talking about sharks, and an actual shark shows up. Yeah. Florida is the hottest state in America. That's a fact. You know what? You say it's the hottest. I think Arizona's the hottest state now.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Arizona's like one. You do.
Well, yeah, but it's like 126 and 162 on the pavement. So.
Well, my mother lived there when I was growing up. I used to go down every August, and you actually can fry an egg on the blacktop. That is a thing that can happen. But I also used to get heat stroke like crazy. So it was not the best place for me to be in August. Did not go well.
I'd rather have those wild swings in the weather than 9 months straight of an endless sauna. Yeah. You get a break in between them rather than it being concurrent all the way through. So.
I want fall, but I don't want winter. I want to have fall. I just don't want any kind of precipitation during the winter months.
If I could have like just fall and spring, I think those would be 2 seasons I'd opt for. Yeah. Like, I'm kind of like a 75-degree type person anyway. So fall, you can get down into the 60s, maybe a little 50s, but that's still good for me. And then spring, you're probably 70s. Might touch 80 at some point, but you're usually in that 70 area. So
I'll tell you, the light jacket, that crisp air that comes in fall, you get like those leaves crunching under your shoes, the smell of spiced apple everywhere. I freaking love fall. It's my absolute favorite season of all time, and I'll never give it up. I will put up with winter to have fall.
Yeah. Yeah. Strike says, it's not hot. I had to put on a sweatshirt I'm now sweating in my shirt. Yeah, he went for a dad joke on that one there.
There was no winning for you, I guess. If you have a long sleeve shirt that's not a sweatshirt, that's the next step.
Yeah, I think
And
Unadapted
rock sweatshirt because ew.
I think Unadapted is thinking about the Hooters now. And in the special video I shot with Drew today, Malway knows what I'm talking about.
Yes,
Nice.
indeed.
Yes, even the devil stayed out of Arizona. He went to Georgia instead. So the devil said it's too hot. I'm going to Georgia.
Well, I
Hey,
mean,
there's our third wheel. What's happening?
You
Real?
don't know.
Did the plumber milk you there?
No, it was actually a friend of a friend, so I got off scot free.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
He
Yeah.
said $30. I gave him 40 and 2 bottles of wine.
Ain't that always a great thing there?
But
That's
Here's
awesome.
that thing. I found out the problem, but he wasn't able to fix it tonight. So
oh,
Oh, so he's going to come back and do it, or you got to get somebody else?
that or I'll do it myself. He said it's like changing a sump pump. So, because
Oh.
basically what it is a sump pump that takes all your shit out to the basement. Is what it does.
Have you
That's
changed
not-
this?
That stopped
Have-
running, so it wasn't a clog, which is what I thought it was initially.
Have you changed the sump pump before?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I've done it
Glad you
several
like
times at our old house.
Okay.
I haven't
Okay.
got to get it here, even though I probably should, because it's been 9 years now, so they don't usually last that long.
Yeah.
That's
Well, at
probably
least you can fix
before,
it.
before the water backs up into that.
Yeah.
yeah, don't
Once
do
he,
that.
once he did it, he's like, "Man, it's been a long day." He's like, "I didn't even think about it being now a walkout basement." He's like, "That doesn't run through those pipes." He's like, "It shoots out into your pit or whatever, and then it flushes it out." And he's like, "That thing should be running all the time." And it
Yeah.
had a little bit of water that seeped out from where it was full already, where we
Yeah.
were running, doing some tests and some water. So that's what took me so long. I had to vacuum that in, and I was like, I need to jump in the shower because that stuff, it stunk. Obviously, it stunk.
Yeah. No, it's
So she can't use anything in her basement and in her bathroom at the moment, which our daughter stays down there. So she can't use the toilet, can't use the sink, can't use the tub. So she'll have to come upstairs until I can get it fixed. He said he can come back and do it, but he just couldn't come back over the weekend. I said, well, I'd like to fix it before then if I could.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but $40 plus whatever it cost me to fix it, that's not bad. Considering it had been a minimum $100 just to have an
Oh, just to have him
plumbing
come out.
company
Just
to come
open the
out.
door. Yeah.
And that's what he does. He works for a plumbing company, but
Yeah.
Friend-
It's,
a friend of mine that knows him, they work together. The company they work for, the friend that I know, he does HVAC stuff. And
Yeah.
this guy does plumbing. So they don't really know each other. They just work together.
yeah. It's
But
always nice. It's always nice when you have a guy.
I said, you don't mind if I keep your number and call you whenever I need you? Not at all. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, I keep you on speed dial then. Not that I've ever needed one before, but
Yeah.
it's nice to have that in your hip pocket if you ever need it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Save
Yeah.
you all kinds of cash.
Yeah, when we used to have the house in Kentucky, our air conditioning unit would apparently run. Sometimes we have to get it redone with Freon and stuff. And I ended up connecting when they got to drink with at the bar. Had a buddy that ran it for an HVAC company. He connected me with, and so friend of a friend come out and he'd be like, "You know what you need?" He's like, "Oh, I got to get some Freon on kind of stuff, blah blah blah." And Freon kind of went up in price on a lot of this stuff, so it could be expensive to run stuff. And he'd be like, "Oh yeah, whatever, yeah." He's like, "What about 20? We'll call it even." Are you sure? He's like, yeah,
done.
yeah, like,
Done and done.
yeah,
I'll
Yeah.
grab
yeah,
a picture off for a second, but I can still hear you guys, so
okay,
I can grab a beer.
yeah. The only problem is he got out of the business, and I was like, damn it, now I got to pay real money for shit.
Yeah, really. I was like, didn't you?
The Rajay deal ran dry on that one, but it was good
Yeah.
while it lasted. For sure.
Used it up.
Yeah. Oh, let me see here. I feel bad for Joe D. Well, at least he hydrates with brews. I like you back. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of grilling out in Arizona too, but it's hot. It is hot.
Yeah.
Adrian Moody coming in from Imperfectly Me Crafts says Suncrest.
Suncrest?
That's coming through your channel.
Yeah, what's Suncrest?
I don't know.
Is that a place in Arizona? Is that a beer? Is that
Yeah. More specific. Cheers, Todd. From Shane. Of course, the Well and Soul sang about Shark Attack. There you go. Rod X in the house. Cheers, my friend. Probably getting pretty pumped up for football season.
Looks like it from the logo.
We got Mark A in the house as well. And with the A on the end, I'm going to say Mark's in Canada. Because
I kind of assumed.
Yeah. But he's coming through in the Purple Emu Crafts as well. So great coming in through Mal's channel.
Oh, neat. Hi.
Hope, yes, everything's going well. Hopefully you are too. It's just, we were talking earlier about the heat and beating the heat right now for different spots in the area around the country. Everybody's kind of under these heat alerts. But what I'm not under is a beer alert. I'm going to crack open another beer. And I'm going to go back to my old stomping grounds with this one. This is one of the ones I picked up a while back just because I was intrigued by it. It is from Alltech Lexington Distilling, Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Imperial Milk Stout. So this is one they came out with at 12% ABV. So get this baby poured into a glass.
It sounds perfect for a drinking game.
Another night of session beers, as you can see.
Oh yeah, always with you.
Always, yeah. Oh. You always gotta know your tolerance.
Quality over quantity, that's it.
Right? Now the head on this one is actually gonna probably fill out in a point just because of the ABV, but
oh yeah,
there's a look there as well as it starts to simmer down now. So yeah.
All right, I'm back.
But that's a good little milk stout action there. Todd, have you seen this where you're at? Well, you're not back on camera yet, but
no, I haven't turned that back on yet, but I will in a second.
yeah, put your pants back on.
Yeah, and your shirt.
And your shirt.
Home, so would that be bad if it was by myself?
And your curtains.
Yeah, but she chimed in. She said she's going to jump on here probably when she gets back.
Oh, okay.
Put your curtains back on too.
She's gonna. What'd you say?
I didn't hear what Mel said.
I said put your curtains back on too.
Oh yeah. I could do that.
Yeah, she's at the gym, so she sent us a would you rather question while she was working out. Well, she sent me a would you rather question. Mal wasn't here yet when she did that.
So I finished up my beer too. However, Chew is at work right now and cannot get me a beer. So I brought a mini cooler with little beers in it so that I didn't have to run downstairs.
Nice.
And since I saw Shane was in here, this is from Ironmonger Brewing Company. Brian the Beer Snob brought these up for our get together, but he brought extras. So this is seaside grown local farmers brand Bloody Mary Goza.
Oh,
Bloody Mary Goza. And Chew and I were lucky enough to have this the last time we were down in Atlanta, and we loved it so much that we brought some home. I've already reviewed it, and I have two cans that I brought back with me. So I have one in the fridge, and I'm opening one now. But this thing is absolutely freaking crazy. I mean, the color is strange enough. It's very pink.
Oh, what a great glass, too.
I know. The glass is
Oh, yeah.
This is my favorite glass right here.
Right there. That glass.
Rod, you look beautiful in pink, just so you know.
That glass is out of this world for sure.
Oh, yeah.
What a cool glass.
Yep. Admire the beauty that is Raj's face on my beer glass. Yes.
Raj, this is where you say if anybody's interested, you can get it in my store.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh
yeah. See, I'm the sales guy. See, I'll push that for you.
So just so you know, the Bloody Mary Goza, it's salt, tomato. You get a little of that tahini spice kind of thing, but then you taste like a golden lager or something underneath, and it's just so absolutely gorgeous. And I love this beer so much, and I'm so happy that Brian brought some up.
Nice.
Very nice of Brian to bring some.
And Rob, would you say you was drinking? You was asking me if I had it before.
Yeah, if you've seen it yet, but they did a new design on the Lexington Distilling, the Alltech, and they got the Imperial Milk Stout out now, 12% ABV.
I have not seen that yet, but I do want to try it though.
It's pretty good. I actually grabbed this here. I have the review coming out.
I haven't been a huge fan of a lot of their beers, but that one did intrigue me.
Yeah, that intrigued me. They got another one that's a peanut butter something. I don't know, it was a peanut butter stout or peanut butter something they have. So I haven't picked that one up yet. But I don't think it's a stout. I think it's something different they did.
I'll tell you what, to be honest with you, the best beer I've had from them, and I think they brew it now, but it was when they first started, and they probably had a selection of maybe 4 that you could buy.
Yeah.
They were running some sort of like a homebrewers contest. And if you won, they were going to make that beer, and it was a cream ale that won it.
They do the cream ale. Yeah.
No, they do now, but they didn't at the time. And I think the one that I had was the homebrewers cream ale. I don't think it was actually theirs yet, but it was really good. But I have had the cream ale since, and it's pretty decent too. And I think it's one of their better ones of them that I've had. But that one did intrigue me.
Yeah, I've had the cream ale at the beer festivals and stuff, and it was pretty good. And the dad said, "Ooh, that stout pours like true smacking my lips." Yeah, it's a nice pour, and like Todd said, they can be a hit or miss brewery, but I've been digging this one here that they actually put out. So not too thin either. Sometimes their beers run thinner than I like it.
And I am gonna open up one from Wild Works. It's the Stratosphere Symphony Hazy IPA.
Ooh, very nice.
Love the can art. That's beautiful.
Yeah, the heat in Missouri is crazy, I'm sure.
I'm not sure what the ABV. Oh, it's leaking out now. I'm gonna go ahead and pour it. I'm not sure what the ABV was on that one. It's probably sideways, like the rest of their can art is.
Probably.
It's okay. That way you can still read it after you've had several.
True. Well, I don't know about that, but you can attempt to anyway.
You feel like you can read it.
You're right.
Shane said, "Did you do a plug for the Chuggies yet, Mallory?" LOL.
I have not. Shane is doing the Chuggy Awards, which are awards given to beer reviewer channels across YouTube. And we had people nominate folks, people voting for folks. And yeah, so the Chuggy Awards, he's releasing it this Friday.
Nice.
If you can text or message the time, I don't remember exactly what time it was. It was in a different time zone. And Rod knows that I'm terrible with time zones.
He's got to be careful with that Chuggy. It's too close to Chubby. It might throw people off. You might get a fan base you weren't expecting. That's all I'm saying.
You're right. You're the wrong avenue on that one.
She kept calling it the Chubby Awards on accident, and it was very, very awkward for everyone involved. Just so you know. I did not mean to make you almost spit out a good beer.
But you didn't know your name for a number of years, so I'm sure he was mixing that up too. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, he couldn't remember my name for 2 years.
That's true.
Yeah.
This one comes in at 6.6%.
Oh, you're going lightweight.
Yeah, just to start out. I just grabbed
featherweight.
So after this evening, I might dive into something a little stronger than that for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be against the norm for me if I didn't. So
you starting out down that low. It's like,
I know
that's not usually
it's norm there, and usually it's 12 or 13 to start out the gate.
For the price you got, you could have came in with a fifth or something. You've been good to go.
And cheers to everybody else I haven't said cheers to yet. I'm just tuning in. So
Shane said that is so good. I specifically asked Brian to bring me a bunch of those too. So
yeah,
he really enjoyed it.
It's delicious. It's like a super, super light Michelada.
Love Bloody Marys. I'm not a huge Bloody Mary type person. I will have it on occasion on stuff, but I'm not as huge on that. The whole tomato juice thing. I'm not just a huge person on.
That's me. I'm not
a big fan.
Yeah,
big fan right here.
Yeah. But like you mentioned, enchilada. I have a enchilada here and there too. I actually acquired more of a taste for those over at points. Yeah.
Which is odd because tomato soup is okay. I don't mind tomato soup so much, but tomato juice, not so much.
I didn't like tomato soup as a kid. As I got older, I started to understand the pairing between the grilled cheese and tomato soup. Like,
heck yeah!
This summer, and people would dip the grilled cheese in. But the grilled cheese game has changed so drastically compared to when I was a kid. Nowadays, it's just
like
gourmet
4 cheeses and bacon and It's
you say I get fancy with fried bologna. They get fancy with grilled cheese.
Well, I do that with ramen and mac and cheese too. I mean, the mac and cheese game has jumped up a lot.
Yeah.
And then ramen, like I'm making like proper Japanese. Like I have all the ingredients, all the things in there. I have the sliced egg and all the. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. It's not just the what was it? Was it the
noodle cup?
Yeah, no, was a noodle cup, but there was like the one in the plastic bag too. I think it was the same company.
Oh, it was
Maru
Yeah,
Chan.
yeah. Back in the day, that was all you got in it, but now it's like totally different. You got all kinds of stuff in it. Yeah.
What was it? Mug lunch or mug of something? It was like you put it in a mug, like a mug, and put it in a microwave or something.
Yeah.
Before they came out in the self bowls or whatever, all I do is add water.
It's like instant carb energy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn, I need a Rod J glass. LOL, right? Yeah. Hey,
yes,
look at that.
Do.
Scrolling across the screen, right down in the description. Check out the store on Zazzle for the glassware, or for the apparel, you can check out the Spreadshirt store as well. So, which actually, because of the heat, rocking a tank top for the Rod J Beer Ventures today. So, Shannon's got the Drink Beer Live Happily shirt, I know. So,
but knowing Rod J is close makes all of my beer taste better. Just so you know.
Just so you know. I wish they had more designed glass on there because I want to do some other stuff as far as type of glass. So, I got the West Coast IPA is one of the glasses on there too.
Oh, nice.
The design is your face at the very top of the glass where it looks like you're being drowned and there's some bubbles popping out, and then as it goes down, then the bubbles go away.
There you go.
I thought that'd be awesome, right? Like that'd be cool.
That'd be cool, yeah.
It'd be expensive.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Not for Rod J though. He's get the deals.
Look, so. I'm not selling glass right now on Bourbon Street. Like it lights up when you do shit,
Hey,
Yeah.
Random thought. Shannon's not the one that has those every now. I've been with her long enough; they pop in my head sometimes.
She has a good amount of random thoughts, I'm sure.
Oh God, does she?
A lot pinkier than the one I reviewed last year. Mine looked more like a regular lager color. Shane said.
I feel like the one last year was more of a yellowish color too. This one is a heck of a lot more pink.
But they may have refined the recipe too. So
they probably did.
So Mal, where was that one from?
This is from Ironmonger Brewing Company in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, I know you said it come from somebody that was up last weekend, but I wasn't sure if it was Georgia or Canada.
No, it was Brian the Beer Snub. Okay. We also had South Carolina represented with Nutmeg to Palmetto. He was there as well. Nice. But this one's Atlanta, and Chu and I did a full episode on Ironmonger while we were down there last year. So we did axe throwing there. That was really fun.
Yeah.
We totally blew that weekend. We should have came up last weekend. And
I told you to.
No, I know. We ended up last Saturday which we haven't done forever, which we never actually stayed the night there, but they have a casino boat about 20 minutes from our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are at the casino. Yeah.
They've done reconstruction to where now it's all on land. It's not even on the boat now. So we haven't been since they've done that.
Mm.
And so we got a hotel room and just went to the casino Saturday night and just hung out. Mainly drank beer. We didn't even really gamble. We ran into a couple of friends of mine, and she's got a story. I'm sure she'll tell you if she jumps on. Oh, here she comes now.
Yeah, here come the dogs. Yeah.
Played a trick on one of our friends while we were there. But anyway.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
I'm going to mute you for just a second since she just walked in.
All right. Look at the dog saying hello there. Yeah, the small batch beers can definitely switch over to B2. Chu and I go to Bloody Mary. Oh, there's a Bloody Mary Fest in Chicago each year.
There is a Bloody Mary Fest every year in Chicago. It's for bragging rights between all the places that think that their Bloody Mary is the best. Okay. I've had at that Bloody Marias. I've had the Tomatillo Bloody Marys. I've had Bloody Marys with Maker's Mark. I've had like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like you never know what you're gonna get. Yeah. But oh my gosh, it's so much fun, and you'll have like between 12 and 20 different vendors who come, and they're making all these tiny little Bloody Marys, and some of them will put the food on top, the thing. So one had a slider one year, one had a piece of pizza, one had quesadillas. We've had ones that have like chicken wings on a pick in the top. Like it's crazy. So you do get a meal with your drinks, and it's just so much fun. We love going to Bloody Mary Fest every year.
You gotta have something to absorb the alcohol, right?
Yeah. Well, during COVID, they kept it going. They actually managed to keep it going, but you got like a card with all the places, and you had to go to the places and get the Bloody Marys. So that was a little trickier. But now they're back to having it in one space, and it's so much fun.
Nice. Yeah, actually, when I get back to the beer news, there's actually something coming up for Chicago that I'll share as well. Gilbert's in the house as Cheers Fools. What is up, Gilbert? I don't know if Gilbert knows we started at 8:00 now. So he probably came in like thinking we just started a little bit ago, but yeah. It's all right. It's all good. So we kind of
7:00 Central.
Yeah. 6:30 Eastern. That's when Shane's doing this
Oh,
thing,
that's the Chuggy Awards are 6:30
tomorrow.
Eastern.
Tomorrow, 6:30 Eastern.
Yes.
Yeah. And y'all haven't checked out Shane. Check him out. He's up in Canada, Ontario, I believe, right? Shane's in Ontario.
Yep.
So he's Eastern time. I've been lagging on my cheers and what's up in the chat. Cheers, everybody. JT. Yeah, you can't be showing up at parties with basic mac and cheese anymore. You'll get beat up. Yeah. Well, if it's a good oven with the little burnt edges around and stuff like that, people appreciate that mac and cheese. But if it's like you're rolling in with something from Kroger, yeah, you can't just do that anymore.
No, I will say every once in a while I crave Kraft. I crave Kraft mac and cheese, the original, the OG with the 4 tablespoons of butter and the 2 tablespoons of milk. That every once in a while.
Do you like Kraft?
Mac.
You like Kraft more than Velveeta?
You know, the Velveeta.
Velveeta has that liquid cheese that just but it's a good
Velveeta,
stickiness.
Yeah,
the gooiness.
Sticky. I didn't like how sticky it was. Like
you went to powdered cheese from Kraft
in my mouth, and it was
Kraft
upsetting.
is powdered. You got to add the milk to it.
I know. I would always go Kraft before Velveeta. It was too sticky. Maybe I just didn't like how it looked when it was coming out of the package because it kind of looked like poo. So I don't know, but.
Well, what do you guys think in the chat? Are you more Velveeta or are you more Kraft? Let us know. Hashtag Team Kraft. Hashtag Team Velveeta. let us know who you're actually on board with there. Because
I always went with the
Velveeta brings the gooiness. So
yeah, I didn't love the goo. Why am I drippings this goo?
Shane says Todd missed a fantastic weekend. Yeah,
I know, right?
Yeah.
I know, Shane. I wish we'd have been there now for sure.
You took it next level.
Would have had so much fun with us.
Where's next year's going to be? Is it going to be in Canada, you think?
We're like 90% sure that it's going to be Canada next year.
Even better. We have passports, so we can.
Like Ontario, like with Shane, is going to be heading that one up.
Yeah, Shane and Bianca Knotts probably are going to be leading on that one. Then Nutmeg to Palmetto would like to host as well, so we're looking at a South Carolina option. And Shane, while you're here, I was talking to Chew, and we could actually host if someone wanted to do a Milwaukee one. We could make that work if Milwaukee was a place we wanted to host it, we could make that work. So, just a heads up.
Ontario wouldn't be too bad because actually, now that I'm on the East, because I'm thinking like I can go from here to Albany, New York, and like I think it's like 4 hours or something. So
there you go.
That wouldn't be that far to go to Ontario.
No, it wouldn't.
I know they haven't said I haven't seen anything this year for the Beer Palooza. That's usually in August or something like that. Last year that wasn't up in Albany because Kyle held that for No Hype. And sometimes Matt does in New Jersey for Massive. So
right. So Shane, when he came here, they actually crossed the border at Buffalo and drove over from there, and they stopped in Michigan and got to try some stuff on the way too. So gotta love it.
Good state to stop in. Yeah,
darn right it is.
Let's see here, and Todd, where was Todd saying at? But Todd's talking there. But Todd undisputed threw a party foul. He threw a party foul on you. He said, "Let's see that beer pour, my guy." Canada looked intriguing, but you just showed us the beer pour, so he's upset with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He threw the flag.
Well, at least hold up the glass. Let's take a look. We didn't get to see the bubbles, but okay.
Got some nice lacing. Got some nice lacing on it.
There's some left. Good. Okay.
There you
go. I'm a little high there. No, sorry.
It didn't completely cancel out the party foul, but we'll go with it.
Yeah.
50-50.
Beer Hound in the house. Cheers, Hound.
Hounds.
Bill out in Cali, another great channel. Check out. Howdy Todd as well. So yeah. Let me go down. Where was I at? There's more comments in there. I didn't realize that. So let me keep going down.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
There's beer o'clock here on the West Coast. West Coast is always beer o'clock. Sorry, I hit the bar on the way home, son. Well, it happens. It happens. You know where we're at, though. You know where to stumble in because we always got the door open for you, Gilbert. You're always in here.
Oh, yeah.
They do the same with micheladas here in California. They put a whole ass taco with crust on the side of the glass. Basic is best in my opinion.
Okay, so I need to move there now.
Yeah. I mean, you get a taco with it. She Staters Bros Band all day. Cabot.
Cabot?
Beer House Craft. What is Cabot? Is Cabot like?
I don't know. Is it a
Okay.
type of mac and cheese?
Is that the mac and cheese? It can't just be writing your own answer. It's got to be Kraft or Velveeta. Bumpy.
Woo! I got one.
You got one for Kraft. Kraft before Velveeta. Mal, you know what? Keep the cell number. My knock jokes deserve better.
Aw.
Yeah, Emerson's with me on Velveeta.
I still love you, Emerson.
Niagara Falls 2024.
Okay,
that's
there
what
we
you got.
go.
There you go.
You know, it's Niagara Falls, Canada Side 2024.
We were
Fantastic.
Yeah.
we were gonna do that this summer and go up and visit Joe while we were up there, but we couldn't.
Well, now you got a reason to do it
Oh,
for next
good.
year,
Now you
right?
can go next year, next July.
Yeah, there you go.
Am I the only one that when you hear Niagara Falls, you think of the Three Stooges? No, it was Abbott and Costello did Niagara Falls back in the day.
I just think
Mal
of-
doesn't know Abbott and Costello.
I know Abbott and Costello.
You
Are
don't
you
know Abbott because you're too young for that. So if
I
you were
love
saying,
Abbott and Costello.
do you remember that, Todd, or are you too young? For
Yeah,
it?
no, I was gonna say it's not as good as Who's on Third though. But
No, not who's on third, but every
No.
time it was like they did the skit and guys at Niagara, he's like, every time Niagara Falls, he started going to a Niagara Falls type story.
So I will admit, the first time I heard about Abbott and Costello was in The Princess Bride, the movie. So the Abbott was coming through, and one guy went, "Hey, Abbott!" and I didn't understand the joke. I didn't understand it, so I looked them up, and I started watching all their stuff, and they were hilarious. I was dying. So yeah, it was right around like when I first watched Princess Bride that I found out about Abbott and Costello. It was fantastic. So
Yeah.
I love them so much more than the Three Stooges. I'm sorry, Three Stooges. No, Marx Brothers are still my favorites. I've
Marx
watched
Brothers are
every
pretty
single
funny,
Marx
yeah.
Brothers movie, every TV show they ever
Animal
did.
Crackers, yeah.
Oh my gosh, duck soup and horse
Duck soup,
feathers.
yeah.
And, oh my god, I love Night at the Opera. Night at the
Yeah.
Opera, so
But
good.
Abbott and Costello meet with the werewolf or meet Dracula or meet
so
Frankenstein.
Oh, it was so good. It was. Okay.
Oh, I used to, where was it? At midnight when the full moon, because I'm going to turn to a wolf. He's like, yeah, you and a bunch of other guys. He's like, you don't understand what I'm telling you. Oh, yeah, Lon Chaney. Yeah.
Love it.
Hey, Simo's in the house. Cheers, Simo, over
Simo.
there across the
Simo.
pond. Great to see you, my friend. Another great channel for those of you who want to check out some great stuff coming out of across the pond.
Oh yeah.
Simo's always got a fun time on there. He's always happy, just well-mannered, full stream and videos that he does. So
You're lagging a bit there, Rod. Just to let you know.
am I lagging now?
No, you seem to be
Lag,
okay now.
lag, lag.
There was a moment there.
Like Max Headroom effect. Yeah. It's because we're in the Matrix, and the Matrix has that glitch, you know. So
Oh, right.
it's like the whole deja vu type thing. What did you see? Oh, I just saw a cat. And they went like, uh-oh. Like they know Smith's on the way. You gotta get out of the Matrix when Smith comes.
Gonna
It's like the
take
shark.
Gonna
It's like
take
the
the
shark.
red beer or the blue beer.
The blue beer, would you go back and not remember anything? And the red beer, you would remember. Yeah, I would.
Well, it depends on how many of the blue beer you drink. You might not remember anything.
That's true.
Who knows?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I've gotten into watching the Lazarus Project lately.
Mhm.
I just watched the first season of it, just finished it. I don't know if you saw it or not. I guess it's on USA or TNT, but it's out of England that they do it. Freaking great show. Just great, fantastic concept behind it. But basically, it's a team of people that are like they're above like the CIA or MI5 or something like that and everything, but they're basically a team that when there's a world event that goes wrong to destroy the world, they can reset the clock and go back in time to try to fix it. And it's just interesting, but you keep going back after a point. I would think it would wear you down on some stuff, but it's interesting how they do that show.
Mhm.
And Unadapted said thanks. I think that's to Todd. He was waiting to exhale. So when Todd did the pour, he was actually happy that it happened.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to suffocate you or anything.
I just thought he was referencing a movie.
Yeah.
Was it Waiting to Exhale a movie? I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, it was.
I'm actually just about 2/3 through now of the Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Imperial Milk Stout there, House. Light session ale that comes in at 12% ABV.
Oh, I was going to say, what is the ABV on that one? Because a lot of their
Yeah.
stuff is light. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. My first one was Tweak, which was 13.1. So.
Oh, you see, you're replacing me. What you did there. I see what you did there.
So act like I got to work in the morning. So yeah.
Somebody had to pick up the slack, man.
Right.
I'm having a Ironmonger Bloody Mary Goza, which is a 4.6 ABV. But it's Bloody Mary, but beer. And I'm loving every second of it.
And I am drinking Stratospheric Symphony from WeldWorks IPA, 6.6%.
There you go.
I feel like that let me down a little. 6.6. I don't know.
It's a little disappointing, Todd,
I'm
right?
so disappointed at the moment.
Well, that's my first. I'm not done yet. Just getting started.
There we go.
Yeah.
That sounds
I
good.
shouldn't jump right into it since I hadn't had nothing to eat. But
So speaking,
never sure how to pour it.
So earlier, before you guys got on, I mentioned I actually just had my first 5 out of 5 beer for the year. I'm not going to give too much away because I have the video that I released on the review. But
Gotcha.
WeldWorks is one of the breweries on it. So 4 breweries got together and came up with this beer. And it was pretty damn fantastic, if I say so myself. So, but I'll tell you, it's WeldWorks. It was Side Project Brewing. It was Other Half.
Oh.
And it was The Veil.
Oh.
So you put those 4 in the room.
Holy crackers.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So when you see the video, when I release it, you'll be like, yeah, I can see how those 4 would come together with something great. Yeah. Let's see, there's a big craft beer scene in Niagara, yes.
All right, be right back. I feed my dog. Right. She won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I don't know how big the craft beer is in Niagara, but I know Joe West, the Beer Patrol, our buddy, he gets a lot of good stuff out of that area. So there's always good stuff happening up there.
There is.
But Vita for making South Can queso and Kraft for grilled cheese. But you're not saying anything on the macaroni, Bumpy. Like you just like macaroni, you're going neutral.
Salsa con queso, I have to agree with them. I would always go Velveeta for that, of course, because it just works, right?
Right. Niagara Falls on my bucket list. There you go. Yeah, well, if you can plan it for next year, Niagara Falls, the beer tubers will be getting together.
Yeah, next July. I'm not sure exactly which weekend yet, but next July for sure.
Let's see here. And I'm going to give a shout out to Simo. Simo's the newest member of the crew. Welcome, my friend. And appreciate you. So give you the big old welcome to the crew and the membership. And appreciate you there. And hopefully we're going to be sharing some good things. That'll be some great stuff as well. So, yeah, if you guys are interested in the membership, it is down there also. And you join Trez and you join Aubrey, and I'm sure some other people that would get there. But awesome to have you on board, my friend. And then let me see here. Simo is actually drinking a Hertog Jan Grand Pils, lovely beer, but gives you a thick head the next morning. What are you talking about, Simo?
Oh, that was good. I'm going to tell Chew about that one. He's going to find that very funny.
Some partners may appreciate it the next morning. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. If it gives you the thick head.
Can I just say I love that you said some partners?
Some partners may not. Some partners are like, I don't know about that.
Thank you.
Oh man. Let me see here. It's all about Ed the Bassmaster here. What is Ed the Bassmaster out there in Cali?
Is that a beer?
Yeah. See, even it's more like 2:30 a.m. You're like, yeah, well, morning. You're into the morning effect, my friend. So I appreciate you. Well, the good thing about us coming on earlier, Simo can get in here and not be like all the way deep into the evening or the morning. So he's able to get in earlier.
All right, I'm gonna turn my
And,
camera off for now because I'm gonna eat a sandwich, and I'm sure you guys don't want to watch me eat. So
You don't know that. I can bring you in for an ASMR segment.
I 100% want to watch you eat a sandwich.
I want you to chew that sandwich slowly and whisper while you do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
now I got it. Now I'm gonna mute and turn it off.
Oh man, Old Niagara Wax Museum 2024. They got a wax museum going in, a new wax museum maybe in Niagara.
Or he's calling us wax figures that are going there. I don't know.
Of course, in Alabama, the Tuscaloosa, Captain Spaulding, and Animal Cracker. So JT, he knows the Marx Brothers.
Oh yeah.
There are quite a few great breweries in the Niagara area. I'm on my second slow wink at Beer Hounds. Deja vu, when you see yourself in the future, then when you get there, you see yourself in the past. Then when you had the deja vu. Deja vu's kind of interesting. Like I know for myself, there's been times, it happened more when I was younger. Like I've been to places that I'd never been before, but I swear I had been there before. Has that ever happened to you?
Oh yeah, 100%. It drives me crazy because I'm like, I swear to God, I've been here before. I've seen that person. I've seen that person, and it's a whole different state or something, and there's no. Oh, I don't know.
You know what that is? Is
insanity.
It's no, it is parallel universes. You live in different parallel universes. And
Ultimate universe, yeah.
You're you in different universes when you take different paths, and that deja vu is you in your other life being in that place. That's why you remember it.
Huh. What if it's just your spirit and you jump from body to body when you die?
Or that's a possibility too.
What if it's past lives and you just remember situations that were similar?
Maybe. We need that hairy guy from the History Channel.
I know, right?
With the poof on his head. Yeah, he got all the answers.
The aliens did it. The aliens always did it. The pyramids and all the stuff. The aliens did all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So Chu and I watched that show as a drinking game. It's one of our favorite drinking games of all times. And so every time they say ancient astronaut theorists, we have to drink. So they'll say, but did these pyramids really get built by aliens as ancient alien theorists believe? Every time they say it, we drink, and you get a little tipsy.
Did you make it to the first commercial break?
It's a fun show if you're doing the drinking game. Not kidding.
Could you get more lit drinking to that, or listening to Joe Biden give a speech where he says, "Look, folks"?
Ooh.
I think if you did about it, look, folks, you could get pretty lit watching Joe Biden speak. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can seen a bunch of stuff of Mitch McConnell just staring out blank and nothing. Is that what he had?
His eyes started shifting back and forth. I saw the video. He had a seizure.
He just froze and wouldn't say
nothing. I mean, the internet's definitely taking it in. In fact, on Instagram earlier, I saw someone put it to freeze frame. I was like, the internet has no chill. Internet has no chill. So he was standing there and it was like, freeze frame, shoot, no, freeze frame.
That's not funny, but it is funny.
I don't remember. I think it was like the State of the Union, but I saw something online where people were going to watch, and anytime they showed, was it Condoleezza Rice? Maybe this was a while back, but anytime they showed Condoleezza Rice, you had to drink, and that was like a thing. But the camera panned over a lot to her for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, it was just. There's lots of fun drinking games for political things, for. Non-drinky things, yes. Actually, my best friend's 21st birthday, we all had a character on what was it? Full House, the original Full House. And whenever our character came on screen, we had a drink, and we gave her the little one, the twins.
The Olsen twins.
Yeah, the Olsen twins. So whenever they came on the screen, she had a drink. We had her wasted in an episode and a half. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Good old Full House. Still can't believe that song was about Joey. But anyway, I digress. But
Yeah.
From a totally non-beer type aspect of anything, was anybody else surprised when they saw yesterday that Sinead O'Connor died at 56?
Yeah.
That was huge. That was like so surprising when I saw that.
So
I'm
that
sorry,
happened
I
yesterday,
missed the
'cause
name.
saw
What?
headline.
Sinead O'Connor died yesterday
my
at
God,
56.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're ruling out that you don't think it was foul play or like that, but they haven't said the reason for the death. But it was just like, I mean, for me, because she's only a couple years older than what I am, but like
Right.
back when I was on a radio DJ, we were on alternative station. I mean, and obviously the music fit in. It was just like from part of my being younger, she was a part of that. So it was kind of shocking to see that just out of nowhere, you know. I mean, anybody could die at any point, but it's just
Oh yeah, but
it was just one of those things. It's not like one of those celebrities that like 98 or whatever. You're like, well, he had a good long, but it's like 56. It's like, wow, like, you know, it's kind of like when you saw Jamie Foxx type stuff happen. You're like, is he like dead or is he like what's going on type thing?
Yeah.
But yeah, she actually died yesterday. So, but I can still remember. When she did the Pope picture on Saturday Night
oh
Live.
heck yeah.
Yeah, and now like they were talking about it on the news today. Like if she did that today, like it would have been so much more support behind her. She was so much more ahead of it when she did it back in the 90s about the stuff that was happening. And like the Rolling Stone, we were interviewing one of the Rolling Stone guys whose first interview was with her. And he's like, I knew at that time when I was with her, she was going to be big. I didn't know how big she was going to be or what kind of symbolism she was going to have, but he just kind of knew there was something special about her. And it was just like interesting to see what happened. So,
You know, you can argue as much as you like about the Catholic Church, but honestly, this Pope amuses me a bit. I kind of like him because you heard about him getting in trouble, right?
no, I didn't hear about that.
So when he first got to be Pope, he was first there, he was at the Vatican, he was doing all the things. Apparently, they were bringing him his meals, and he felt that his meals it was too much food they were bringing him. So he was changing into like brown robes, like not his normal clothes, and sneaking down to the gate and giving his food, his own dinner, out to beggars at the gate.
Oh,
and he was doing that for like a few weeks, and they caught him, and he got reprimanded and told off because he can't be sneaking out because he's Pope.
How do you reprimand the Pope though?
I know, but they like chewed him out, and he got in a bunch of trouble, and he wasn't allowed to give out his food to the poor anymore. I'm like, giving out food to the poor, it makes sense. Do that. Why aren't you doing that? It seemed like
you would. I mean, when you look at if you read the Bible, you see stuff Jesus did. That's kind of what he was about. So
when he got in trouble for that, I was like, dude, he's actually doing what he's supposed to do. Stop yelling at him. I love that he was giving out his own dinner at the gate.
Yeah,
that was so sweet.
Well, they have their own political structure that runs through at times.
I know, and there's a whole lot of things up, down, and sideways on all the religions. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying he was awesome.
That would be an honorable thing to do. I think that's great that he did that.
I thought it was lovely, and so I have a little soft spot in my heart for this guy because he was trying to give out his food to the poor.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's nice. That's good.
Hey, nothing wrong with High Life Hounds. So yeah,
no, nothing wrong with it.
No, I haven't had one in a while. So you know what's funny? I'm getting a lot of views on my Coors video lately. So I don't know if something's going on with Coors or whatever, but I keep seeing people pop onto it. Which Coors,
a lot of people are trying to switch beer brands. You know that because of all the crazy. There's a lot of people.
Oh yeah, we gotta get back to the beer news.
I'm not going there right now. I'm just saying a lot of people are switching.
People are shopping. Yeah, Niagara, only place I've been in Canada so far, and that's far. Yeah, I've only been to Toronto. When I was in high school, I could have went to another part. We were supposed to go up there for a ski trip, but I didn't go. But Toronto was a lovely city. It just reminded me of New York when I was in it, though. It was just so huge, and went to the Hockey Hall of Fame, which was pretty cool. So,
yeah, I've not been into Canada.
No, me neither. I've been to Europe 3 times, but I haven't been to Canada or Mexico. So I think I'm doing something wrong.
That's 3 more. No, that's 3 more times than me. I haven't been to Europe yet. So,
oh, it's fantastic. You got to go.
Yeah,
been to Jamaica, but I haven't been to any of those.
Been to Jamaica only once. Dominican Republic once, and Cancun once. And then Canada once. So those were my out of the country type trips that I've had.
Well, I lived in the Caribbean for a few years, so I went to way too many islands while I lived down there. But
I haven't been to Belgium yet. But if I go to Belgium, I'm probably not coming back. I know,
right?
Yeah, it's just like if I'm in Belgium, I'm getting Belgium dinners. Yeah, I'm not coming back.
I'll tell you what, I could live in Scotland. There's no question in my mind. I
I
could
would
live
love to
there.
see Scotland. Yeah.
I've been there twice, and I highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't been. It's very Midwest, where people actually acknowledge you on the street. People are friendly, they're kind. You get used to the accent. It gets easier to understand after a little time. But the people are so wonderful. They just
No, they didn't sound like Willie on The Simpsons, did they?
Only up in the Highlands.
Only in the Highlands.
Only up in the Highlands. When you get like really far north Scotland, you're going to get that accent a little bit. But
Yeah.
he was over exaggerated. Like you won't hear it like that in Edinburgh or in Glasgow's a whole different animal, but you won't hear it like that in the lower cities, which are the major cities. So
Well, it's funny. It's like back when I was a kid and we used to watch like Kung Fu Theater on Saturdays, and how the Chinese, or I think it was Chinese that would do the Kung Fu flicks, sometimes maybe Japanese, but it was like
I love those.
they were definitely over exaggerating how Americans sound when they were doing the subtitle stuff, and they were voicing them in. It was like, they don't sound like that, but it was like, also kind of cool because then you try to imitate them when you heard it. It's like,
You're right, yeah.
I will punch you with my fist.
Yeah.
I gotta show you what I got in the mail today.
Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, clergy. Because you're ordained now, right?
Oh.
Yeah, Shannon can marry folks.
Nice.
You probably can't see that very good.
I'm here's my credentials.
The officiant for our wedding is certified with the same church.
When do we start funneling money through the church is my question.
Oh, that sounds like an amazing idea. Give me time.
Put our Venmo up there and you can send us anything you want.
I want to be like the righteous gemstones.
No, I wouldn't be that obvious. Well, I was going to join you all, but I'm tuckered out.
What? You're already joining us. You're already in. Get her a beer, Todd. Get her a beer, Todd.
I know.
I got shit I got to do tomorrow, too.
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
I got to clean this house. And
She's sitting down inching closer. So
you're home. So you're home tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can grab a beer.
It's a 4-day weekend.
Grab a beer.
We're having a house full of people over tomorrow.
They don't mind if you grab a beer right now.
Okay.
There's never just one.
I'm not going down there though.
It only takes like 2 sentences and she's on board.
She knows that. She knows I work in sales. I'm just saying, like.
Strong with you.
Yeah.
I got downstairs to grab her some beers because it stinks down there where because of
going back to the Velt. Yeah. Don't go downstairs.
I'm not going down there. I was like, all right,
if you want me here, you get.
I'll grab some.
It might be like Skyline down there, but Velveeta shells and cheese is what Bumpy said. So he's making shells and cheese. He likes the Velveeta because it's got the liquid cheese. Niagara Falls and beer is a win. So what do you prefer, Shannon? Velveeta or Kraft?
Oh, Velveeta.
Yes.
Kraft is just childhood memories. It's nostalgia.
Well, I know. That's why I like it. I go back to it because
you can't put the powdered cheese with the liquid cheese.
Yeah, no. I'm not a big cheese person anyway, so.
Tentative date, July 12th through 14th. That actually might be a good date for me to take a look at for next year.
I'm going to make it work one way or another.
Simmons, I'm only a member of 2 channels. One is Man City fan channel, the other is yours. So it's a very I appreciate you, my friend, for becoming a member of the channel. That is awesome. And Manchester City, that's a great channel too there. I was, as I watched the Premier League, I was kind of thinking like they were pretty much, when they got Haaland, they were going to be pretty much a dominant team in the league. And they pretty much did that and ended up winning it last year. So
yeah,
I've gotten into football over the last couple of years. So I actually watched the Women's Cup last night. And I was like, oh my God, that ref that they had was like one of the worst refs I think I've seen for a soccer match. Like, no, seriously, like the American players were getting bumped all over the thing. They weren't calling anything. And then American bumped one of the Netherlands chicks and it's like a foul or whatever. And then they like gave Levine a card or something where she had just gotten pushed out right in front of the same thing and nothing happened. It's just like, FIFA's always got question marks around them because we know they're shady. We know FIFA's shady. So I always want to see the refs FanDuel bet slip sheets when they're going to be reffing a match because I'm thinking they're betting against some of these teams because you can't trust.
Probably, for sure.
Yeah. But
So-
you end up getting a draw there. So Tuesday night's match is even that much more important now for the USA.
The brewery I worked at had the Women's Cup on, and we had a full house of people watching. Like, it was kind of fun. And there were only like three of us working, I think, but people were just cheering and booing and crazy, and it was really fun that night.
Yeah. But you know what the cool thing was? When the chick pushed down, and who apparently is a teammate on another team, whatever, pushed down Haran and just pissed her off. And then as soon as they kicked it back in, she got the goal. And it was just like,
Nice.
it reminded me of stuff back in the NBA, like when somebody
Instant
like Michael Jordan was having a bad game and somebody just said some shit to him instead of just mind their business, and then Michael Jordan goes off on him. It's just like, you don't poke the bear. You should let the bear alone. And it's just like, so it was kind of a nice return and karma of her being able to come in and score the goal after that happened. But Netherlands is a good team, so it's going to be a tough match. But they got to draw one, and people were like upset because we didn't win. But that was a tough one. So yeah, but the women's teams are always better than men's team in FIFA, though. So I always watch them. No work tomorrow, so 9 in a row. Well, that's awesome. That's nice to have the day off tomorrow, of course.
Wish I did.
What was the no forgiveness for?
The no forgiveness was when Bumpy said he went with the Velveeta. I said sigh, no forgiveness.
So it was what, Velveeta and Kraft? I heard you as I was walking.
Yeah,
down.
Velveeta or Kraft.
Bumpy chose Velveeta, and I don't forgive him.
No, I think it depends on what you're making.
Is this macaroni and cheese, Todd?
Macaroni.
Velveeta or
Mac and
Kraft?
cheese? Okay, well I didn't know. I thought you said did you prefer one or the other? And cheese.
Well, Bumpy was trying to make some stuff up. He was putting different stuff into it.
He wasn't making stuff up. He was saying,
Well, he said
if
shells
you
and
tell my
cheese,
queso,
so he
it's
did
totally
something else.
Velveeta, and I agree.
I'd have to go with Velveeta.
Oh, wow.
There you
shocked.
go.
I thought you were Kraft.
The liquid cheese is winning.
The powder?
Oh, the powder?
Yeah, would you rather have the powder? Well, then why do you buy the powder? You buy the powder
He
sometimes.
buys
Is it
the
sometimes?
Kraft.
It's like childhood stuff, you know. So would you?
Exactly, it's
That's what
nostalgia.
Shannon said. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can remember my childhood. I don't like it again.
You guys are two peas in a pod.
How's that? I didn't know he was talking about. I just thought you meant cheese in general. I didn't know he was talking about mac and
Oh.
cheese. But
I get
would do
it.
Velveeta.
I get it, though. But I'm not a
I
big
think
cheese
deja
person.
vu related
That's
to your
kinda-
dreams. I also remember my dreams. I don't
honestly,
think as much as no, actually, it's like if you've been somewhere, it doesn't mean your dreams. If you've been somewhere, you feel like you've been there before. That's like
Yeah,
deja vu.
he's saying he dreamed it. That's why.
Well, sometimes
So-
you can dream. Maybe you can dream it there too. But I've been in spots where I swear I've been there before on spots.
Yeah.
and I hadn't been
Have you-
there.
so maybe that's why there's a strip club here in Louisville that's called Deja Vu. So maybe that's why. There totally is.
I was
there
there, but I wasn't there.
I have no idea.
I wasn't there. Okay.
I
I
haven't been
did
to
the
that
metal
one.
festival. My sister looked at me like I was an alien. I could describe it in great detail, though. Not really.
Well, that's kind
Wow.
of fun.
That is too. Yeah,
Mm.
I like my interpretation of deja vu. If you think about it, it can be a real thing. Yeah.
Anything can be a real thing.
Yeah. Well, deja vu is just the perception of having been and experienced something
Yeah.
before. So that's
Yeah.
a real thing. The perception of is a real thing.
Yep.
Do I like Miller High Life? So the funny thing, and I've mentioned it on some stuff before, the first beer I ever really sipped or snuck was Miller High Life, because back in the day when I'd be at my grandparents' house, they say, "Go get me a Miller High Life out of the fridge." It was like the little 8-ounce bottles, whatever like that, and everything. So you pop the top off to bring it to them. I'll take a sip there, stuff like that. And over the years, I kind of got a nostalgia feel to Miller High Life, so I still can enjoy one from time to time. In fact, when they came out with champagne bottles a few years back, I actually did a review on the channel and talked about kind of nostalgia with it. So Miller High Life is a decent beer. I got no hate for it. Even though I do mainly craft type stuff, I go back once in a while and I'll do the High Life. And I actually need to do another battle with the beers. So I think the last one I did was Coors Light versus Miller Light. I need to do some more of those type videos. Those are fun.
Tell me Coors won. I didn't see that one.
Coors Light did win that one, I believe,
Okay.
when I did it versus.
I would be interested in doing that, because I kind of like to figure out which one my favorite, because I'll drink PBR, Bud Light, Miller Light.
Like a blind taste test.
Yeah,
to see
just
if
see
you-
what Well, just to see if
Well, I
can
just did. I didn't even do a blind. I just did a side by side, and it was kind of
Yeah.
like when I had them side by side, it was just more of a cleaner, crisper type feel. I think with the Coors Light when I did it versus the other
Yeah,
one.
but I would like to do a blind.
I like Miller High Life. It's
Tell,
fine.
yeah.
I just want MGD. I want MGD back, and I can't.
MGD
find
is out there. It's just
I know, but I can't find it by me. My liquor stores don't carry it. It drives me crazy because I do like MGD, and I can't. I started with that. Well, it's one of the ones I started with, but
They're like,
Miller
here
High
comes Mal. Here comes Mal. Hide the MGD. Hide the MGD. Here goes
I
Mal.
know, right? I think that's what they're doing because they want me to spend more on the craft beer. The liquor stores know me. They know I'm going to spend $100 a pop every time I walk in.
Now, if you do malarkey with Joe Biden giving a speech, yeah, you'll get lit too. That'd be another keyword, another game that you could actually play. The look, folks, the malarkey, and the for real. I'm not kidding. He says that a lot in his speeches, so you could actually play that as a drinking game.
I drank. It's okay. We have some of the viewers on our channel that drink every time I say the word beer. I can't imagine they can get through a whole video, honestly. I say beer a lot.
Dreams, of course, are really the random brain sparks you have when sleeping and have no relation to future realities. Oh, you're getting deep, JT.
Oh,
You never know.
JT.
I don't know if JT went from the beer to the, you know what? It's like he may be. Yeah. He's getting deeper on this stuff.
Deep thoughts with JT.
I like, but he's very good entertainment, and I'm serious. Well, you know what he had? Like, no matter what party, like Biden has like a charisma type effect, and that's what wins it over for stuff. So I know you may like him, you may not like him, but at the end of the day, that's what he ends up having. So nothing beats Edward 40. I've never done the Edward 40 hands. I know.
Okay, I know people who have. I haven't done it myself because I have to pee all the time, so that wouldn't work for me.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say, what I'm going to actually do this year, I'm going to probably do a video and put the challenge out to people because I do have a few of them here and I need to do one. It's going to be a new leader challenge for Oktoberfest. So if you have a leader mug,
I do
to do a chug of a beer. So I'm going to probably do that in the next few weeks for Oktoberfest. And put it out there. And my goal is I'll do the video. And in the past, I would get a liter of beer to put into the mug so that you can see it was actual liter. And I feel like Farber. I want a liter. And then invite other people to do it. And then if you accept, you do it on your channel. And then you'll invite other people to do it on yours. So I'm going to put that out.
As long as it doesn't involve an ice bucket, I'm good.
Yeah, no, it's good, and I do have the boot as well, but I think I'm going to do just the liter mug. So
I like it.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. Highlight solid choice on a budget. Yeah, well, and there's people definitely, but Beerhound, you're in California. There's a lot of people on budgets in California because your cost of living out there is crazy right now.
It is.
So, yeah. I thought she died already. No, it was yesterday. Beerhound. She just hasn't been out in the spotlight for stuff. But yeah, it was yesterday. Today was probably a suicide. She lost her son last year. There's some talk about how she may have went, and that's why I think they came out and said the police said it wasn't foul play. But I think there was some stuff with mental issues that have been talked about from some of the interviews I saw with people and things too. So sad.
Very.
It really is, man. Beerhound. It was heartbreaking. She died of a broken heart or something past 18 months. What a shame. Yeah, true talent. And just, you never know how things are going to affect people and stuff. So,
yeah.
And, after, they're talking about like after she did the Saturday Night Live thing, that it was a harsh criticism back on her, was definitely stunning her career on being able to do other stuff. But then, even in her private life, the things she had to deal with and things, people carry their own demons at times. So it's kind of like what she was fighting with, I'm sure.
Well, that's like, I watched this. I'm a big Swiftie, judge me if you want, but love Taylor Swift. And she had like
Swiftie in the house.
Yeah. He's on board too. He loves her. Very talented. Anyway, he was in her documentary, she was talking about how, like, the whole Kanye West thing, she says, all of us that sing, we live for, we want to please everybody and we want people to love us. And she's like, when that happened, she was like, it just like totally crushes you. She's like, sometimes
Oh
you
yeah,
get back from it.
yeah. You don't know how people are going to react to that kind of stuff, right? Everybody's got their own different manual. That's why you don't ever want to pass judgment on people because you don't know what you would do in that situation.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
you don't know the whole story ever.
Ever. Finna crack a May West hazy IPA. Nice.
Well, I mean, Robin Williams is a perfect example. Nobody knew that he
Right.
was sad because he was always so happy, right?
Mhm.
Well, the funny thing about Robin Williams, I say funny, not funny, ha ha, he he, but funny, like interesting,
Ironic.
is like one of the guys talked about when he was on the set with Robin Williams. I think it was Mrs. Doubtfire they were doing, and how he would come out there and he would do the performance, and every time that, but he'd go back to his trailer, and he would go in his trailer. Robin Williams was just like this the whole time, like he was just head down, just like
Yeah.
dealing with his own personal stuff that he was going through, I guess, and you just never know, how to. And I think it was one of the younger actors, so he didn't know how to really communicate on it. But he was always surprised when he would go in there and see him with his head down and kind of like a sad face all the time. Some of your people that are some of these roles and have fought depression all these times, like I think of the guy that used to play Locke in Taxi, Andy Kaufman. They said he fought with a lot of depression and stuff when he was.
It seems like it runs a lot with the comedians more so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you think about some of the jokes
Jim
and stuff
Carrey.
they do.
Jim Carrey the same way. He's doing painting now, and he's doing very serious stuff, and because he's just tired of pretending to be the clown.
Right.
Yeah.
It wore him out.
Themselves. They got to entertain everybody all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, one thing I thought about years ago is when you think about entertainment and you think about these entertainers that do stuff, when you look at a lot of their backstories, a lot of them have come through a lot of shit. So it's kind of like for them to get where they're at, it's almost like you have to be knocked down to such a level that you just come out swinging on everything. And they still have some of that stuff they're dealing with as luggage from where they came from. So it's just incredible. And it's kind of like, I was looking at like, I could never do this or that because I never been kicked down to the lowest level to be able to do that stuff. Like these guys that do it are like back against the wall. And that's all they can do, But at the same point, nobody helps them on the stuff they had previously. They're still carrying that while they're having their success.
It's like they created their defense mechanism to deal with situations they were in, and then they made a career out of their defense mechanism. But if you live only on your defense mechanism, you're always on defense.
Yeah.
Like that can be exhausting to do that. Like it's super exhausting.
And then you can see when celebrities do some dumb stuff, right? And it's like, why would you do it's because they're still in that mindset, partially where they were before. It's just like, you look at some of the stuff that Kanye would do, and it's like, why are you getting like bent out of shape over this and that when you've got all this other stuff? And it's just like he still can't get out of the mindset where he was previously, where people were saying, that's why he needs to have, an evaluation to make sure he's okay and make sure he's balanced. It's like that shouldn't be bothering you the way you are in the life that you're living right now. But there's still stuff that happens. There's a lot of celebrities that way, and it's kind of like the whole thing that happened with the tennis player Naomi Osaka when she bowed out of that tournament. It was just like.
Yeah.
For me, it was kind of like a refreshing type thing because she realized the pain she was having and she was going to go ahead and get it addressed. Yeah. And it was like, I don't care that I'm here on the big French Open or whatever when I'm at. I just can't go. I can't do it right now. And she just, and it's kind of like, and more people need to make sure they take that self-assessment of themselves.
Stand up for themselves and realize they're important too.
Yeah.
Right. Not just their obligations. It's about themselves.
Not making everybody else feel good.
And Hound said that was a great pope too. So that we're talking about giving out the food and everything. They do have their protocols.
Trouble. It was like his first 3 months in office, and he got in trouble. And I was like, "Oh, you got in trouble for the best ever."
I'm thinking at the Vatican, the guys are looking like, "Okay, you got to go tell the Pope he can't do that." It's like, why do I got to tell the Pope he can't do that? Like, why don't you go tell him? Well, no, I'm telling you to go tell the Pope he can't do that.
England. There was the institution and there was things she just couldn't do because,
Yep.
she'd be told you can or you can't.
Similar conundrum that she's talking about. Yeah, Brothers Karamazov. What do you got there? German chocolate cake?
It's the Wiedemann one.
Ooh.
Oh, you got. See, the one I had was in a bottle, but that works.
So I got the Rajay deal on these.
Uh-oh, Rajay deal in the house.
So I bought 2 4-packs for $7.40
How much?
$7.45 or 49 cents or
For
something.
2 4-packs?
For 8 beers, yeah.
I'm
we
sorry,
saw-
I want the exact number. I'm disappointed with your non-exact numbers.
It was less than $7.50, so I think it was
For two-
$7.49.
Well, we'll celebrate that.
And
Yeah, that looks good.
The Rajay deal comes through again. Yeah. Yeah. Todd said, you know who I'm work with? I work with Rajay. They said, we'll give you a deal.
it's 12% ABV, so not a bad deal at all. I should have bought it all. They had so the liquor store got them at. They get these closeouts, and I assume they get them from other liquor stores that just get rid of them or whatever. Because the date on this is December 1st or 3rd from last year. But at 12%, who cares,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
they
it's
sell them
probably fine.
They sell them as a 4-pack or 6-pack for like $3.99 and then on up. So you can get like but you can get a case of any of them for $15.99. So I could have got a case of these for $15.99.
and you didn't.
And they had all, but I didn't.
I'm
Because I was, if I
disappointed.
liked it, and I didn't want to buy a whole case of them, and they wouldn't be good. But then I saw your check-in on Untappd, and it was like 4 stars. Like, okay, if Rod's giving 4 stars, it must be pretty good because Rod doesn't just give out stars like they're nothing. So
12% ABV, under $8 for an 8-pack.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking because it's Wiedemann that they still may have them because nobody would know. Like
Nobody would know. It's a secret.
I mean, they probably had, I don't know, 4 or 5. Like I say pallets, but maybe 2 cases worth of stacks. So I don't know, 20 cases of beer of those maybe on. So I could have bought all of them if I wanted to for $15.49.
You
A
could
piece.
have. You could
and I
have.
didn't, but
You could have.
You need to step it up, man.
I know.
You do. You do.
Like Rod said, didn't I teach you better than that?
You must have room in the garage. I mean,
But-
come on.
We appreciate you getting a Rajay deal out there and being able to bring home the Wiedemann. 12%. You can't beat that deal.
Well, they
You
also
can't.
had, which is really what I was after. They had a high wire stout.
Oh, high
grill
wire.
stout. It was also like a 12%, but they were already out of them. And I was like, dang.
Was it the 5W40?
No,
Oh, that's the Imperial, the 5W,
It's
right?
so good.
yeah, no, it wasn't that one. I'll have
Talking
to look it
dirty.
up. Let me look it up now and see because I follow them on Facebook, so I can see when they get their deals in.
When Todd and Shannon took me to Highwire, I got to have that one, and it was so darn good.
High wires out
Just
there.
hold still for just a second.
Oh god,
Mm-mm-mm.
Now
I would love some high wire, but they're playing me like John Cena.
I was like, what is going on?
I can't see high wire. I can't find high wire. I would like to get some high wire, but I can't find high wire. Nowhere.
Todd,
High
we're
wire.
giving you a message.
I can't see high wire.
You know what?
I need high wire in my life, but I can't find it. I need to find high wire. High wire's ducking me over here.
I'll get you some
I need
high
it.
wire.
I will send that out to you for sure.
We'll go over there just for you. And I want to play the kickball pool.
Oh, that.
They got a kickball thing?
Oh, a high wire they do,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like a pool table on the ground, but the pool balls are kickballs.
So,
Going a little left hand right now. Wake up dead.
Ooh.
Imperial step.
Ooh.
Wake up dead.
I like a can art on that
Dead
one.
Imperial. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
So real quick, that high wire one was a bourbon barrel aged barley wine,
Ooh.
and that's what I went to go get. They were out of
My.
again because probably everybody knows high wire, and everybody looked at Wiedemann and thought, "That's Wiedemann. I'm not getting that." And I was like, "Okay, I'll get those." And
Wow.
I should have got.
I don't
more.
feel like I don't feel like I gave you the proper ooh for the high wire. So
I know, right? There we go.
there you go.
That's better.
Look what I just was looking through. I got the timeline of mythology, timeline of mythology and religion. Came with my paperwork for my clergy
Was that a
stuff.
little too fast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It all started in India.
It was all a dream.
It probably was.
Word Up magazine.
Yeah, Todd got it.
Hey,
So
we all
here's the
know the
picture.
aliens did it.
Yes, I
Yes.
saw that too.
That's
Oh,
right
the
here.
hair.
The
The
hair
hair.
is up. The hair is up. We all know that the aliens did it.
They actually did, I think.
So here's their release this week, which I don't really know what it was, but they just have a bunch of random shit.
Nice.
So you never know what you can go get.
Kind of love it.
The stacks of whatever.
Mhm.
But you do find a lot of like 12% beers where you're like, who cares what the date? The date's
Yeah.
okay, even if it's 6 months to a year old.
I got to get back to these comments too.
Oh
Man,
yeah.
they're pouring in. It's funny that people respect Jesus, but every man are like Jesus and don't care. Life is a hypocrisy. Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy in the world for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just revisited Coors Banquet. Honestly, it's yeah. So I did that's another video. The Coors Banquet is getting some good views coming in on that one lately. So it's a decent beer. I mean, come on, we made Smoking the Bandit about him bootlegging Coors, so it had to be something to it, right? So
Can I just comment on Todd's stemless wine glass that he's pouring his beer into, because that makes me happy.
well, it's funny. Like I've talked about that on videos before. Like if you don't have some of the glassware around, like a wine glass is always good because of the way it tapers in for getting the aromas and stuff out of beers.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what this is, and it holds a 16-ounce beer too, so it's like 2 birds, 1 stone.
No,
It's
that made me
big enough.
super happy. I love that you did that.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta give a shout out too, real quick, to my buddy Dave, and you guys know Dave from Beer in Front. He
Mhm.
actually just passed his certified beer server exam under the
Nice.
Cicero program. So
Wow.
shout
That's
out
so
to him for
exciting.
actually completing that. And if you haven't checked him out, check out his podcast or his channel, Beer in Front. And I'm going to probably do mine here at some point. I've been thinking about doing it, but he's kind of inspired me to go in and get it done. So
I want to do it too.
yeah, just to have it out there. And, we can always learn stuff, right? So it's a great way to learn some stuff.
It's really hard to pass.
And I don't want to do it.
I'm James. I'm a recovering I'm an alcoholic. I'm a recovering. Although some Catholics are recovering alcoholics as well,
Yeah,
but I'm a
right.
recovering Catholic.
Hand in
Typical
hand.
line from a typical RCA meeting, right? Yeah. Oh man, I've been to Compton twice. Beerhound said. Rod, I'm 50% Belgium. Really? Well, I like that 50%.
Belgian?
Yeah. Are you getting any connections back to the motherland? Because I like the more Belgian beer. If I can get some, we can talk for sure.
No,
Let's
anything.
see here. I'm a duteous priest.
Dudist.
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 Dude, what's a dudist?
Yeah.
You're a dude, and you're
Yes, like
It's
the
like
dude
Judas
from
Priest.
I'm gonna Google.
what was the movie with Jeff Bridges?
Dude. With
I'm
the
the
dude.
I'm just a dude, man. Just a dude.
The bowling movie.
The bowling king, not
Yeah.
Kingpin.
Gosh dang
The
it.
Big Lebowski.
Yeah, Big Lebowski.
Big
Yeah.
Lebowski. Yeah, he's like, I'm just a dude, man.
You told me I was the dude. I reminded
Yeah.
you of the dude.
Yeah, you're definitely the dude. Yeah.
So
He was the
there's
dude, yeah.
a bar in Edinburgh, Scotland that is based on that movie, and all the cocktails are like named after the characters and stopped there. Super fun. Not so much for beer, but for cocktails, they were a fun little place. Highly recommended. I don't know if they're still open, but I hope they are because they were great.
Did
Oh,
you
I'm
get
behind
their
now.
nachos?
He got nachos everywhere. I mean, that man has eaten nachos in every damn
Oh, it
country he can
is.
get his hands
It is
on. It's
actually him.
ridiculous.
What?
Can I go get some nachos?
It's-
Like,
It's from the Big Lebowski.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
That's what it's from.
what is it? Let me see.
Dudism.
The dudism.
Oh, is it? Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. That's big. That's Jeff
Just
Bridges.
take it
yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
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 Just take it easy, mankind.
That
It's
is the
the
Big
slowest growing
Lebowski.
religion, it says, which would make sense because of the dude.
Yeah.
The respect shows prosperity. Man, what you just everybody should always be respectful. And that gets lost nowadays on a lot of stuff.
I know, right?
Yeah. people can always disagree, but be respectful.
Yes.
This just in, Shannon can cleanse people of their sins. Cheap, right? That should be an ad. That'll be an ad right there. Yeah. And guess what? You could buy her services in wine. Not even cash, just wine.
Just mail her $1 a day.
Oh, beer? You're not doing the box wine anymore?
No, I really.
Not really, no.
No, okay. All right. Well, beer.
That's why I gave away some of the bottles of wine to the guy that come. He was like, I take cash in some of your wine. I'm like, you can have all the wine you want. Just take it all. I don't care.
Just mail her $1 a day, and she will cleanse your sins. It's all good.
$1 a day. There you go. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not like a commercial when they put on TV, like just $1
Yes.
a day can help all
Just
these kids
30
eat.
cents
99
a day.
Yeah.
99 cents for each additional.
I'm like, where are you getting the meal at where $1 a day can feed them for the day? Like, I wouldn't know where that place is. Like,
yeah, right. Send it my way.
Right.
I can't get out of McDonald's with French fries for $1 a day.
You're right. Can't even buy their large Cokes for $1 anymore.
Right.
No.
Not really a cheese guy. No cheese. No cheese.
I'm not either. I
Come
do.
on.
You don't like cheese.
No
either.
Kraft. Foods.
Yay!
Finally, after all this point, you found one other person that likes Kraft.
I had one other person before because I did this before. I have two.
Kraft changed the format. Now it's not Kraft. It's Kraft. I said he's
Ah.
one Kraft.
Do you put ketchup in your?
Yeah, he is a monster, Simo.
What?
Because
Holland, he's on
Okay.
Manchester City. He's one of
Okay,
the
macaroni.
football players. Soccer
No, I was
player in
talking
the
about what
States.
Shannon said. She's talking about ketchup and some.
Ketchup in your
I
macaroni
was
and
like,
cheese.
I've never.
Oh,
heard
Listen.
heck no.
When I was in college, we came up with all kinds of gourmet ways to make macaroni. Ketchup was one of the foremost. Barbecue sauce was another. Some people would do tuna. I never did the
Not
tuna, but some
gourmet.
people did tuna. When you're a college student, you're trying to get through. You just
I
you know,
can see barbecue sauce, but not
Yeah.
ketchup.
What's the difference besides vinegar?
I love that you just said catsup.
Ketchup
Yeah,
and vinegar.
I meant to say ketchup. Did I say
Barbecue.
No,
catsup?
no, Todd said
The
catsup.
taste.
Oh, Todd said
The
catsup.
flavor of it's different. I said what?
It is.
Ketchup?
It is. You say catsup.
You said
she said.
catsup.
I thought I said ketchup.
No, you said catsup.
That
No,
accent
I
kicked
didn't mean
in.
to.
I wondered if you wanted my cats in here or something.
I didn't
That
really.
was an
I mean,
accident.
technically, I played football like 9th grade and senior year of high school. I wasn't really big into playing football back then. I just like, why go out there and get beat up on? You know, my freshman year, when I picked up this little 12-pound ball that was a shot put, and I threw it like 37 feet, they're like, okay, you're on the team because that's like pretty far that you just threw that ball. And I'm like, okay, I don't have to get hit by anybody. Okay, well, I'll just do track. And I led her through track. And I only went out senior year to play football because my friends wanted me to play with them for our last year. But I played freshman and senior year. I could have played all the time. I actually had gotten some partial offers and stuff when I came out of high school. But I'm like, football was just like not something I wanted to do back then. It just wasn't. When I got to college, I had more fun doing it and stuff. And I went out with one of my buddies for the WVU team when we were down at West Virginia. And they actually asked me to come back out. I just never lifted weights. I hated weights. They were like, we want to actually get you on the team, but we need you to lift weights to make sure you're strong enough. And I'm just like, I'm just here for my friend anyway. No big deal, you know. But they pretty much wanted me to come back out.
Rod, don't forget about the synchronized swimming you used to do.
Yeah,
You're right,
you
bro.
know.
too.
But that interfered.
And
That
the water
interfered.
polo, the water polo and with the horses, like you did the whole thing. It was
That
great.
inter-
The water
interfered-
polo with the horses.
You know what's funny? So when you
So
go
they
through,
all drowned and you had no more water with no more
you go,
water.
you go through college and you get to a point where you start to fill in credits, like when you're a senior, just to get everything all done. And it's just like, it's your
Underwater
senior year.
basket.
You don't want to go on stuff. So it's like, yeah, I took a class on badminton. I had a badminton class. And I would tell you, people think in the States, badminton is like this backyard activity. No, it is very competitive. You ever watch
It
them like
is.
out of Asia?
No,
We were like in that class and we were like, I wouldn't say swinging that cock around, but that doesn't sound right. But we were shooting that cock all over the place. And it was just because that's what it's called, right? When you're, and then we were all over it. I mean, it was crazy. We had a blast doing it.
one of my best friends went to college and he had a course. It was badminton, and he said the instructor was like, "If you can beat me, you don't have to come to class anymore the rest of the semester." And he said he played him one, it was 1-on-1. So he played him and he had him down like, I think he said it was like 13 or 14-0. And he said, I never scored a point the rest of the match because the guy just come back and just like actually was trying, the teacher was just trying then. So it was like beat him 21, whatever it was.
Yeah, I took badminton for a credit. I took volleyball. I took volleyball for a credit. I took bowling for a credit. I was gonna do flag football, but flag football was tough to get. It was like a lot of people were trying to do that.
The hell is West Virginia teaching everybody there? You just
It's just extra credits. You just need credits to do something. It's like learning to, but
So
actually,
Rob,
the bowling was actually kind of crazy because the bowling, you actually learn how to learn the different lanes of the bowling. So you know for the shots how to measure your shots out and stuff. So it was more than just grabbing beers and going bowling on a Saturday night. It was more involved than that. I wasn't, and you took a test on all that kind of stuff. Like,
So your story sounded very similar to mine. I picked up a 12-pound ball and knocked down all the pins and got on the team. But yes, I was on bowling team and was for all 4 years of high school. I still have my own ball and my own bowling shoes that I do use on occasion. My average has gone down considerably. I was over 200 on a game before, but I'm not there anymore. I'm closer to 130-ish. But I was a competitive bowler in high school.
Oh,
so.
That's awesome.
I grew up in the bowling alley and bowled a lot. My brother's really good and probably should have went to college to bowl, but never did. And one of my best friends actually was on the professional, bowled in the PBA, and I think he won 5, maybe 6 titles on the PBA.
Oh wow!
So
yeah. So the last league I bowled in, my average was 215, I think.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Which is actually for the way better than average for the most part. But
when I was a little girl, my dad would take me every other weekend. He bought me a bowling ball, bowling bag, bowling shoes. Take me every week, every time he got me, we'd go bowling. I was such a disappointment in him. He tried to teach me how to water ski. He tried to teach me how to play pool. He tried to teach me how to bowl.
2 left feet.
I literally, of all the games I've ever played, I probably broke 100 twice.
Oh wow!
Yeah, suck.
Well, you tried though. You tried. Yeah, I think the only bowling ball I ever bought was it was actually back in when I used to work for one of the companies. They had a bowling league, so I got my own bowling ball. I knew the bowling from taking it in college and stuff like that, everything. But it was a WWE, like a rock bowling ball. It was like the Brahma Bull was on there and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
so you get that strike if you smell what the rod is cooking. So.
Get the eyebrow.
Yeah. Nice, Shane. Thanks for hanging in. So yeah, if y'all don't have known to check out Shane's thing, he's doing the Chuggies tomorrow, not the Chubby Awards.
The Chuggy Awards.
Because you got to be careful on how that comes out.
And
so
Chu and I are some of the presenters. We presented one of the awards. Just put that out there.
It's a whole nother night and time for the Chubbies.
Yeah, that's a whole different channel right there. Yeah.
Yeah, Shannon, work on that. That's after hours. That's only after hours.
I'm here for the Chubby. I know it's the Chuggies. Oh, wrong channel. Wrong channel.
These are not good anymore. Just throw those away.
Simo says it's been a big outcry for referees to be mic'd up so they can talk to their decisions. Yeah, it won't happen though. I don't think it will. But yeah, watching it last night, it was just the ref. It was terrible, and they were confronting her on it, and she was just like, "Oh, like, dude, like, literally, this person just got pushed down the same way you just carded somebody else on." It was just like it was terrible. So, Todd, your beer looks yummy or yummo.
Is it barrel aged?
Pretty damn good. No, you had it the other night.
Kraft mac and cheese equals grilled garlic and onions, ground beef, mixed veggies, and rotel tomatoes.
That's the casserole.
Oh, heck yeah.
Can't really taste the 12%.
Oh, God, that smells boozy.
Sniffle.
He was mad because I said I wouldn't forgive him.
Yeah.
So
Well,
holy crap. Miller was my first hero. Yeah. Back in when I was a kid, it was just like, that's when kind of sipped on it. I still, it's a fondness now because obviously my grandparents aren't anymore, but just when I have a Miller High Life, it makes me think of them when I do that.
German chocolate cake.
I do blind beer battles on my channel. I got the MGD. See? Beer House getting MGD.
I know. I like MGD. I can't find it. It's driving me crazy.
Talk to Hounds. Work out a deal there.
I have to drive like 2 towns over to get it.
Corn Pop was a bad dude. LOL. Rod, do a pumpkin beer special.
Yes, Rod. Do a pumpkin beer special.
So here's the thing on the pumpkin beers.
Do like 6 of them.
Yeah, I'm not Joe. I'm not the beer patrol. I love to do a pumpkin beer week. But I would do a pumpkin beer special if other people want to come on to the channel and do pumpkin beers with me. Because I'm not going to do a bunch of pumpkin beers, but if other people want to come on and do something, I will set something up and we can do a pumpkin beer special and everybody can
We
bring
can
their
do
favorite
that.
Yeah,
pumpkin
and
Rod?
beers.
honestly, like don't
Concept.
tell somebody and say it's a pumpkin beer when it's not actually a pumpkin beer.
Okay, I'm good
They're
with
not my
pumpkin
favorite,
beers,
but I'll do them.
but Rod, you don't
Oh, liquor.
understand. Pumpkin beers are Chew's favorite.
But you going to come on camera?
Mm-mm.
We can get him a green screen mask and he can have a whole cut so he can drink.
Oh no! See,
We'll have
no.
his mustache sticking out so you can
We
see the
can
curls.
we can get you a Rey Mysterio mask or something.
There
There you go.
But-
Yes.
If you were hosting a pumpkin beer challenge and you had a mask of some sort to do, he would definitely be involved.
If people want to do a pumpkin beer special, I will set up a pumpkin beer special for us to be able to do that. And we can have the pumpkin beers on. So people that are interested in it, feel free to let me know. You can send me an email at my email thing is rodjbeerguy@gmail.com. If it's on my about page or whatever, or you can post one of the things here. Or if you're already in touch with me on Facebook or Instagram, let me know. But if people are interested in doing a pumpkin, I will set up a pumpkin special and we will do something along those lines.
Her brother's.
I'm not.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said I'm not against doing like that. I just don't drink. I'm not a huge pumpkin beer fan. I do have some that I'll drink. Like I
Yeah,
like the
don't feel like
Dogfish
that.
Head. I like Dogfish Head. I like Avery's. I like Warlock, and I like Pumpkin from Southern Tier. So I will have some pumpkin beers, but it would be good to have other people share the pumpkin beers they really enjoy.
Lakefront Brewing is barrel.
So
aged.
her brother sent me a
I love
picture
Lakefront.
yesterday. It was like a 12-pack of pumpkins that he bought. I was like, are they out already? Seriously? Like, I knew they were coming close, but I was like, it's not even out of July yet. But
Yeah.
it was the barrel-aged pumpkin imperial ale from Lakefront Brewery.
And it's out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just
Well,
bought
we were
it.
talking earlier. We were expecting to come out by this weekend, and that's why it was great that Oktoberfest beers were out already.
So I had Lakefront's pumpkin last year, but I haven't had a barrel-aged pumpkin from them. I did have a barrel-aged pumpkin from Four Hands in St. Louis that was excellent. But
Anything
I haven't
four
tried
hands, I think,
theirs.
is excellent.
Huh?
Anything four hands, I think, is
Oh,
excellent.
heck yeah. They're a phenomenal space. And actually, the upstairs has like skee ball. They have actual skee ball in their brewery. Super fun.
I've only had like one thing from them, I think, but it was really good.
Now, the other thing I would do, and Mal, you'll like this, if people, because we'll be there before we be to the pumpkin season, really. If we want to do like an Oktoberfest
Yes?
special,
Sorry.
then I'll be open. I need to be
I
signed
got
up.
too excited.
We can do an Oktoberfest beers because Oktoberfest beers are out now. So we can set up something
Oh, yeah.
that when I come back from Cincinnati in a couple of weeks, we do like an Oktoberfest type beer special highlighting Oktoberfest beers. That way people have time to try to pick up stuff. And if people want to come on and share Oktoberfest beers, we can set something up for that.
Do we want to do like a particular ones where we all have the same ones, or just anything you can get?
Just anything you can get. I like you
Whoa.
can get
Oh,
and what you think of it.
This
okay.
computer farted.
Hey, Frozen Rod.
Oh, but it's such a good picture. Somebody should take a
I know.
screenshot.
Cheese. It's
Well,
all-
see, Todd
it's all like
Todd
cheese.
Todd was frozen on mine.
Oh, you're frozen on mine.
So, yeah, so people are freezing out here. It must be the heat.
But I was just
Am
wondering.
I
'cause
frozen
didn't know,
still?
No.
Anybody
Yeah.
that doesn't come on can get the same beers and try the same ones we had, or you just go whatever. But I'm fine either way. I didn't care. That's the only reason why I asked.
Yeah. I think if everybody gets whatever they can get, it's fine, and then people can share the different type of stuff they feel that they like, or what they got, or what they think of it.
I think I'm starting to
I like a liter Stein Chug and Try. I'd probably end up down my shirt. Yeah, I'll put a thing out. Here's what I'll try to do because I got to find my liter mug. But I would try to over the next week put up the liter challenge. I got to remember to make a note of it. Put up the liter challenge and then invite people to actually participate and actually do that. So Simo, I got to remember to write down and shoot you a thing when I actually.
What do you
it.
mean by
We can take it up.
participate? Like be on screen?
They go on their channel and they do the leader challenge in response. And then when they do it, they'll invite like 3 other people to do it.
Oh, so like a chain reaction.
Yeah.
Like a chain reaction. So like Simo wants to do it. So I'm going to put up a thing and I'll invite Simo to be one of the people and probably Mal to be one of the people and then someone else to do it. And then they can share it with other people to challenge them to actually do it, a leader challenge as we head into the Oktoberfest season.
Great idea.
So
Love it.
if I get challenged, even though I have a channel, but I do kind of not really. I
If-
got followers.
If you get challenged, you got to do it on my show because that's when you're on
Still
YouTube.
not readable.
Yeah.
There we go.
So we'll have to have a Todd Corner to do the leader challenge, which would be a great segment. It'd be a great segment.
I don't have the boot. I gotta get a boot.
No, I'm just gonna do a mug. I think I'm gonna do a mug.
What the hell?
So,
There you go.
Oh, you are?
but if you want to get fancy and do a boot,
Sounds disgusting.
No.
no, I've done a Dodge boot
An
challenge
actual boot.
before.
a glass boot.
There
It
you
looks
go.
like a-
But see, if I do the boot, then everybody has to get a boot. It's easier for people to get a mug because, like, what'll end up happening, they'll end up coming out with liter cans of beer with liter mugs that people can pick up, usually for Oktoberfest.
You're
A little
right.
easier than trying to find a boot. I mean, you can get a boot,
yeah.
but, you know.
So I just opened Ravinia Brewing Company. It's called Course Correction, and it is a coffee Belgian blonde, and it is 5.5% ABV, and it's beautiful.
I like the can art.
You can tell them your story from last weekend.
Oh yeah, I think I went too far in a practical joke.
I was telling them when as you walked in, I was like, she'll probably tell you if she jumps on.
So we were at the casino boat and we saw somebody we knew, and he was telling us he was there with his designated driver. He said he's just drinking Blue Moons, but he'll be okay. But by the way, he's on probation, and I was like, okay.
Which
And
is
then-
a friend of mine too, but she didn't know.
I'd
She
never
didn't know,
met
and
him.
she'd never met him.
So I'm like, oh my God, I have such a funny idea. And so I told him, I was like, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to act like I'm his new parole officer and he's breaking the law.
So he was sitting there playing Texas Hold'em, which is in a room by itself, sort of. So she had to get permission to go into the room. So
Yeah. So I went up and I was like, hey, I'm allowed to go back there? And he was like, yeah, you can't linger. I said, can I have like 2 minutes? He's like, yeah, you can have 2 minutes. So I walked back there and I tapped the guy on the shoulder and I go, hey, is your name such and such? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, I'm your new parole officer and you're not supposed to be here. And he goes, well, I'm not drinking. I'm like, well, you're not supposed to be gambling either. And he was like, he just like stopped. And I mean, he was like, and then I was like, turned around, then him and my,
yeah, so his back was turned to us. And me and my other buddy he was there with, we were sitting out there, we were just cracking up, and the dealer was looking at us, and she started laughing. But the whole table, in the meantime, they all just stopped playing and was looking like, holy shit, what is going on? It was the funniest thing ever. And
So terrible.
so then he finally figured out it was a joke. He turned around and just flipped us off big time. He gathers all his chips and he got up and left. He's like, I'm done. It was so
Oh, you get a guy anxiety.
yeah.
Oh, man.
he was like,
That's rough.
no, I said, you're not supposed to be good. Oh yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, he was supposed to be drinking.
Or
He
I
was like,
said,
no, you ain't supposed to be gambling.
gambling either. He's
Yeah.
like, well, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Would have been a good YouTube prank.
Yeah.
But it wasn't too bad because right after that, I went to the bar and he bought a shot. So I was like, all right,
Yeah.
so it's all good. and then we hung out with him the rest of the night.
Yeah,
so
I
it was
teeter
okay.
the line. My jokes teeter the line of going too far sometimes.
No,
Yeah,
no.
right. That's a first believe, right?
I can't believe you believed I was a parole officer.
Shout out to Blue in the House, another great channel.
Great.
Check out Blue Ice.
The blue.
Love you, Blue.
Sinead O'Connor was crafty. That'll make Mal feel better.
No.
I'll take it. Cheers, Shane. I'll be there. Look at that. Good come to Shane up to Ontario. Doesn't feel like I could have just had 30 minutes with people I could say that. Sometimes people don't have a real other person to talk to and help me. Well, that's one of the reasons I think you see like
Yeah.
on Facebook, people sharing the whole phone number thing if you're feeling down or like you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't have someone to turn to, and you can make a difference talking to
Absolutely.
people sometimes.
100%.
Sometimes you make a difference. You don't even know you made a difference. And it's like
Yeah.
years come back, like people say some stuff to you. And you're like, what? Like, oh, yeah, well, we talked, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like going through and you really I've had people say that about some of the stuff before, like I've done on YouTube or things like that. Like it helped them get through stuff. Like, really? Like I never really think of that. So never underestimate how far you may be actually touching something.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Going back to the
what
whole
I'm always.
going back to the Catholic
Never
thing there.
I'm nice about somebody, I say it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, they might look at me like I'm an idiot or not, but I'm like, I'd rather them look at me like an idiot than,
Open the rope.
Not at all.
yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, they need to reel the Pope back in. Hey, don't be over there with the common folk. You're too close to the common people right now. Francis, get over here. Yeah, don't call me Francis. I'm psycho.
Yeah.
Gotta head to Alex Live. Cheers, Bumpy. Love that you stopped in. Yeah, Bumpy's over to Alex, where Alex the Beer Master is doing some stuff he does at night. Rad looking yummy, looking beer. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. You have a couple Highwire reviews on my profile. There you go. Highwire does some good beers. I mean, yeah, so he's getting out in Cali, but they're not coming as east as much. So
Rod, so besides Highwire, if there's other things you want,
Wayne.
shoot me the message so I can start grabbing some, then we can do a swap at some point.
Okay.
So I definitely do want some other half. Now that you can get it, you don't care about it, but I can't get it here. So
What, like the other half type stuff?
yeah, well,
Yeah.
just some of your other local stuff. But if you want some stuff here that you can't get, like Highwire or whatever, and
Yeah. Okay.
maybe some Cincinnati stuff that you used to get that you like that you can't
Well,
get.
I don't get against the grain stuff anymore, like either. So, you know, I saw that Sam and him had some new beers they were doing. Happy hour. It is Wayne. Wayne's another great channel. Wayne's Beer Delivery. Make sure to check Wayne out there. And stay safe down there because Wayne's got some of the heat coming through his area as well right now.
It was humid here today.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the Big Lebowski Walter. Well, John Goodman's character Walter was awesome in the Big Lebowski. Shut the fuck up, Donnie.
Yeah.
That's all I remember about his character. Like he thought he said something like, shut the fuck up, Donnie. And he goes back talking to Jim. Oh, there was a band that had a song called "Don't Call Me Dude." Oh well. Yeah, I've seen it a good amount of times as well. Although they were going to make a sequel or a spin-off on the John Turturro character, but they never got around to it. Well, I wish they would have, because I thought he was hilarious in the movie as well.
Yeah, I wonder why they never did.
Careful, man. There's a beverage here. Is one of the duties commandments. Yeah. Correct. The Brewery X, the Very Hoppy Caterpillar IPA. Nice. I've had one of their beers that I've done a review on. It was pretty solid. Rice and beans equal $1.
Yep.
Cheap meal, cheap date.
I need.
Oh shit! We got Swami in the house. What's going on? Back from the dead. Cheers, buddy.
I just need to disappear for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Like a hot dog in your top ramen, Ella. I don't know about hot dog one in top ramen, but some people may like the hot dog in there. People do all kinds of stuff in their ramen.
They do.
What happened to your sleeves? Yeah, it's hot, brother. It's hot in the States.
Did you sell beer? Times are tough.
Oh man. Synchronized swimming, right? Oh, I'm behind my friend right now because your comment was at 10:17. What are we at 10:30? Actually, I'm not too far behind. I mean,
It's 20
not
minutes.
terrible, yeah.
20 minutes, yeah. Better than it was before. I remember that story is so hilarious. Person turquoise waving. I can bowl a solid 90. There you go. Ottawa Center signed Vladimir Tarasenko. Stanley Cup, here we come. So the Golden Knights are the ones that are actually kind of crushing it out there, right? Did the Knights win last season, I think, for NHL Stanley Cup?
Is that Vegas?
They're like Vegas, like 6 years in the
Yeah.
league, and they won a cup already.
If they didn't win last year, they won it like the year before.
I know they were in the finals, but I think they ended up winning the final as well.
Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, but I was
Yeah.
remember if it was last year or the year before. But yeah.
Because then everybody gave them hell, like, you can't have a new team get the picks they got or whatever. Like, but they were getting all cast-offs from other teams. And they all came,
You're
it
right.
was like the Bad News Bears came together, you know?
Yeah. Oh, you don't want them? Yeah, we'll take them. Okay.
Yeah. rather pumpkin over a sour any day. Well, see, 2 Wheels, he's down. Swami's down with the sour. I'll do a pumpkin beer special with you in a onesie even. In a onesie.
And a onesie, nice.
Oh, that
There you
sounds
go.
fun.
Is it a pumpkin onesie?
I think Bill has the bunny one as a onesie as well. I think he
But
did one of
I
those
don't
for
think it's
Easter.
really a onesie if it has pants to it.
It's all one thing. No, it's all one outfit. He has the whole thing all attached.
I know, but I'm like, it would be really fun if it was a onesie like a baby wore.
Oh,
Oh,
where your legs are
Yeah,
out.
that
I
would-
think.
that would
Okay.
be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mouse. I think people are down for this pumpkin type beer event, so I'll have to set it up. Or maybe Christmas beer special, another one we can do a Christmas beer. Although Great Lakes just released, I think, a Christmas beer for their Christmas in July. They have Christmas beer out there right
Am
now.
I going to be up there by the Great Lakes Brewery?
Cleveland?
That's
No, I'm going to Michigan on a girls' trip.
Oh, well, I mean, they distribute it in Michigan, so you may see it there when you're up there.
Look at Great Lakes here.
Was it? I do know about Shipyard Smash Pumpkin. I know some people do like the Shipyard. I don't get the Shipyard as much. I think I did a review on one of the Shipyard beers in the past, but
That was
for me, the top pumpkin ones I've had were Dogfish Head,
that's a good one.
the Pumpkin, and I prefer Warlock the Pumpkin from Southern Tier because I'm more of a stout type
I
person.
agree.
And then the rum KYN from Avery are always pretty solid.
At about 24.
Or I guess it's the pump. They have the pump KYN, but they have a rum one, I think, too. But the pump, yeah.
What is
Yeah.
that, like 18% or something?
Yeah, it's like 17 point something. And it's like, well, now they're going on. I've seen some on sale now, but it's usually like 15 a bottle for the 16 ounce or 12 ounce. But now it's like down to 12 or 13, I think. So, but yeah, like Dave Chappelle said, it'll get you drunk. So, yeah. Your Smash Focus, so Rock Galaxy, an Oktoberfest, I'm down with it. Yeah, so I can set up an Oktoberfest one special as well. 3 hours. Yeah, that's what happens when you got a good show going. It takes a while to go to the comments. You know, you got a lot of interaction. So
3 hours.
that's what it takes. Mouse prepared for a 12-hour broadcast, hurricane cover style,
You got it.
with a fine glass, by the way.
With a fine glass. Look at that.
I need to do it.
You're on.
I gotta do a new trivia. I gotta do a new trivia episode as well at some point.
Ooh, that'd be fun. I don't get to play though because I won.
John Force
right,
Dark
so-
Racer.
Yeah. No, you played. You won that off playing. You and Emerson are the two champs of the two that I've done thus far. Miller Lite, like John Force, LOL.
John Force.
Boot, what? I don't know. Yeah, so there's a boot that you could do for a leader as well. So you could do. I think I've done the Dawes boot challenge on the channel before, where you have the boot, and if you've ever watched Beer Fest, yeah, the air bubble is true in the boot. Like you
Yes,
thought it was in
gotta
the
turn
movie,
it.
but yeah, you definitely got to turn it as well.
I have a half
What was-
liter boot. I don't have a full liter boot.
What was the movie where they had to chug?
I think mine might be a half liter. I think you're right. I think mine might be
Yeah,
a
Beer
half
Fest.
liter. Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, I don't have the full liter one.
But I have a full liter in the mug. Yeah. And fall asleep? What do you mean fall asleep?
No, there was a moment when
Son.
you froze and your eyes were
Yeah.
closed and you were like this and you were.
Oh,
frozen.
yeah, yeah.
Really funny.
It was a good snapshot. It looked like he was smiling.
Could've been
It
a
was
good
all.
thumbnail.
That was the Bill Cosby moment when I was getting the pudding pops.
God.
Bill, it's not going to get old, Shannon. I'm just telling you, it's going to always be out there.
I mean, if Rod J. Beer Special's still hanging around,
It's low hanging fruit, Whenever in doubt, go for the Bill Cosby joke.
and if
Oh.
what do you all
Don't
always
joke
say?
about low hanging fruit with Bill
Not man
Cosby.
or boy. You always
or Kevin Spacey.
you all always say
Oh,
you
Was
all-
Kevin Spacey was just found
Well,
not guilty.
like you and Joe and Eric and Rod used to always it was man or boy or I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, you're
Son.
talking about when
Son,
we were
son,
She's talking
son.
to
Yeah,
son.
son, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Gil-
what-
Gilbert says that too sometimes.
Yeah.
Son.
Gilbert always was, yeah.
But with Joe, he said it all the time. Son.
But that goes back to like Dave Chappelle doing a skit and everything when he
Yeah.
was doing back in
you all remember
Good day.
so
Coffee Belgian Blonde. Sounds yummo indeed. Okay, I wrong. Yeah, I'm still awake. I'm good. Hey, Blue. Oh my God, Todd, your wife is so.
Oh, the joke. Yeah, that took it almost too far.
That was hilarious. Though. That was funny.
Good thing he was a good sport.
Todd's wife can pass his account. Yeah.
Stay back there as long as you were back
Stay
there.
back there.
No, a bit longer than I would imagine.
Well, I appreciate it. I try to teach. I don't know about the whole Baby Yoda because I've never been compared to a baby in a long
I love
time.
Baby
But I mean, I try to teach and pass along.
Well, your ears aren't nearly as big,
No.
so you're doing good.
It's not
Talking
actually.
helps you get through bad beer. Seriously, it's nice to chat. Oh, definitely. And Shark, if you haven't checked out Shark's channel, check him out. Shark's always got good stuff, and he pulls up the streams and he does some good things there as well. And he does the home brewing stuff. So if you want to learn about home brewing, it's a great channel. Sooning Yingling and the Slits, I'm down for trading. You can't get Yingling out there still. Slits is a little harder, but Yingling, they're like in so many states now.
It's still around.
Oh yeah, get
Oh,
some of the good East Coast beers. Pee time. Yep, you gotta pee. You gotta pee at times.
he's probably
We used to lick our ramen and sprinkle
Might go
the
back for the
salt
second
and
time.
chomp. I don't know how you lick the ramen, but
No. You sprinkle the stuff on the hard noodles and don't cook the noodles in that.
no.
I know
Yeah, I
people who eat the noodles without cooking them. It's
I've
a little
never had
frightening
potatoes.
that it exists.
I don't know that technique at all. I'm just
I never
yeah.
do it either.
I don't personally recommend. I've tried
Yeah.
it once and I was not pleased. So
That's like the whole beer tanning thing. Like I have nothing to comment on that one. Like I don't know. Like which there are videos out there now. If you haven't seen the beer tanning thing where they tell people don't do it, like they showed one of the videos and the guy poured beer all over himself after he took a dip in the ocean and then lays out to get tanned. Yeah, there's a fad about tanning. I don't think you were here for
beer
that one.
tanning,
Tanning.
yeah.
Pouring beer on instead of like
People
suntan.
pour beer themselves rather than tanning.
Why would you? I mean, they sell lotion for that.
No,
I mean, we're
you
talking
know,
about a generation that ate Tide
Tide
Pod.
Pod, gotcha.
Yeah, so
It would be
Yeah.
all sticky and all the bugs would come. Like bees are attracted to beer. I'm sorry, this is a poor plan on every level.
Glad somebody's figuring it out for us, though. So
we have failed as a society for the younger generations. So
I
yeah.
mean, they have the internet too, and they still do this dumb shit.
Yeah, they're like, oh, the TikTok challenge. Why are we doing
The
a
World
TikTok
Wide
challenge
Webs.
isn't a good thing. I have a fantasy of you and you're okay. I'm a little nervous about that, Beer Hound. I'm just saying.
Like 30%.
I'll be
He's
more
saying-
nervous. I'll be more nervous if it's deja vu. But go ahead.
He's referencing your pumpkin things. He wants to watch you drink pumpkin beer.
Oh crap! I'm gonna put on a diaper and hang on. Hey Peggy, cheers, my friend. Great to see you. Peggy getting in late tonight. She must have had a date or something.
Ash. My brother bowls on Thursdays and his daughter, so she was probably there
Yeah.
watching. She usually goes there and watches them bowl.
John Force Eagles, nitromethane, quickest car in the galaxy.
Gotcha.
Drive.
Oh, well, I mean, that makes sense.
With the job court, we got $5 for one ramen, and we loved it so much we couldn't wait. So lick, sprinkle, chomp.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not a technique I'm used to there.
It is a thing that
Oh.
happens, though.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah. No
You
judgment.
know, a long time ago in a far, far galaxy away, I was
You have
actually
very large green ears.
I was
Oh,
actually doing beer. Oh, no, I was actually doing beer news, but we've kind of gotten away from it. So the good thing is these are Mal's beer news now. So I'll let Mal talk about them.
So the CEO of Coca-Cola put out an announcement that they're creating alcoholic beverages. They had I know they've done a couple already, but there's like a Jack Daniel's Coke, and there's they're doing a whole bunch of new ones coming up soon, trying to break into the whole alcoholic beverage phenomenon, I guess. They're not doing craft beer necessarily. A lot of them are like mixes with the sodas, so it's more cocktail style. But it looks kind of interesting. I am curious to see how it goes.
Well, the Jack and Coke one makes perfect sense because that's been
yeah.
drunk by so many times. But yeah, it'll be interesting. But
I feel like that one was kind of a gimme, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Jack and Coke has been a thing for so long. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, that makes total sense, right?
yeah, I think once we saw the hard Mountain Dew, we kind of knew that beverage companies will probably start getting involved more in these alcoholic type things.
Yeah.
Shark says, "Thanks Coca-Cola for the hard Coke Zero." My fancy is you and Beer Man chill because you're both my brothers and happen to be one of two. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I would love to hang out with Beer Man. Beer Man's awesome. You
Oh,
always check
Beer
out
Man's
Beer Man.
amazing. I
Yeah,
know he was
yeah.
trying to come to Chicago this year. Like it fell through at the last minute, but he really wanted to come. So
Yeah, if I get out to Oregon, he is definitely on my list to see for sure.
oh yeah.
And then we also had, because we can't go a week without talking about Anheuser-Busch and the debacle that's taken place there. But Mal brought this up. I was going to actually see about this too, but she brought it up, which is fine.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, I mean they're cutting some of their workforce. I mean honestly, it's only 2%. It's 380 employees, but that's still 380 employees that lost their jobs because Anheuser-Busch obviously doesn't know what the hell they're doing half the time. So
Yeah.
that's kind of sad. I hate seeing people lose jobs, especially in the beer industry. But oof, yeah.
yeah, it's like 380 people went into work yesterday and found out they weren't coming back. So
And it might be a blessing for many of them.
it
Yeah.
might be. It might be.
A lot of
And
people stay in jobs they hate.
it's kind of crazy, the whole thing. And I have another part to the story that I'll share here in a bit. But the whole running of everything there, and it's just like, who would thought one beer can would have done all this kind of massive type
right?
thing and brought down a company? Like it was one beer can that just did all of this. And
That was never even
And it wasn't even
distributed
for
anyway.
sale. It was just given to
it
someone.
was just given. It was
Right.
just given. It wasn't even for sale. Yeah.
And
Ugh.
I kind of think it was that probably wasn't a very good idea because of their demographic that buys their beer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think they've done that a lot of times with other people, and it didn't matter. And it was just
Yeah.
this one happened to catch enough attention that it blew up.
Yeah.
I think they've been doing this with Instagram and like different people for a while,
Yeah.
and no one's ever paid attention until it happens to be someone who's trans, and it's like,
Well,
come on.
We've showed all the different companies that have done that in the past. When
Yeah.
I know.
Like there was never a problem then, so now all of a sudden.
But they didn't have a
it's
spokesperson.
No, I know. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's because of how they went about it. And why.
So maybe this was like that breaking point for a good majority of people, I guess. But it was just interesting how it was
Good
one
old
can,
whiskey.
not for sale, and then Daylight 2030 Coke on now. We're putting Coke back into Coke. Well,
Nice. 2033, it might be legal. Who knows?
yeah. So I mean, I may jump on one of Beer Man stuff. He always has stuff. He always welcomes if I want to jump in. I just usually, because he's West Coast and I'm East Coast, I'm usually getting some other stuff done when he's actually going live. So it's just a timing type thing, but I could actually do that.
We'll
Put
figure it out.
Rod J on the can. It could happen. It could happen.
It
Who
could
knows? It could happen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sales will go through the roof.
Yeah. It's gonna be some ABV in that son of a bitch, so I tell you that.
Mhm.
So,
Or
yeah.
can you only buy it at a discount?
oh well, yeah. I'll be getting sold in Trader Joe's bargain rack. And then we had as major brands waiver, Gaylord aims for authenticity. So I didn't mean to go back to back with the Bud Light into this thing, but it kind of just matched up that way.
So there is a company, and they are selling what is called Gay Water, and it is rainbow cans. It's the cans are super pretty, seriously. But the guy who started it, he was saying that when he was younger, he heard the term gay in a negative context, and he wants to destigmatize the word and create representation in spaces that traditionally don't have LGBTQ-owned products. So Gay Water is actually, it's like a vodka tonic, I guess. But
yeah, it's vodka seltzer or something, I think. Yeah.
vodka seltzer, like kind of thing. But honestly, if that's Gay Water, then yes, sign me up. But
well,
that's just kind of fun that he's just kind of saying, no, I want it to be a positive thing rather than a negative thing. So they're planning on a whole line of different canned cocktails that are like gay this, gay that, just to give a positive spin on the word, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see what they come up with.
It's been pretty well received, and that's the difference you have between the craft beer community and the macro community, I think, too. So in the craft beer community, it's definitely a little bit more of a for a lot of people, the inclusion type factor, right? So you have more people that are kind of more accepting than what you might have on the mainstream. So
Yeah.
I know we'll see what happens with it. So it's kind of interesting, but they're like, hey, let's just go ahead and get out there and see what people think, and they're doing it. So and we had New Glarus, new seasonal New Glarus Pilsner was New Glarus. Like, we're only going to distribute here, and you got to come see us if you want this. So
Yes. So New Glarus is well known in Wisconsin for doing their cream ale. Their cream ale is astoundingly good.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna have the beer palooza or whatever in Milwaukee next year, you could do New Glarus.
I know, right? Well, next year's Canada for I'm like
Or in 2 years.
90% sure now that it's Canada. But if we did Milwaukee, I would definitely have a good or Madison. We could do Madison too. I'm open to that. Just because we're so close, we can make that work. But yeah, New Glarus is well known for their spotted cow, their cream ale. Well, they're trying to get away from calling it a cream ale now, apparently. I don't know why, but it's really well received. Everyone who's had it really enjoyed it. Now they're coming out with a Pilsner, and I know this was like a little bit ago. It was like April or something that they announced it, but I'm still kind of excited that they're doing a Pilsner. So kind of fun.
knowing New Glarus brewing history, it should be something solid that they put together.
Oh yeah, for sure. I haven't gotten to try it yet. I really want to try it.
Yeah.
So that is something on my list to give it a try to, and maybe put up a review on. Because
nice. Well, shout out to Craig. Craig is in the house, and Shannon probably will perk up now.
Craig.
Cheers. He's sober.
It's a little bit longer now.
Yes.
What is it? A work
I don't
night,
know how I
Craig?
feel about this now. Our viewers aren't supposed to be.
Dateline 2028 Craft Brew Association announces new RJPA beer style. That could happen.
We need to create a new hop. We need to
Yes.
create a new hop and call it RJ.
The RJ hop. I don't know if people can handle it, Shannon. I'm just saying. I don't know if they can
You'd be
handle it.
surprised, Rod.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot of funk in there.
Be all up in their throat. I'm just saying.
Oh God, you took it a little far.
Did I go too far? Just a little too far.
Just over the line, maybe.
Just a little. Here was the line, and you went over here.
But
You
just a little far.
And if Shannon's saying it's over the line, then you know it's over the line.
You feel that tingling? That's the RJ hop. Just hit you right there. Hit you right there.
Comes with a pack of cigarettes. Just,
So a good thing up in Rhode Island for people up in the Northeast, Rhode Island is actually bringing back its Pint for Pint donation campaign. And maybe other states will have stuff like this as well, but they're encouraging Rhode Islanders to roll up their sleeves in exchange for free beer. So various breweries are holding events that if you give a pint of blood, you get a free pint of beer too. So
You need to replace the sugars, right? Instead of getting a little thing of cookies, you get the beer instead. If Chu and I open a brewery, I'm going to do this. I'm going to find some way to work on that. We want to do a lot of charity work anyway, so that's going to be beautiful. I want
They
this.
can't drink the beer though after they give blood.
Well, yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
They can't drink the beer after they give blood.
Why
Sure
can't
they
they?
can. It's full of
Why
sugar.
can't they?
Well, you all have never given blood and then I'm passed out. So then you drink alcohol on top of it. That it's
No.
not
You do a low ABV milkshake IPA, high sugar, low ABV. They'll be fine.
All right, gotcha.
There's Uber. There's Uber.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
what's the
EMS.
problem?
High sugar, low ABV. I can do this.
They're on standby.
It sounds like a challenge to me, Shannon. So
I have passed out twice. giving
John.
blood, so.
challenge.
How about I do a beer mosa, something with orange juice and a little bit of beer? I could do a beer mosa. I will figure it out.
Or you could give
I
them
will
a
make-
coupon to come back the next day for a free beer.
Yeah.
And then
Fair
they'd
enough.
come back for the beer and then they'd want more.
Buy
They
more.
wouldn't be
There you
weak
go.
when they
There
drank the beer.
you go.
Went to
And-
Madison. A lot of road. Well, could have picked up some deals off the road there. Put them in the cooler. Some states you can pick up roadkill and take them home, put them in the freezer. So
Yeah, you can.
I mean, sooner or later, those animals will learn. Like, don't get in the road. Like it's funny. We were driving last week to DC and going down like a little possum almost got jumped out in the car in front of us, but he stopped before we were on the highway. And I'm like, I ain't the one. I'm not going to swerve. I mean, that's your life. If you jump out here, you're getting run over. but the possum didn't. The possum realized it and didn't
He
make
felt
the
your
move.
energy.
He
There
felt
might be
the
a four
energy.
cars next to
He
you.
felt.
You
He
can't.
felt. He felt.
Like,
the
why
energy.
am I going to swerve and risk overturning my SUV because your ass got out in the road? Nope. I'm going to just keep on
Sorry about
rolling.
your buck. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about
Okay,
your
what
luck.
if there was like a special needs kid that wandered out into the road? They just, it's
You
like
talking about a possum to a
possum
kid?
can't think that like that. I mean, have a heart, Rod.
There's more problems if that kid's on the highway with nobody around him.
Right.
Yeah, there is, but there's a problem that the.
I mean, does the kid have a helmet on? If the kid has a helmet on, might be able to take the hit.
So
Better.
speaking of
Take
that,
his head
Todd,
off, take his head
Todd,
off.
you shouldn't have laughed, Todd. You shouldn't have laughed.
so speaking of that, I was leaving
It was
a
funny. I couldn't help it.
I'm listening, Mal.
I was leaving a pub. I had been there for 3 hours. I'd had a total of 3 Heinekens while I was there. I went across the street to where my car was parked, and as I was crossing the street, I looked back at my friends. The gentleman driving his Jeep decided because I was looking back that he would swerve in the direction I was walking, and I was hit by a drunk driver while crossing the street.
Oh, this was
no.
when
Yeah.
you were in.
In the Caribbean, yes.
Yes. Yes,
So
I
I
remember.
bounced- I
Sorry.
landed on the hood, and he slammed the brakes because he was drunk too, like super drunk. He slammed on the brakes. I flew off of the hood feet first, bounced across the pavement a couple times.
Ooh.
He was too drunk to get out of the car to check on me, but there were other people outside the bar who came to check on me, a couple of Coast Guard people and things. So they were seeing if I could still feel my legs, all the stuff. They tried to call me an ambulance, but the ambulance driver was in bed, so it took him a second to get there. The cop did show up before he did, and the cop had nothing to do, so he drew a chalk outline of me while I was laying on the pavement, while the Coast Guard people were trying to check if I still had feeling of my legs.
Just in case.
So yes, he drew a chalk outline of me,
Like, dude, I'm not dead.
and then he was still waiting, so he drew a chalk outline of the car, including the open door, where the guy couldn't get out of the car. So he drew the chalk outline of the car.
It was
And
bored.
he's still waiting. So the ambulance driver finally gets there. They put me in the ambulance. They take me to the clinic. And the clinic looks at me and they said, yeah, we don't have the equipment to help you, but we can medicate you. So they shot me full of drugs.
What's that?
So they then took me down to the docks. They put me on a speedboat on a gurney, all, tied down, trussed down. And they drove this speedboat across to another island that had a better hospital. When we got there, the one ambulance on that island was busy with a car crash on the other end of the island, so it was going to be a half hour before they could get to us. And it started to rain, so they held up a tarp over me because it was raining on me. And the ambulance showed up. They got me in the ambulance. They drove me up and down the mountains over to and on bumpy ass island roads. They got me to the hospital. I was in the hospital for in the emergency room for 16 hours, and I kept telling them that there was sand in my arm. And they didn't believe me. They assumed at the clinic they cleaned up my wounds. They did not clean up my wounds. They shot me full of drugs and sent me to the next island. So 16 hours later, they finally look and they see sand in my wounds. And they decided to clean it with a cotton ball and a bottle of iodine, which scared me a little. I mean, honestly, it's a workable thing, but it's kind of freaky.
Yeah, they probably had to work with what they had, They're like,
Yeah.
"Let's
So
talk."
they did that. I spent 4 days at the emergency room, and they said, okay, you're cleared to go. And I'm like, go where? Because I didn't know what was going on anymore.
Yeah, where am I at?
They gave me one of their wheelchairs and said they'll take you down to the docks so you can go back to your island. And I'm sitting outside the hospital in my wheelchair just looking around like, how the hell am I supposed to get to the docks? A kind gentleman came up, asked where I needed to go, and he drove me down to the docks, and the dock workers helped me up onto the boat. They had to hold me in place on the boat ride over. I got back to my island, and they dropped me off at that dock. They said, have fun. And my house was a good, I'd say 3/4 of a mile uphill from there.
Where's Chew?
No, this was before I ever met you.
I would
Oh,
say I was
And so I'm sitting at the docks there, and a taxi driver named Coco T comes up. He was a sweet guy, but he asked, do you need to go somewhere? And I said, I have to go home. And he put me in his taxi and he drove me to the pharmacy first to pick up all of my prescriptions
And
because
then
there
he
were a
smelled-
bunch. He took me to my house, he carried me into my couch and he laid me down and he said, "Okay, you're fine." And he left me there and no one knew I was back, so no one was checking on me and I couldn't walk.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster.
Oh my gosh, there was so much fun. There's a reason I don't live in the Caribbean anymore.
Yeah.
All I'm hearing
No,
is don't.
no.
All I'm hearing is don't get hit by a car in the Caribbean.
No,
Now the
that
school I worked for, once they knew I was back, they were super wonderful. The parents actually set up a schedule to come check on me, to bring me food, because I couldn't even get myself to the bathroom. Like they were checking on me, doing all this stuff. They were great. But please don't get hit by a car in the Caribbean. Because
Yeah,
it's
and
a
swerve. The moral of the story, Rod, too, is swerve away, not towards.
yes.
The moral of the story
Yes.
is
The moral of the
don't
story
have
is
a
if you're a
helmet on.
possum and you get in the road, I'm going straight. That's on you, as Joe would say. I'm going straight.
So no lesson
Oh,
learned.
Don't leave.
but
Don't
you
leave.
at least would have been
Have
able
a
to get
helmet
out of the car to check on the possum if you wanted to. This
Oh,
guy
the
couldn't
possum
even
is
get out.
flat. The
I know, but
possum is
this guy couldn't even get out of the car to check on the possum he
I
hit.
didn't even realize it.
yeah. So why couldn't he get out of the car? He was just that inebriated. He just
Oh, frick, yes. He was also an employee of the clinic they took me to first and an uncle to one of my
Makes sense.
students.
Makes sense.
So yes.
He was in cahoots. So they're trying to get more money out of you.
They
That's all.
did not take away his driver's license. The next weekend he crashed into my friend's DJ equipment when he was leaving a gig. But
This
they
guy
never
should
took away
not-
his driver's license.
Yeah, he shouldn't be driving.
They're like,
And fun
go
fact.
drunk driving and get us some customers.
super fun fact though.
He
About-
shows up as your Uber driver. Nope, I'll get the next one.
Yeah.
Super fun fact. About 2 months later, when I went back to work, I had a limp, an obvious limp. I was at work. I was back teaching the kids. He came into our school and he walked up to the wrong teacher and apologized to her.
Oh my God.
The wrong teacher.
He walked up to the wrong
He thought it was
teacher
you that he
and
hit. He
hitting
apologized
her.
to her thinking it was you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
She's probably,
Sounds
she's
horrible.
probably like, what are you sorry for?
But it's a great story
Yeah.
now. I'll take it. I can
That's
still
funny.
walk. I'm living my
You
best
probably-
life.
That's the good
All
that's the
good.
good thing. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun story.
Yeah.
But
That's
the
actually
top
good.
part in the chalk outline was the best part, honestly.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I got nothing to do. I'm just gonna go ahead.
I
He's
mean,
like
did
it
you-
reminded me like a Simon on Saturday Night Live. I do drawings. So he just sat there doing drawings the whole time.
No.
Drawings.
Drawings.
No.
He didn't know what else to do. He wasn't medically trained. He couldn't help me, so he just drew chalk outlines of the car and me.
Did you think he thought you were dead, or did you think you were dead?
No, he knew I was alive. I was talking to him because I kept
He was-
saying, "Could someone pull
He
down
was
my
doing
skirt?"
busy work.
My
He was just-
skirt had ridden
It's
up a
like
little
when-
bit.
He was
and-
earning his pay. That's all he was doing.
It's like when you're sitting at your computer and you don't have nothing to do, you're like trying to look busy
Yeah.
so you don't get in
Right.
trouble.
He's like, I'm a
When I was laying on the ground, my skirt had come up a little bit, and I kept asking him to pull down my skirt because people had come out of the bar to watch, of course, because
Yeah.
there's someone on the ground and someone with the, like they came out to watch because that's what you do. But my skirt had ridden up a little bit. I kept asking him to pull down my skirt, and he wouldn't come near me. He just drew the outline and
I'd have been like, this
Like,
drawing would be
asshole.
light here without.
he's like,
Who's
man, I'm just a sketch artist. I'm just here drawing. That's all I'm doing. Like just,
Oh my God.
he was
Don't
the
move.
one cop on duty that night.
stay
I was
inside
like-
that line. Stay inside that line. Don't you move.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Good story though.
The shark, that's actually a pretty good pilsner. I've had that like years ago. That's pretty solid from Sierra
I've
Nevada.
had that one.
Yeah. They don't bring it out every year, I don't think. So it was kind of
No,
I think it
no.
was something I don't think they do.
No wonder.
No honor.
All up in the throat.
Water.
What does that mean, Mom? Yeah, it's the hops. It's the hops all up in your throat.
What does that mean, Mommy?
All
Yeah,
up
freestyle
in your
first,
throat
yeah.
will be the name of the beer, and RJPA will be the type of beer, and RJ hops will be the type of hops. And now, what's the can art going to be with it? We got to put a spin all up in your throat. We can't make it nasty.
See, there you go. It's right there. They like the logo. Put the logo right on
Like
it.
tonsils, like strep throat, like no,
This-
that would
this
No,
is
the logo for Mouse Glass. You put the
No, right
logo.
here.
You just put
I
you put
got
the
it right
logo on
here.
it for Mouse Glass right there.
Right here.
There's your logo right there.
Get your beer on.
Yeah.
Got your
all up
logo
in-
right there.
All up in your throat. Yeah. I kind of like that
Come
now.
on,
That might be a
man.
tagline. I'm all up in your throat.
I love it.
What's up, Phil? Cheers, my friend. Great to see you. Happy Thursday to you. Just wear diapers. Life is good. Well, you know, you and astronauts that love to wear the
They
diapers.
make them to where you can't even tell that you're wearing a diaper anymore.
Yeah, that's the whole Depends thing. They got like a leisure style or something going on.
Pull-ups.
Yeah.
Leisure style.
Pull-ups.
Like
Well, that's what they call it, so people.
No, I know, yeah.
they're like briefs.
I'm leisurely going to sit on my couch instead of going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just in there.
I'm leisurely going to take a piss.
What are you doing? Nothing. So good now.
You know, it's funny you make that face. But like babies who are wearing diapers, they make other faces. They're
Yeah.
kind of pinched.
Yeah.
Don't want to be a part of that.
I mean, do they have different like fragrances for them? Is it like, you know, evergreen forest or something like that? Like where
Mountain
you,
breeze. Hawaiian tropics.
yeah. Because I'm thinking musk, like they used to do cologne, but musk wouldn't be good, I don't think. I just don't think that would have a good appeal. Morning to Craig as well. Up early, Phil. I had a murder crows pecking at my bike with the really.
Well, that's interesting.
You hit some roadkill, maybe, and they were trying to get to it. Always am during the week, Shark. Work. Yeah, yep. It was a beer can that was for female with female audiences, so little girls, and the content was by non-traditional male. They made creepy soup. How was that hard to understand?
What?
I'm confused by everything that's happening
That
there.
Emerson had there. And let me see here. Where did I go to? I think I hit the wrong button. Beer House, I had a blackbird sat on my bicycle yesterday, looking like he owned it. Birds are kind of that way. They'll take over. So, like, you go to the beaches, seagulls, like, they don't even care anymore. They just, like, come in. Like, if you turn your back, they will come down and take your sandwich.
You talk about the seagulls. The magpies are frightening.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, I have such a good story about magpies.
Oh, no.
No.
I love it.
So I saw this TikTok and it showed a magpie and there was like a jar and it had water in it. And the magpie went over and started drinking out of it. Well, and then he stopped drinking and he went over and he picked a rock up and he put it in the jar. And then he'd drink and then he'd go get another rock to raise the level.
To raise the level of the water.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like, how freaking smart. I wouldn't even
That's
think
awesome.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
they're
that's
the
pretty
smart
awesome.
birds. I couldn't figure out what he was doing.
Yeah, Hal, she was pretty serious on that story there.
100% serious that he drew a chalk outline of me and then he drew a chalk outline of the entire car, including the open driver's side door. This actually happened.
That's one of those stories you hear something and you're just like, you can't make it up. But like that,
No.
it just happened. Like,
It was ridiculous.
If you made it up on TV, people wouldn't believe it. But yeah, what
Yeah.
we got there?
Ooh, what's that?
Orange creamsicle
Sour.
Ooh.
sour ale from
Ooh.
Weldworks with vanilla, orange juice, and milk sugar.
Does it have
What's the ABV on that one? Probably
4
lactose.
4.8.
lactose? Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah,
say
you're going-
lactose. It just says milk sugar.
I bet that means lactose.
You're going low tonight.
I mean, whatever the name of it is.
Exact hard jump. This thing can't top her story. Getting hit in the hair. No, it can't. The Dika had, yeah. Like the bouncing part, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
The boat ride over to the next island was a little scary because you're not supposed to ride across at night because the waves are too high. And so they had the speedboat and they're trying to take it easy, but they're trying to hurry too because I'm
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
I need medical help. So it was a little scary. I mean, they had me on the board and the neck brace and all the stuff, but it was still bouncing
Oh my.
with
Yeah.
a spinal injury.
well, you're
which
hitting the waves and stuff. Yeah.
I did actually have a spinal injury. It was my L4, L5 was totally out of whack. Everything was bad there. So it took like I said, it was about 4 weeks before I could walk and about 4 months before the limp was gone.
Wow.
So to this day, if I bump my right hip the wrong way and on like a desk or something, I can throw out my back and be down for 3 days. It's
Oh,
terrible.
Jesus. Wow.
So yeah, my L4, L5 is a problem now. It has been for a long time. But I was wearing a corset that night, a steel-boned corset. So the rest of my spine is perfect. It's just that lower part that was below where the corset was. So
It's like Tommy Boy, not as much here, but more here.
Right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
well, you know, from the tailbone, if you count up like four or five bones, you can. It's right where the hips connect. All those muscles
Oof.
for the hips connect to the spine, right in that
Yeah.
area. I just screwed it, man. It's terrible.
God,
So
jeez.
to this day, I
Wow.
still have issues. It's true.
Well, I'm glad you're here, though. So.
Yeah, me too. I was told I'd be in a wheelchair by 50, and well, I'm 10 years away, and I'm doing okay so far. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Sour ale.
The Nooner's a fan favorite variety. Yeah, so it's in the variety pack they have right now. But it's a good beer. If you get a chance, you're a Pilsner fan, definitely check out the Sierra Nevada Nooner. I got attacked by a praying mantis. Was horrific. Hope it never happens again. praying mantis they're some
Sounds
freaky
very
creatures. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I got stung by a scorpion down there too. That was fun.
Oh wow.
I would never go back.
It
there.
was in my bed sheets, and I didn't know because I didn't know to check the bed sheets, but it was there.
Yeah.
Fun.
Well, it's like the praying mantis. Imagine if you're a male praying mantis. I mean, once you mate, that's it. You're done. They eat your
Well,
head
that's
off.
how humans work too, right?
Yeah. Cut the head off. Pretty much.
Can't have that.
Other beer news, because I think it's the other beer news stuff. I don't know how much we'll get to tonight because we've had so much fun doing stuff. Boulevard, another round. They're unveiling a new beer celebrating the Chiefs' latest Super Bowl win, and it'll be an 8% Imperial Wheat Ale. So if you get Boulevard, another round is now hitting the market, and it's Imperial Wheat. You don't see a lot of Imperial Wheat ales, so that'll be interesting to check out if you see it.
My glass has become empty.
But Chu's not home, right?
He's not, but I have one last beer to open. It is from it's Dragon's Milk.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
is it the Ray
It's
Crimson?
Dragon's Milk Reserve.
Oh,
It is their, if I can get it to clear up, Stroop waffle.
That's a
oh,
good
I've
one.
had the Stroop
Yeah.
waffle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
what's a
Stroop
different
waffle
label? What's a different
It is
label on that though?
Yeah.
It's an 11% ABV. I figured I should step it up because you guys were going for it. And in order to open the bottle, I needed a bottle opener, and I found this one on my fridge.
Oh, look at that!
Oh,
what
look
a great bottle opener right there.
So I have a lovely bottle opener here,
Let's get it up
magnetic,
to the big scene. Oh
absolutely
yeah,
gorgeous.
that is a great bottle opener. My God, that's awesome.
I know, it's absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to go ahead and open this Stroop waffle, Dragon's
We'll give you-
Milk Reserve.
We'll give you some bottle opening music.
I got too far ahead. I couldn't wait. I was too far ahead of the music. I was going. So here's our pour.
She got
here.
excited.
Oh, it is.
It happens.
Oh, that's pretty.
See, I got to say this from the heart.
Right up to the top.
He's a Chiefs fan. Oh, look at that! Right to the rim.
I know.
That-
Look at that beautiful pour.
That is beautiful.
I'll tell you, working at two breweries for a year, I've learned how to pour, so we're good.
That is a great, fantastic pour.
Oh yeah, and in the glass especially.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is awesome.
Oh.
That's great pour quality right there. Yeah.
Mm.
This sour is amazing.
It is. You can't even.
Yeah?
You can't even bust
And it's
sour.
not really even sour.
Oh,
Bust
Jesus
sour
Christ.
until You've already swallowed it.
Tastes like a melted dream creamsicle.
Waffles and caramel. I got straight up, like, not Eggo waffles, like the proper Belgian waffles, a little bit of that caramely. Ooh, beautiful.
For those.
I had that at the brewery last year when we was up there
Mm.
on draft. It was actually, it was really good.
Can you get more of those?
Well, everybody's got some pretty good beers taking place right now, so it's kind of like a
Mhm.
celebration.
Get it, Todd. Get it. Get it, Todd.
Yeah, baby,
Aw.
celebrate. Oh, well, I'm drinking another one of these Wake Up Dead Imperial Stout. Hopefully, I'll wake up alive to go to work tomorrow morning. But
I love
they're
the
going
name
down.
though.
They're
Wake
going
Up
down
Dead.
smoothly. Yeah,
Girl
I
out.
love. Wow, that was loud. The artwork is pretty awesome on it that I like as well. So, and I actually had Left Hand reach out about coming on to the channel, but I haven't been able to connect back with them. So I would love to get them on here and talk about their beers.
Mm-hmm.
Money Shot, yeah. It's like torture. Friday night at the Starcade, yeah. I should bring back a little dust. Maybe I'll bring back a little Dusty Night before we sign off. We'll see.
Nice.
Because everybody likes little Dusty Rose. It's funny because I keep getting these things on Facebook now, and it's like these memes, and it's like Dusty Rose sayings, like Dusty Rose before the job interview, and it'd be some Dusty Rose type thing he's doing. It's just like, that's pretty funny. But I can't bring the actual Dusty Rose on because then I get flagged because of YouTube. So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So here's another one. Kristen Bell. I don't know if you all know Kristen Bell. She's married to Dax Shepard. She's an actress. Does stuff. Says her 10-year-old daughter occasionally drinks non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I don't have kids, so I don't know.
Non-alcoholic.
But just kind of non-alcoholic. But I was curious, like, what do you guys think about that? Like,
No, but I also
It's
wonder, like,
non-alcoholic.
but some people are
underage person-
complaining. Go ahead.
Can an underage person buy an NA beer?
I don't think they can.
No.
I didn't think so either, but I'm wondering, like, why? 'Cause
Well, they
no-
get it. Yeah.
no alcohol, right?
Well, technically, it has like 0.5% or whatever,
Well,
but
it's
you
like
don't- you don't
0.05.
cough medicine, but-
you'd have to drink so much before you'd ever feel anything. But some people are saying it kind of sets her up to be maybe a drinker later on by her doing
Okay,
it
Well,
now.
you know, that is
Say-
interesting.
Can
Can I
No,
just say that the
yeah.
Italians have been doing wine for their children for freaking ever?
They drink actual wine, and they
they drink
drink
wine.
actual beer. Like you can get beer in McDonald's.
The Germans have been
in there,
giving
in
beer to their
France.
kids
Yeah.
forever. The
Yeah.
British
Those
have been
countries,
giving
you
beer to
want it
their
to be
kids
18.
forever. It's just silly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But a flip on that story is Dax Shepard. That's his last name, right? Dax.
Right,
He
Dax Shepard.
actually an addict. He's like sober.
Yeah, he's been through stuff.
So
yeah.
so I'm kind of like, is it smart? But you know what?
But he may drink non-alcoholic because of his thing,
Right.
and maybe the daughter's drinking it because he has it around.
And you know what I figured that the secret to happiness is quit worrying about everybody else and worry about yourself. So I'm not worried about their kids.
Yeah.
So, question for you guys. I work at a brewery. We have a non-alcoholic margarita. It is made with a non-alcoholic tequila. It tastes it tastes almost just like
Yeah.
tequila. It's kind of crazy.
I heard of non-alcoholic.
It smells like, tastes like the works. And we made a non-alcoholic margarita,
hmm
and we had underagers order it. Would you give them that non-alcoholic margarita?
As long as it wasn't breaking the law, what's the difference between that and when you're a little kid and getting a
And so
virgin
we did.
daiquiri?
We did.
But can you
No,
serve a
we
kid?
ordered
Can you
it.
serve a kid a non-alcoholic drink though? That's the.
No, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
That's what
I mean, you serve
Well,
them
if you
cold.
can, then
virgin margaritas and stuff for kids.
Technically,
I
yes,
ordered them when I
but-
was
Yeah.
a kid.
No, I know.
I
but
could
is
see
it,
people being upset about it, but honestly, they asked for the non-alcoholic. They asked for the virgin version of a drink, and I'm like, well, it's virgin, and even though they're
Like a
19 or
virgin.
whatever, sure,
yeah,
I will
yeah,
give you the
that's,
virgin version of it.
that's what
I think
was
some
asking.
people are wound tight
Yeah.
when they think.
So what's the difference?
I think some people look at it like they're grooming people to drink later or something, but I don't see it
No, that's
that
why I
way.
was asking.
Well,
you
if
have to
they're
be
19 or
85
20,
votes.
like, what's the problem with that? I mean, honestly, they're out with friends who are old enough to drink. The 21-year-olds are getting margaritas. They asked for the non-alcoholic version. I don't see a problem. I don't.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking if there was an age limit on the NA beer
I mean-
because I didn't know for sure. I
Yeah.
honestly didn't know. I
To
assumed it was
purchase,
21,
yes,
but
but parents
didn't
can
know.
give people. It's
Well, it's like
illegal to
JT
purchase.
says
It's not illegal to drink. If your parents are with you and they give you wine at Christmas or whatever,
Right.
that is legal technically. That is
Yeah.
not technically illegal.
They just
So,
Well, I
and,
mean,
if it's other people's kids, yeah, that's a problem.
or can't be out in public.
but it's like JT's like
Their own
overseas in
children.
Europe, you can do so. I mean, like I said, you can be under a certain age and still go into a McDonald's, whatever, in some of the countries and get like wine with your Big Mac or something, right?
Even
Mhm.
kids are. Let them pretend.
Wouldn't it?
Don't
Isn't it?
become alcoholics because of it.
Isn't 18 and above in most countries anyway?
I think it's like actually, I think it's 16 or something. But if
It's
you're at home with the
16?
parent, you can actually do it too. So because like say like like I took French when I was in school, and in
Yep.
France meals, they would have lunch as their biggest meal of the day usually.
Yes.
And they would have wine there, but the kids would also be able to have a glass of wine with their meal too.
Agree.
Yeah.
Occasionally it would be
Of a
watered
certain age,
down,
when
but
as
it
they
was
got
still
older. Yeah.
wine, you know?
Yeah.
I've kind of always found that weird that at 18 years old you can go fight a war, but you
Yeah.
can't buy alcohol.
Yeah.
You could buy cigarettes, right? But you couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
You know what
was.
I mean? Yeah, you can go kill yourself, but you know,
Yeah.
We're trying to get them young and dumb.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. But still,
They're more compliant.
just so it's just odd, just weird.
Sick and tired in the house. Cheers, my friend. Great to see you. Yeah, you too. Great. Thanks for popping by for a bit. And yeah, we do this. We usually start at 8 Eastern. So if you get a chance to get in earlier, just let us know. But appreciate you swinging by for a bit here. And I know we're a little bit later right now, but give you the big old
Welcome.
as you come on board here, my friend. I believe my dad said leave a 32-ounce Miller High Life in the fridge and see what happens. Spirit House. Yeah, you know.
Have him leave
Yeah.
a bottle of Malort in the fridge. You won't want to drink anymore.
Well, I think about the alcohol thing, and I think like when I was a kid and me and my buddies were over, like we got in my mom's liquor cabinet, and had we had access maybe to non-alcoholic type stuff or to kind of do that, we may have drank that rather than, I don't know. Well, we did it. We started out with Dealers, kind of seeing what it tastes like or whatever. And then we're kind of working around in the J&B or whatever else might be there. But if you already have access to it, you don't have that. It's kind of like when I was freshman year in college, we'd already drank in the high school time, right? So when you drank, you got to college, you're on your own for the first time, really.
Yeah.
You didn't feel the need to actually go out and get hammered as much, but you would see other kids that were kind of sheltered and they didn't know what to do. And they would be the ones getting totally shit-faced, and like trying to piss in the alley because they didn't know any better type. And it was just
they
like,
didn't know how to handle it.
they didn't know how to handle it. So if you had access to it, you were less likely to be one of those type of people.
So to be fair, I grew up in a house with an alcoholic and witnessed what that could do.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I didn't have my first real drink until I was probably about 20 or so. And I think it was a shot of Captain Morgan spiced rum.
Good enough, I guess.
And I was not pleased with the outcome. I did not like it. I was not happy. And I honestly spent a lot of my younger years, when I was a teacher, oh my gosh, I didn't drink at all. Never drank at all. Then I moved to the Caribbean, and I apparently got in trouble with a lot of folks because I wasn't supporting local businesses by going out and drinking.
So they hit you with a car.
I got told off as a teacher for not going out and drinking because I wasn't supporting local businesses. So
Like, you don't drink, lady. You don't drink. You don't drink. What?
yeah, it was a weird situation because I'd been a teacher in small town USA for a while, and the schools that I worked for, you weren't allowed to drink in town. You weren't allowed to go to liquor stores in town. You had to go like 2 or 3 towns over in order to buy alcohol at all. And they were very strict about it. Because it was all small towns. I worked for towns of like 2,000 people, 3,000 people tops. And I was not allowed to drink. So I didn't for a long time. But yeah, now I'm going to open a brewery. So we'll see what you got me. Guys, just so you know, this is what happens.
This is what happens. This is what happens.
This is
how
what
it comes
happens.
out
I'm
in the
going to
end.
open a place that produces the stuff I wasn't having.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, one of the breweries, Jack's Abbey's Brewing.
Oh, I saw
which I like Jack's Abbey. I've enjoyed their life. I just got a bunch of their beers I need to drink here for reviews. They teamed up with the world's oldest brewery, which we know is Vina Stefan. That might have been one of the ones in the trivia thing back then. I can't remember for sure. To
Mhm.
create a once-in-a-lifetime fest-inspired collaboration lager, 6% ABV. It's called Fest of Both Worlds. So, as we talked about earlier, do an Oktoberfest type special. I'm going to look for it, but if you guys happen to find it,
So-
that's good too. But you want to take a look to try to find that beer if you can.
Are they gonna get Miley Cyrus then to like sing at the thing? The
I
best
hope
of both worlds, isn't that like her thing?
Is that her thing? Does Miley Cyrus have a song about it?
Wasn't that the song for the Hannah Montana show? It's the best of both worlds because she could be Hannah Montana and
I
she
don't
could
know.
be
You're way younger than us, so we don't.
Well, no.
Oh,
This is music teacher talking. This is music
Oh.
teacher because this is a song. But
Oh.
I feel like she had a song that was like best of both worlds. That was like her. Hannah
Only thing I know
Montana
about only thing I know about Miley, she came in like a wrecking ball. That's all I know about Miley.
Yeah.
So.
That was a little later. But I'm pretty sure she had a song called Best of Both Worlds that was like the theme song for her TV show when she was little. So with Billy Ray.
You know who had the
Right.
best music as
Achy
a
breaky
kid
heart.
show?
Oh,
know,
yeah.
one. Watch, me and Todd are gonna know
The what?
the best music on a kids' TV show.
On
One,
a kid's TV show. I don't even know.
Kylie watched it. We loved the music on this TV show. That's all I'm gonna give you.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. The Backyardigans.
Oh.
Nope.
Who?
Had more faith in you than
The backyard. No, I did, but I wasn't even thinking.
Who
of
are
it.
you thinking of?
I said I was going to
So,
do but then
You
said
I
you
think-
say that, Shannon, but I would
thought it was
argue
the
I would
Monkees.
argue Phineas and Ferb. I would
Yeah,
argue
I
Phineas and
never-
Ferb because they had really interesting music that was written specifically to what they were doing. I might argue
Yeah.
Phineas and
I've
Ferb.
never watched Phineas and Ferb, so I don't know.
15.
Just the song and Animaniacs. Animaniacs jumps to mind from 1992 to whatever they had several years, but they had the capitals of the U.S. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbia is the capital of Ohio. Not kidding. Whole
Oh, damn.
song.
I've heard
all
that
of
song
the
before.
capitals.
I've heard that song before. But a kids show, the best songs were the Monkees. I mean,
But that wasn't a kid's show. They were
yeah, it was. That was a
was
kids
not.
show,
Really?
but it was for kids. I watched it when I
No,
was a
the
kid.
adults watched it though. It was more for the adults.
I
love
thought it was
the
a kids
Monkees.
show.
But
I thought it
That's
was a
not
kids show
fair,
myself.
because they were actual.
I mean, I was home after school. Parents were out working. It was on for the kids. I'm
Yeah,
just
I watched
saying.
it Nick at
That's the
Night.
definition of a kids show in my book.
I watched
So-
it at Nick at Night.
I'm going
I
with
mean, everybody knew the
Animaniacs
last
for
train to Clarksville.
Everybody in the club.
Last train to Clarksville. You all know the
Everybody-
song.
Of
There.
course, we know we know the songs, but I disagree on the kids.
It's a
sentiment.
Right, it's kind of the argument is like, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Well, of
Oh,
course
Jesus
it is.
Christ.
Of
We
course
would
it
still
is.
be
Of course it's a Christmas movie. He's trying to
I
get home
know.
for the holidays.
They know it's not, but it is.
It is. It's a Christmas
What
movie.
about
No,
Kiss
it was-
what about
I was
Kiss
just
Save
thinking-
Santa Claus?
Who the what? Who the?
Kiss Save Santa? Wasn't
I
that
don't
a
know
thing?
that. I don't know that one.
It was like a Christmas special with Kiss, who saved Santa Claus,
Oh.
right?
But I remember Kiss from the Halloween movie they did. I remember the Santa Claus one with the Halloween movie they did back when they had the amusement park.
Oh,
Back in like the late 70s.
The Monkeys?
No, Kiss. When Kiss had the
Oh, Kiss.
movie at the amusement park and stuff. That was a pretty cool movie. Yeah.
What was
Kim-
Kiss at the amusement park?
Yeah, Kiss had a movie they did back in the
Yeah.
70s.
Oh, I thought that was the name of the movie.
no, the
No,
band.
Kiss.
Kiss.
But what's the name of the movie? You said
Let me
Kiss
take a
at
look
the
here.
amusement park, so I thought that was the name of the movie, Kiss at the amusement park.
No, it was a Halloween type movie. Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park.
Oh, was
There you
that a
go.
Scooby Doo?
I think that was the one.
Was
Probably.
it Scooby Doo?
No, not Scooby Doo. It was an actual movie with Gene Simmons and all of them.
Okay,
I
have a
know.
question.
Did Kiss go on Scooby Doo? That's my
It probably
question.
was Scooby Doo too, though.
What's the age range? I'm wondering.
1978
Rod,
it was 1978. Phantom of the Park is the Kiss movie.
Rod, you're the oldest. Mal, you're the youngest. How old are you all?
I'm 39.
5'4".
Well, at least you're not trying to pretend you're 6 foot.
54. 54. I mean, I wish I was a little bit
54.
taller. I wish I was a
54 years
baller.
old.
I wish I had a rabbit, a hat, and a
Shannon,
Form
54
follower.
years old.
I know. I was just screwing. So 54 and 39.
Correct.
So,
14 years?
Math.
You don't even know.
Math is fun.
that's 15. You can't just the math.
Yeah, 15. How many is it?
I was close. I
You've
was
only been
like,
drinking Bud
round
Light.
her to 40. Oh,
She ain't drank enough yet. So
Slayer is the best for kids TV show.
No, she does math goodly. I hope that if I ever have an injection, she's the one figuring out how much goes in the syringe.
yes. You would
Yeah.
yeah, you'll
Yeah.
feel very good. May not wake up, but you'll
yeah,
feel
if
good.
I
Yeah.
was the one that dosed you up, you wouldn't remember the tarp on the boat.
Bam. I also won't remember the Animaniacs or my childhood. It's
You'll
cool.
forget.
Yeah.
right.
You also remember Bill Cosby stopping by. Just saying.
Oh, shit. You know, I heard the door. I think she
That's
might
on
be home.
yours.
Slayer's
What?
the best. Slayer would keep the
Oh,
kids
that's
quiet for
nice.
sure.
No, I was just the youngest.
Yeah,
baby.
Chu said hello everyone in the chat as well.
Oh, he did.
Yes.
That's what I
Oh,
said.
that's
That's what I said. Last train to
I'll
Clarksville.
meet you at the
It's a
station.
classic.
Something about 5:30 if you get there. Something.
Monkeys were definitely for kids. CJT agrees. It was a kids show for kids. The Monkeys.
Well, I don't
know.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I've been known to be wrong
Yeah.
sometimes.
It was
I
good.
mean, I feel like it felt like
Not like
the
Barney, more like
Munsters
Zoom or
level.
90210.
Like,
yeah, it was a little
Not
cheesy. The
kids,
cheesiness
like-
made it kids.
But it felt like Munsters level to me. Like,
Yeah,
the
you're right.
adults watch it
The
too.
Kiss
and
Army,
kids
there you
can
go.
watch, but it's not really for
Right.
them necessarily.
The Hounds
Like,
is
that's what it
52.
feels like to me.
I agree.
JT turned 61
Yes,
yesterday.
happy birthday, Gucci. I didn't get to see you on your happy birthday.
So this is
Happy birthday, my friend.
Blake.
Yeah, Blake's in the
Oh,
house.
Lisa.
Cheers.
no, July.
Blake's a baby. Blake's like younger than Mao, I think. Blake's like early 30s.
Yeah.
The end of July and the beginning of August. What is that?
No.
Is that a Leo?
You should know.
I don't know. You're Miss Cleo.
I know, right? That's
Is
what I
that-
said.
is
You
it-
should know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Isn't that one of those tweeners, whatever they call it?
No,
What do they call it?
I have no
They have a
idea.
name when it's kind of like,
On the
I
cusp.
I don't think it's
He's
Leo
not on
yet.
the
It's
cusp.
whatever comes before Leo.
Boom.
Virgo comes
Two
before
wheels
Leo.
back in the house. Yeah.
Because my best friend is a Leo and she's August 6th.
July 23rd to August 22nd. Leo.
Oh,
I knew.
it was
So that's
23rd.
when
Okay.
Matt's birthday's coming up.
Is that the old zodiac or the new zodiac?
I told you
'Cause
that.
I think the new zodiac has
Oh, I
13
didn't-
signs now.
We're
There's a
both
new
Pisces.
there's a
You
new
don't have to worry
zodiac.
about it, man.
No, it's not. They said that a long time ago. It's false.
Oh, okay.
If it was, I would be with that zodiac.
What?
It's just some people
Yeah.
wanted attention.
So speaking of beer news, because we're still kind of going through beer news.
about. Are we though?
You
So
should
the
have
Russian,
started with this one.
you know, I like that. The,
Yes,
the
we
Russian
are.
state took control of the Carlsberg-owned breweries.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So,
Oh no.
I don't know, maybe.
yeah. Well, I mean, they're still going under stuff, and they're kind of, doing what they're doing. But
I'm unhappy with all of that.
AB and Bev had owned a part of it, and they got out of it before it all happened. But yeah, so they're kind of dealing with that there. Don't know how bad it's actually going to get on stuff or what they're doing with it, but they were making mention of that in the news as well. I'll have to do a video talking more about it when I get some more details.
Mm.
Great Lakes is celebrated 35 years of independent craft brew with a series of releases, events, and merchandise. So if you get Great Lakes beer, they've got special releases coming out over the next few weeks that you want to check out for their 35-year anniversary. For Chicago, where Mal is in, International Beer Day is taking place next week, August 4th.
No one said a word about it here, by the way.
There's breweries doing special events all around Chicago. So make sure you can Google International Beer Day in Chicago, and it will tell you what breweries are doing what. Some are doing like $4 pints, $5 pints, different foods they're going to be offering. But International Beer Day Chicago is starting to get a little bit of a situation going there. So for you, JT, all the people in Chicago, Big Daddy, Dave, Beer in Front, keep an eye out for that for next weekend because there's going to be some great stuff happening for different breweries.
Can I just say how annoying it is that someone from Baltimore is telling me when our International Beer Day is? Because
Well,
the breweries that I work for and all of the breweries, I visited 13 breweries over the weekend. No one said a word about August 4th being our International Beer Day. No
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, but you know why?
Yeah.
Today's international something, and it's not special anymore when something's international.
Well,
Day.
if Chicago's doing something like this and Mal works with breweries, you would think, they
Well,
would be
no one
clued
said
in.
a word. No one
Yeah.
said a word at all.
I
Not
mean,
even mentioned, not once.
the world is my backyard, so I'm all over. I'm not just Baltimore. I'm all over the place. So
Okay, you're special, so I don't mind as much. But
Another
seriously, what the
thumbnail.
hell?
Yep.
I'm just bringing you to skinny on things. So yeah,
No,
you
you're
know.
special. I appreciate
Worldwide
that, and I'm
rock.
happy to be part of your world. But holy crap, you're telling me what's happening in Chicago, and no one said a word to me. So
Yeah. There was a post about some of the articles on some of the breweries. So that's like next Friday. They'll be having different things at different breweries. Check it out, because if you're in
looks like
Chicago,
Shannon's taking pictures of us.
there's
I'm
a lot of
taking
good
pictures
things.
of Rod for
Rod.
his thumbnail
Because
because
he
he
likes
keeps
his-
giving us so many good.
You know, you can go
Like-
back and just pause that.
He could, but he
Right.
won't.
Here you go.
But he won't.
You want this
Oh,
one?
guns.
You want this done now? You want this one too?
Sun's
There
out,
you go.
guns out.
Oh,
Sun's out, guns
I
out,
gotta wear-
son.
oh, shit.
There we go.
There you go.
Hang on. You need to move the microphone out of the way, but not yet. Let me get my.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, I'm being nice. I'm being conscious. I f up a wet dream. I mean, that's what I do. I screw everything up. I try to do things and I just screw it up.
I have arms like noodles. I'm very proud of my arms like
I got
noodles.
arms like bats.
So we talked about
There's
Bud
no
Light
muscle line.
earlier.
No muscle line.
So
Arms like noodles.
over the last few weeks, I made mention that someday people will talk about the debacle that happened at Bud Light. Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank fame, as we all know from those that watch Shark Tank, talks about Bud Light, the gift that keeps on giving. He's actually planning to now teach how it lost its 25% market share collapse
got
to
a new
colleges.
syllabus.
So Bud Light has now become the subject of university teaching of what not to do
Not to
as
do,
a business.
No,
You're right.
taught.
Which is why they lost 2% of their workforce.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
380 people out on the street, no
That's
jobs.
the mean one, right?
I actually don't know how the CEO still has a job there, just because of everything
Honestly.
happening right now. It's be getting pretty bad.
Well,
I mean,
he keeps trying to fix it and shut the hell up.
yeah.
Stop talking,
Reality.
please.
I think they're all.
From our fans in South Carolina, like Wayne that was here earlier, Wayne's beer delivery, they're now allowing beer fans to take more home of their favorite craft brews. So it used to be you were limited how much you can take from a brewery. I think it was like 1 case of beer if you were
Oh.
buying beer. And I think they moved it up to the 3 cases now, or some other stuff that you can do if you have a keg
Oh,
or a
good for them.
kegerator. So in North Carolina, there is no limit, but South Carolina, there were limits. But now you can take out more of your favorite beer from some of the breweries. So for those in the South Carolina area, or maybe for
Yay!
a
We're
friend,
so happy for you.
for our friend Brian, who's in Georgia, he might come up to South Carolina at some point, right? He can now take beer home from the brewery. Blue, he's in Georgia.
Love
He
it.
might go to South Carolina for stuff.
Maybe.
So yeah.
And Meadows, so he'll be happy about that too.
Yeah. Other Chicago news, because the world is my backyard.
Obviously.
Funky Town Brewery. Congrats to them for winning the Sam Adams collab. So Sam Adams did a contest for a collaboration to work with breweries. I think it was actually looking for minority-owned breweries, and Funky Town Brewery won it out of Chicago. So they
Funky
got.
Town's amazing. If you haven't tried their beer, they're fantastic.
I think they got
100%.
like $250,000 for winning it and everything. So
It's
you're
going to
gonna see
take
some
a lot
good
more
stuff.
to come out, though, right?
That's
Well,
great.
it'll be a great initiative for them. You'll see a lot of good stuff coming out of Funky Town. I'm sure teaming up with Sam Adams to give them a push there as well.
Make sure you tell us when it comes out so we can try it.
I am
Yeah.
so happy.
Well,
for
Mal
them. They
will
deserve
see
it.
it there.
Yes.
Yeah.
They 100% deserve it. Honestly, the beers I've tried from them have been excellent. They really work hard. They do a lot for their community because they're like more South Side. So there's a lot of communities that need a lot of help. They are busting tail to make not only their brewery great, but their area great. And I think they're fantastic. 100% on board with everything they're out doing right now because they're amazing human beings.
And then the last news story I had here for our friends down in Virginia, Last Beer, Josh, he's down in that area. New Realm Brewing Company will be expanded into Suffolk, Virginia, with new craft brewery and scratch restaurant. So in a time where we're seeing some breweries close right now. I think in Oregon, there was a report that came out like 8 or 9 different breweries that closed down in some various other states. We do have some breweries that are expanding. So It's just the environment that we're actually in. But I think all the breweries are finding footing and kind of going with what their communities are. I think you're getting more community centric again and not trying to push outside that bubble too much, because it's finding out that it's not working as well as what it was previously. So congrats to New Realm for actually expanding to Sulphur. If I can get some of their beers, I'll check them out as well, since now it's right down there just over an hour for me to get to Virginia. I can check out some of their stuff.
Get me one more.
May I throw something out with that?
Yeah.
On our channel, Chu and I shaved our heads for St. Baldrick's.
I know. I was thinking.
Oh, nice.
The
Hairstyle.
brewery that we shaved our heads with is actually closing in 4 days.
Oh no.
Oh,
So,
really? Oh,
Metal Monkey Brewing Company in Romeoville, Illinois is closing in approximately 4 days. And we are very sad about this happening. They tried several things. They tried to get a kitchen. They tried to get the liquor license to do mixed drinks. They tried a lot of things to keep open, but unfortunately it has not worked. So any fans in Chicago who know of Metal Monkey, give them your love, man, because they are closing in just a few days. And it's heartbreaking for me because that place holds a special place in my heart for sure.
yeah.
So, and I don't know where the brewery cat's going, but I hope he gets a night's home.
Well, I don't
He
like
lives
me
there.
be positive, Polly, but I'm just glad that, instead of being sad about it closing, just be happy that you got to make those memories there.
I'm so happy that I got to have that time with Metal Monkey. We did a full video there. We showed off their stuff. We told people what they were bringing to the world, and I wish I could have had more of an impact to help them stay open. I know I'm still a small channel, but someday I hope to actually make a difference for the channels that I film for. That's why we started the channel in the first place, is to keep places open. We were unhappy that places closed. That's why we started the channel in the first place. So unfortunately, they're not going to make it, but we're going to do our best.
And better things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she came to me and said, "Hey, there's a brewery for sale." And I said, "We don't have the capital to buy it right now. That's not a thing we can do at the moment."
Tell them Rod J. Maybe they give you a Rod J discount.
I don't think that's going to work on this one.
Hey, you never know. You never know. Carlsbad. No, it was Carlsberg, but I think Carlsberg owns Carlsbad as maybe. I don't know. But Carlsbad, isn't it a spot in California? Carlsberg's overseas.
Carlsbad Caverns. I remember Carlsbad Caverns.
Yeah.
That's a place I've been. Where is Carlsbad?
Carlsbad, California, but Carlsberg's overseas. Yeah. So Beer House in Cali. So he's probably thinking of Carlsbad. How's the teddy? That's from Swami asking Blake about the teddy bear. Make sure teddy bear's safe. Blink twice if you're safe, teddy bear. Blink twice. Yeah.
Carlsberg Caverns National Park is in New Mexico.
Well, that's a different Carlsbad.
And I have been to that one, but I have not been to the California one.
Mal, do you need a beer? Like that. Chu comes home and he asks you, "Do you need a beer?"
I have an 11%.
Yeah.
I need to chill.
Commie beer. Yeah, well, Russia taking over now. It's like, what are you going to do with it? I don't know.
I like Carlsberg, though.
We're going to shut it down and make it a vodka distillery.
I like them better than Heineken.
Carlsbad? Yeah. Still green bottles. Carlsberg. Now I'm saying it because of Beer House. But you still got the green bottles. So, yeah.
I know, but I still love the beer with the elephant.
Yeah.
I like the elephant.
Yeah. Cheers, Swami. Oh, the bear is still fluff. The bear is safe. That's like a quote. The bear is safe.
Yeah.
I don't need an excuse to drink beer, right? Nobody ever needs an excuse to
the
drink
bear
beer.
is safe until you're in Yellowstone. Then the bear's not
Yeah.
safe. Don't hang out with that bear.
Cheers to Lep. Lep's in the house. Another great channel. If you like barbecue and the grilling and the Blackstone stuff, check out. I need to get with Lep because I had a great time having Jimmy on from Cuff and Stuff Barbecue talking about food and beer pairings. I need to get Lep on here and do a video about pairing from the stuff that he's actually making, because he actually does a lot of good dishes, like some of the Mexican type stuff, like tacos and things like that and everything, which would go great with some of the Mexican type lagers and everything. So, Lep, we need to talk and get you all set up and do some stuff there too, my friend. What We're American. We don't shave our pits as men, so only the women do that. Go ahead, Shannon. Go ahead, Shannon. I know you want to say something.
No, you wanted to see my armpits.
Metro, I don't even know what a metrosexual.
We went
In the
once
age
on
of
that.
pronouns, I have no idea what a
A
metrosexual even is.
metrosexual is a straight man who takes personal care in his grooming. That is all.
Oh, okay.
Straight
Yeah,
man who moisturizes, who
I mean, I
like
shave.
thinks about
Yeah.
taking care of himself.
He's got
I
a
shave.
Therefore, metrosexual.
I put the cocoa butter lotion on. You know, I tried
There
that.
you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So
yeah.
metrosexual is not a
It
bad
puts the
word.
lotion in the basket. I'm
No,
there.
it's not. It's not.
Not a bad word.
I mean, it could be now.
Metrosexual is
Last time I heard it could be a bad
The
word.
man
now.
who takes care of his appearance.
Okay.
You
Right,
know,
yeah.
he's a guy.
Like he
He's
goes
not
and gets
supposed
pedicure
to.
and gets his.
I don't do the pedicure, the manicures. I just
No,
yeah,
no,
I
you
don't
don't-
know.
We've
you don't-
established you're not metro.
Todd, have you ever done? Have you done a manicure or pedicure? Like, has
Nope.
Shannon asked you to do that before?
No.
I don't like
Yeah.
getting them.
Honestly, I did it
You
for
never
the
tried to get-
wedding, but
So
otherwise
what's
I
the feeling?
didn't.
The pedicure?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you-
Mal, have you like asked Chew to go with you? Has Chew ever went?
I've never. I've heard.
No,
Amazing.
no, he hasn't. It's not
Yeah.
his style.
Yeah.
I don't think I want somebody else clip my toenails though.
I mean, my
It's-
wife
it's
asked me to
it's
go, but I'm
anxious.
like,
You're anxious.
she's like other guys are in there getting it done. I'm like, I'm not other guys. I'm not
I'm not
trying to.
No, I've-
comfortable in my masculinity enough to do that.
Oh, whoa. I'm
I'm
comfortable,
not other
sister.
guys. I'm beefy.
So I only did the manicure and all the stuff for the wedding. I did that for the wedding, just for the photos, all the things, and then I let it go because honestly, my nails are fine. I don't care. I don't paint them.
Yeah.
I don't do anything. I just try to not them catch my clothing. If they're if they're rough and they're catching clothing, that is a problem because it's annoying.
That's-
Otherwise, I don't
Rip
care.
them off.
Yeah, just break them off and file them down so they don't catch on
Yeah.
stuff. That's all I
And
care
I don't
about.
like getting a pedicure because they get that thing out where they like rub your feet with it, like to get like the dead skin off. And I'm very ticklish and I just don't like kick
Oh.
them in the face. And I'm
Kick
like,
him in the-
it's not work. It's not every time I go in there, I'm scared to death. I'm gonna kick them in the face, and
So
so it's not very enjoyable.
as far as the pumice stone goes, which you're talking about, the pumice stone is what takes the
well,
dead
they
skin
use
off.
cheese shredder now.
I do that myself. I will not let other people touch my feet because I hate feet. I think feet are awful. I like shoes. Shoes are fine, but I don't like feet.
Yeah.
So I don't let people touch my feet because ew. That's a personal thing, though. I pumice stone my own in the shower and all that. So I don't let people touch my feet. Pedicure is not a thing I will ever do.
The
Um,
only part that feels good is the massage. And then it's just kind of like, and then I'm stuck in the freaking chair for an hour and a half. And I'm like, I'd really like to get up and leave.
To tell you the truth, I will pay for the massages, but I get deep tissue, and my masseuse is a 340-pound linebacker, and his elbow goes through my ribcage to the table. So I get like deep tissue, insane. Because
Is that what happened? Is that what happened to Teo after football? He became a masseuse.
Apparently, he's very good at it.
So yeah, my masseuse is a deep tissue masseuse, masseur. I apologize. He's a masseur.
He's a masseur.
Masseuse is for women. He's a masseur, but he is about 340 pounds, and his elbow goes through my spine into the table as he's working on my muscles because my back is so effed up on all levels.
Yeah, that doesn't even
So-
sound enjoyable.
Yeah, it sounds like
No.
another place I don't want to be.
But that's the thing. I don't do massage to feel relaxed. I do them to fix my problems.
It's like a
I have
chiropractor.
a lot of issues with my spine.
Yeah.
So they're actually working on fixing the issue because I have scoliosis right in the middle between the shoulder blades. I have a twist in there. And then my neck, I got in a car accident when I was 17, hit an airbag like this.
And then you got ran over by a car in the crib.
And as soon as I hit the airbag, my neck,
You've had a lot of shit
actually,
happen to you.
if I go
You-
perfectly straight,
Fucked.
if I'm perfectly straight up, this is perfectly straight up. You can see this shoulder's higher than this, and my neck actually veers off to this side. Sorry, it veers off to this side. I can't help that. That's how my spine is,
Nobody would
unfortunately.
ever notice, though.
So yeah, most
tell.
people
Yeah.
don't notice
You
unless
can't
I
really
point it
tell,
out.
but
Yeah.
I feel like you're trying to give Vanessa Kitty a run here. Like,
No. I'm not worried about it. Like I work on it all the time. I do yoga a lot, and the massages I do about monthly. I also see a chiropractor and a lot of different things because I was told about 20 years ago that I'd be in a wheelchair by 50, and I'm fighting against that to make sure
People
that
are
doesn't
wrong
happen.
all the time.
So, because they said, "Oh, you have to go in and get titanium on your spine," and I'm like, I
No.
don't have 6 months to lay on my back with a titanium spine. I just
don't have.
so. For right now, I'm battling it in a more holistic way and fighting it. So, but yeah, my masseuse is insane, and the amount of pain that I go through during a massage is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
But okay, so the massage itself, I suffer a lot. The day after, I'm fine. The day after that, I'm dying. Every inch of my body is in pain. But then I can go 3 weeks and survive without pain.
Sometimes the pain
Honestly,
is
it's
worth
worth
the pleasure.
It's worth it.
No
It's
pain,
worth
no
it
gain.
to suffer for 3 days and then go 3 weeks without pain. I will take that. If I don't have to be on pills all the time.
Seems like a good
I've
trade.
done the pill thing. I've done,
Yeah.
taking medication to help with the pain. I've done all of that, and I don't want to be on pills.
Yeah. Nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to go Brett Favre.
No.
Yeah.
Brett Favre.
Favre.
Is he
Yeah,
addicted to pain medicine?
He was for a time.
A little bit.
Was he the one that everybody likes? No, who am I thinking of?
He was the one that pulled his towel down for the masseuse.
No.
Yeah.
He was like, "Hey, do I get like no? I'm not that kind of masseuse."
To be
Brett
fair,
Favre was
I have
kind of-
never done that. Just saying.
I don't think women do it. I think it's more of a guy type thing. But I think Brett
Yeah,
Favre was
I've
trying to-
never done that.
Do what?
He was trying to see if the masseuse was a little more handy, so to speak.
Yeah, no thanks.
Doing the Robert Kraft thing.
Yeah.
It takes a while to train a man
Oh.
out there, right?
Oh,
Like,
my
I'm
towel,
not
my
gonna
towel
put
fell
my
off. My
nose.
towel fell off.
The rubbing tug. What?
Oh, you shoot so high.
Brett's like, you didn't catch that pass.
Terrible. Terrible.
Bud Light conspiracy news. You know, Bud Light is kind of going to be related, I think, to the new Coke when they screwed that up. So yeah, over time, people will
Does
kind of look
anyone
at that. as
remember
one-
Clear Coke?
Clear Pepsi Clear.
Oh, was it Pepsi?
Oh, Jesus.
Pepsi did the
Oh,
Pepsi Clear. Yeah,
Okay, Pepsi Clear.
Was it-
Pepsi Clear kind of got forgotten
There's
because of
something
new
too?
Coke, but Pepsi Clear was a bad mistake
It
too.
was the Crystal. Pepsi Crystal. Or
Crystal Pepsi. That was the clear
Yeah.
one. Yeah, yeah.
That was awful.
It
Yeah.
was terrible.
Terrible.
I'm a
Well,
Pepsi
well, at
fan,
least
but
25 mil drink
no.
Bud to begin. Bud Light, but still won't drink. Yeah. The whole Bud Light thing is just kind of crazy in itself. Got advertising device
I mean, they
from
dug
Netflix
their
and
grave.
Disney.
Now they got a lie in it.
I mean, it's just you'd have to. I mean, like I said, it was.
You
It's,
say Netflix and Disney. I say Harley. They had ads
Harley's
from all
another
of
one.
them.
Harley's another one. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they don't drink Bud Light. Don't get me started on the Aldine thing there. He's actually performing over here in part of Maryland tonight.
Goodness.
And they were kind of checking to see if there's any protesters and stuff there or whatever. But I think it's more with Aldine. It's more about the video than the actual song and lyrics. Because when you look at the video, the video shows at a place where Black people have been lynched, and then also,
saw they took that out. I saw
They-
took that all out now.
well, CMT dropped the video. They won't play it on
No,
the
I saw
CMT.
they've redone the video and that doesn't have any
Oh,
of it.
did they?
No.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I
So
think
he's
it'll,
like backing down too, like Bud Light.
Yeah.
His album went to like number one,
Yeah.
like that song went to number one. or
Because
whatever.
people were curious. Why is this
Yeah,
song so
yeah.
controversial?
yeah, and I don't think it was. I think the words were more. It was more the video that was
Yeah, that's
done.
what
It
I
was the
saying.
video.
And when they
There was
showed
so much
it, and it was
spotlight
like
back
where it
then.
was at, and it was like, you know, there was like people lynched here, right? Like,
Right.
and then it was there's no Black Lives Matter. People were like, well, why don't you show January 6th? Try that in a small town, right? Like when they were doing that kind. So it became like a whole big thing there. But
You're right. Yeah,
It
it
is
was
what it
more the
is.
video than the song.
Have you
for
seen
sure,
the
but-
TikTok of that poor girl? She's lip syncing to that song on this like old country road. Oh my God, she's making such a fool out of herself. I mean,
About.
she's
I mean, that's TikTok. Like I don't know which one you're talking
no,
about.
and
Right?
everybody's like everybody's like duetting it and being like, oh my god, if this girl doesn't have anybody that loves her, because they would have told her you shouldn't post this.
I've not seen it.
Oh, I'll show it to you. It's
Yeah.
awful. It makes me cringe so bad. Not because of what she's doing, but that makes me cringe. That's just regular bullshit that happens all the time. But the way she's doing it, I'm just like, oh, you poor girl.
We love America. America loves a train wreck. So yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's playing
like
like
James
I
Murphy,
can't
though.
watch what's happening.
There you
now.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beer House always posting daily on some of the stuff he's actually doing there out of the OC, Orange County. For those that don't know, there always be breweries for sale. Yeah, they're always popping
I
stuff.
know. Honestly,
mean-
you and I kind of want to build from scratch, but
But if you get a
when the
brewery that's
time
already
comes.
done, it actually gives you a leg
We'll
up.
see what happens when the time comes. But if the brewery didn't make it in that town, I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a
I
false
kind of feel like
city.
I just want to at some point just open up a craft beer store and sell like the best craft beer. But
There you go.
sometimes the
Hey.
corporate world just is like, why am I here? Like,
Listen, Rod, here's the thing. I asked Todd this question. I get on my phone.
still
and I
here
ask-
and immaculately sober. I'm amazed, Craig. I'm amazed you're still
Step it up,
sober right
man.
now.
And
Step
no
it
kid.
up.
It's
but,
what, like 5 o'clock in the morning?
but
there?
you know how people are like, geez, 20 years ago, I wish I would have done this 20 years ago or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, Todd, someday's going to be 20 years from now. What do you think you're going to wish you would have done 20 years ago in 20 years? So do it,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, it's funny. I was watching something I was going through LinkedIn scrolling, like LinkedIn, the website, and someone that posted the scene. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Up in the Air
Mm-hmm.
with George Clooney.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't remember it, but I know I saw it.
Yeah, but they posted the scene with him and the one guy, George Clooney, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he played on Oz as Schillinger. He played like Jameson for the Spider-Man movies and stuff too. Can't remember his name right now, but he was like, George Clooney's whole thing was coming in and letting people know, like, okay, you're terminated, you're not going to be here anymore, blah blah blah. And he's talking to the guy, and he's like, well, how much do they offer you to give up on your dream? And the guy's like, what? And he's like, how much did they offer you? I saw your resume. I saw your college thing. You minored in cuisine, French cuisine or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like, how much did they offer you to give up on that dream of actually
Right.
becoming
That's
like a
rough.
chef? And he's like $28,000 a year or whatever like that and everything. And he's basically telling them, like,
This is your chance to live
this
your
is
dream.
your chance to live the dream
Yeah.
that you actually wanted to have. Like, basically take the package here, but go out and do what you want to do.
Yeah,
You've been
don't
driving for how
settle.
long under this company and giving up for stuff you want to actually. And it was just a different perspective on seeing that. Like, what were we all chasing at some point that we gave up just for the corporate world?
That's so funny. Well, not for the
I was a
corporate.
music teacher.
Is that
Yeah.
Vera Farmiga?
No, it was
No, it was the man. It was the guy that was the guy that plays Jameson on the Spider-Man movie, and
oh,
he plays Schillinger
no,
on
Vera,
Oz.
that's the actress. She's the one
But the person's name and the thing? Oh,
short
okay.
for
all right.
Alexandra, probably.
No, I'd have to look here to see.
There's a lot of super movie stars in that.
But one of the questions, like I got this app on TikTok, there's a channel called Flamingo, and it always asks these like questions. So one of the questions was, what do you feel like you've given up
Music.
to now?
J.K. Simmons. It's J.K. Simmons.
Oh,
is the guy.
J.K. Simmons. Okay.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
our friend's. He's Spanky's friend, isn't he?
No.
Oh, it was. What do you feel like you've given up, like basically to be an adult or whatever?
Yeah.
Music.
Mine was I snuffed out my artsy side. I snuffed it
Yeah.
out completely. I used to be artistic, and now I'm just like, no, I got to grow up. I mean, I tried.
Well, I was
Well,
a
it's-
classically trained opera singer, and I'm certainly
Yeah.
not singing opera right now. So no,
But you
I,
could.
Well,
it's music.
I mean, it's kind of like when I was in college, as you guys know. There, I don't know, Mal, you may know too, but I was a DJ in college.
And you were a water
And-
polo star
Yeah. Well, only in Dominican Republic.
with the horses.
O-
With the
only,
horses.
only the Dominican Republic. so-
Synchronized swimming.
And one of the best jobs I've ever had that I always say I didn't get paid for was a radio DJ. But it's funny because one of my friends from college, he's still a DJ, like out in California.
He's still
And
in
he was
the
the one that got like a Hawaiian Tropic launched down in Florida. They did a Hawaiian Tropic type stuff. And it's just like, how much fun would it have been if I would have stuck with just actually doing that? Because now you see stuff like, you know, DJ Khaled or these other guys that are cool.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, you leave to go to the corporate world and you may have given up on something you were actually more involved in that might have had more passion for you. And it's like, I
Always
think
a price for money.
some people forget that at times.
Yes.
So
yeah.
it's kind of funny. Like, I love teaching music. I was happy teaching music. I loved seeing their eyes light up when they figured out something, seeing them feel amazing when they succeeded at a performance. That was amazing. But the PTO, the red tape, me having to raise the money for my own job to exist. Like, I had to raise money to make my job exist. That sucked. And it made me so angry. Like, that I had to have the kids selling candy bars in order to have the kids succeed and have the kids perform and have the kid, like, how stupid is that? Why am I having to have them sell candy bars so that they can feel amazing about themselves?
Sometimes you can't help them all, but you can help some of them. And I bet some of them remember you.
And I did my best. And honestly, the red tape got too much and I stopped being a teacher. And it sucks because every job after I came back from the Caribbean was like, oh yeah, you're going to teach music, but you're going to teach at 4 different schools. You'll have to drive to 4 different schools during the week and you'll have to carry your instruments with you in your car. And I'm like, are you kidding right now? Like, this is a thing? Like, why is this a thing? Like, no, music's important. And it was so upsetting. The whole thing just upset me so much. And I was I can't.
The whole education system is a thing in itself.
Well, when it comes to music and art and the other things, it's like,
because I'm like, if you want to enhance a society, you've got to enhance the youth, right? So
yes,
the idea that you have some of the teachers going through the struggles they go through versus what you're throwing at, and I'll just say as an example, some of these athletes that get the money they get, or some of these entertainers, it's just not good. It's just
I will say
putting efforts out on stuff that you're missing where you really need to be focusing on stuff. Like if you can have people pay for this super arena for millions of dollars, why aren't you paying the kids for the foundation to build forward?
Every single year I was a teacher, at least a quarter of my paycheck went to stuff for my own classroom.
Yeah. I know a lot of teachers that do that.
And then 50% was going to where I was living. So 75% of my paycheck was gone before I even got to live. And it sucked. It was really hard. I mean, I had to buy new textbooks. I had to buy new instruments. I had to buy new things, like everything for my classroom. I had to do that myself. And it's not fair.
No.
Two jobs I always talked about as being underappreciated. It's funny that you and Shannon are here, but it's always been like teachers and nurses. Like, you need to pay teachers and nurses what they're worth.
Pretty appreciated, but not by society, but by like my families and
by your family, your patients, all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of like those are high value type stuff that you need to make sure people are taken care of for, in my opinion. So
I mean, I don't feel appreciated by them all, but I understand if they're not because they're going through their own shit.
Well, if you shower more than 4 times a week, then I'm definitely in the metrosexual category.
No, you're not.
I shower more than 4 times a week.
JT.
I have to interrupt for 1 second. Chu stepped in for a moment just to say he had a funny joke.
Oh.
And he was talking while you were talking about something serious, so obviously I wasn't going to share it right then. But he's like, I'll make you sing opera tonight. I'm like, it's not a funny joke. That's not funny. Stop laughing. You're not supposed to laugh.
I mean, it kind of is.
It's not funny. It's just ridiculous. He's terrible.
Well, I don't know. He's over here talking about a past girlfriend. He's giving him a pedicure. I don't know if that helps him out or hurts him. I don't know how that works out. Yeah.
Like after you've been together for like over 10 years, or past girlfriends and boyfriends are kind of like,
Do you ever bring up past boyfriends?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I
not,
never-
not like we were talking, we were playing our questions or whatever, and it was something about like, what's the biggest lesson you've learned from an ex or something like
Yeah.
that. I don't just bring them up randomly, but but
So
I'm not.
if Todd said, "Oh, I had a past
So
girlfriend,"
I screwed it up then.
she used to do
I mean,
this or
when
this,
if
you'd
I
be
still
okay with it, right?
have girlfriends.
If Todd said I had a past girlfriend, he used to do this or this, and had a special way, you'd be okay with it.
Well, I mean, it depends on if he's like, talk about it matter of factly, not like romantic.
You know what I'm saying, Todd, right? Like if we do it as guys, it's a whole different ball game.
No, but like if I was like, oh my God, I miss my ex-boyfriend was so great and like he did all these things and yes, then I bet that's not my experience. I would like I'm not gonna talk about him because he was great and all that and I don't want to start shit.
The context.
Yeah. And I'm like, my ex-boyfriend was a piece of shit, so I can talk about him.
So I would love to share something. My first boyfriend of all time, it happened when I was 18 years old. That was my first boyfriend. I never held hands, never kissed, anything until I was 18. And it was with this guy. But he was actually the photographer at mine and Chu's wedding. Because I'm still friends with him.
Oh, that's
Still
interesting.
friends with my dad. He's still friends with my dad. It's fantastic. He has a lovely wife and 3 beautiful children, and they're adorable as heck. And I love seeing the pictures that he posts. But he is in the Boston area. So, Rod, if you know anyone who's looking for a wedding photographer in the Boston area, this man was the photographer at our wedding, and he is
Oh, nice.
he has the best eye for pictures I've ever seen. There's no one even remotely close to this man. It's Greg Hitchcock. If you get it, if you need a wedding photographer, Greg Hitchcock. He's in the Boston area. Absolutely amazing human being. He will go 100% past what you would expect.
Okay.
Such an amazing human and a great person to boot. So, yes, my first boyfriend was the photographer at our wedding. Just putting that out there.
No, it's been, I mean, you could definitely have those type of things.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, when I was in college, I used to run the student newspaper, and my wife had dated one of the guys back in West Virginia, and we were advertising majors, so he was an advertising major as well. And he wanted to work at the newspaper, so he asked like if I would hire him or whatever. He was asking her like if I would hire him because they went on dates a couple times back when they were in Charleston, West Virginia, and stuff like that and everything. But it was like he was nervous about me being the one that he'd have to interview with because they had went on a couple of dates with her back in the day. But it was funny. He was actually a cool guy, and we actually became friends and stuff on it. But it was just like,
love it.
It's just always kind of funny when you have like the exes and stuff, like,
But when people can put that aside and not be like jealous and weird, it's so nice. I mean, honestly, Chu and I aren't jealous types at all. Neither of us. So we'll go out to bars and he will encourage me to flirt just in case I happen to get us a free drink for the house for like our group. It has happened on several occasions. I don't flirt specifically. I'm friendly. I'm just a friendly human being. That's just how I am. And I'll get chatting with someone at the bar and they'll be like, hey, I'll buy a round for you and your friends. I'd say, okay, that's fine, but why don't you come and join us? And then they'll see it's like mixed girls and guys and everybody's already coupled up and they're like, oh. But then they sit down and we have a lovely time. So it's okay. But like, he'll encourage me to flirt with people to get free drinks. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just being a friendly person. Stop it.
I feel like you're like Todd and Shannon when they go out and people think they're swingers.
No, Todd would never.
More like Shannon. That had nothing to do with it. I'm just included in the.
Todd would never encourage me to flirt with somebody for free drinks.
All right, I'm gonna pop down to the restroom and we'll see if Chu will get me another beer.
Okay. With the Bud Light now. Yeah, I think we're getting caught up, but we talked about the Bud Light thing and just the whole debacle that's taking place. So I saw say that suggests that the more you pick your nose, the more likely you are to develop dementia or Alzheimer's. So, really? I don't know anything about that study, but that's kind of weird.
But I don't really feel like that's an accurate study because nobody's going to confess to. I think he's screwing with us because nobody's going to confess to how much they pick their nose, and you can't observe somebody to see how much they pick their nose because they're in private. So I don't feel like that's a very reliable study.
They always say people that pick their nose are geniuses.
See, they're geniuses, but they're going to get Alzheimer's.
What are they eating? What they pick? That's the question.
Yeah.
Parmesan feet. Yeah. Sometimes Parmesan feet do smell like. I feel like there was some not. Sometimes you'll open like some nacho chips and it smells like feet. Like that's
No,
yeah.
When anytime Todd makes, if I come out of the bedroom, I'm like, what is that? And it smells like feet. And he's made like something with Parmesan on it. It smells Parmesan. Smells like feet.
But it's so
Smells
good.
like feet. Yeah.
But
It's like some cheeses smell that way.
Cheez-Its?
No, some cheese. Some cheese
Oh,
smells that
some
way. But maybe
When I
some
was in high
Cheez-Its
school,
too.
uh,
I haven't had
one of
Cheez-Its
my
in
high
a
school
while.
friends had a foreign exchange student from like Italy or something. I can't remember. Or France, someplace where cheeses were fancy and stuff. So he brought these cheeses over, and they had to keep it in the garage because it smelled so bad.
I feel like cheese is a good weed snack. Like if you're smoking weed, I feel like cheeses are a good snack to have around. That's just a perception I have.
White Castles is a good snack to have.
Well, White Castle would be good to keep around, but White Castle can do it with beer or
White
weed,
Castle's a
I'm
good
sure.
drunk. Yeah, drunk.
I mean, I crave White Castles sometimes when I'm sober.
If you can't make it to the Waffle House, make it to White Castle. When I need to deliver, get a DoorDash,
You'll
get
be
White
sober
Castle.
by the time you get through the drive-through.
Yeah.
So my $3 was my sphincter up to a year ago.
Well, there you go.
Dan, so glad you're alive for us to know you, Mal. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Mal's went through some stuff
Cheers,
there.
James.
Wheelchair by 50. I was not told that when I got married. I was tricked.
Oh, I thought that was somebody's.
Like you can push me around in a wheelchair. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Just use ice therapy and a tub of ice
Thinking
with it.
about that.
I can't.
Yeah.
I'm like a lizard.
No
I need
pain,
to
no
live on
gain.
a
It's those
rock.
Gen X, Gen Z's, no pain. It triggered. Well, yeah, we were always walking off generation, I think. I mean, nowadays, it's funny. I like watching some of the videos of some of the interpretations on Facebook or TikTok, or whatever. They're just like, somebody will have a question that's a Gen Z member, the Gen X person will respond back. And it's just like, those are hilarious, I think.
You got to send him that TikTok with that girl, and she was reading the comments from, because she's like got like a Gen X like page, and she talks about everything Gen X, and she was talking about our parents or whatever, and what they did to us when we were younger, and like she was reading all their
Well, we were
comments,
the boomers.
laughing her,
Yeah.
laughing her, and one of them was like, one time my mom left my sister as collateral at the grocery store. So I know I'm gonna give it to you. Yeah. So that because she didn't have the money, she left my sister as collateral
That's so
at
funny.
the grocery store to come back and
Come
get
back
her.
and get her and pay the
That's
money.
great.
Well, it's funny.
Was my
That's
grandpa?
true.
My grandpa slammed his brakes on, and I went flying into the back of the seat. And he turned around and was like, "Stay in your seat." Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because it was like one of the videos I was watching, and she's like, literally, we had a thing that would come on at 10 o'clock at night,
Do you
and
know
it
where your
would ask,
children
"Are you know where your children are?"
Yes,
And it was
yes.
and it was like
Always
literally
gotta
growing
have.
up, we did have that in the 80s. It would come up there, and parents were like, "Oh shit, where are my children?" Like,
Yeah.
that's just the generation we grew up in,
Right.
you know.
Straight lights
So-
on. Go home.
We
Or
He
was
by-
like,
by
speak
year-
when spoken to, and that's it.
By year, I was born a millennial. However, my parents were both baby boomers.
Yeah.
Both of them. So I was a little later born, but I was still raised by baby boomers. I
Yeah.
identify more as the Gen X, Gen Y kind of situation. And I get so irritated when people assume I'm a millennial. I'm like, dude, I don't act that way. I was raised by baby boomers. I was raised like you don't call in sick.
It's just by the numbers.
Right.
It's by
You
the
go to
numbers.
damn work. You go to damn work and you make your money to support your family. That is what you do.
And if you
I
break your
would
arm, you do not
this
come
way.
complain about it.
Well, I mean, we grew up with, you know,
The gunny
Stop
snacks
crying.
on the feet.
we grew up with "Stop crying, or I'll give you something to cry about." And you're like, "What the fuck did you give me before? Because I'm crying right now."
Exactly.
What was that just saying?
Oh my god, I wish I would have known
Well,
that.
yes, exactly. And we were also raised on do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
Because
Like
I said
you
so.
know.
Yeah,
That was
because I
the
said
dude that
so.
say not
Yeah.
as I
Because I
do.
said
Because I
so.
said
Do as
so.
I say, not as I do. Just because the parents didn't always act the way they told us to act.
You
I
know,
cannot
that's-
do that because I said so.
Well, that's
You
what I
don't-
always tell
Yeah,
Kylie
because I
growing
said
up.
so.
Yeah, our daughter, because
And we accepted because I said so. That was
Yeah.
how we were
Right, yeah.
raised.
But when
Yeah.
Kylie was getting older, I'm like, listen, these are bad words, and I'm an adult, and I can say them, but you can't. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
stop saying them, but
Yeah.
you cannot repeat them.
Mhm.
And I was like, I'm not gonna change my behavior and be like, I'm not gonna cuss around you. And then you hear
Yeah.
a cuss word, and you're like, oh, I'm like, you just can't say them yet.
Yeah.
I mean, our parents were. It was a different time. I mean, it was like if you felt like you were getting abused or like that, everything like I'm gonna call so and so, and they'd be like, okay, there's the phone. Go ahead here.
Yeah.
What's the number? I'll dial for you. You can talk to them. And
Here's
they'd like
the
they would
number.
call you.
Yeah.
Here's the number.
Yes, 100%.
Or I'm gonna
Here's
run
the
away.
phone. Go
Here's
for
your
it.
bag- Here's your grocery bag to put your shit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple boxes out in the garage.
Yeah.
You can pack your
No,
shit.
no boxes.
It's cool.
Just the old
Yeah.
crumpled
Just a
up grocery
bag.
bag.
Yeah.
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 And if it was
Yeah.
paper, it might not hold.
Just grab
Yeah.
what you can in your hands. Don't even get a bag.
Yeah, we were also the generation that was like, "What do you want to get a whooping, or you want to get punishment?" And you're
Oh,
like,
no, I
"Give me,
didn't get that.
give me the
Oh,
whoop, give me the whooping because I got shit to do outside with the boys." So you know,
Go on. Just go on.
I never got that choice.
Now,
you never got that one.
No,
I
was
will
just
be
like,
honest.
I'm gonna whoop your
I,
ass.
I was a daughter
There
raised
was no choice. It was just directional.
Yeah,
from, from 7 years old. I was raised by a single father, so I didn't get the option of the whooping. I had the punishment. I did not get the option of he'll cut the switch from the tree.
Oh no, I got to take a belt
I
out.
did
of
not have that option because
That was
a
at your
single father
grandparents'
raising a
house.
daughter is dangerous, right?
You
In
have
the
to go around trying
Yeah.
to miss it.
so
Yeah, I mean,
unfortunately, I didn't have that option.
grandparents are like the Jedi's because they were like, "Go out there and get the switch, and it better be a good one." Like,
I didn't
'cause
spend time with my
if
grandparents.
if they went out to get one, oh, it was going to be a lot worse. So you had to get out.
Oh,
You had to go pick your poison that you were going to deal with. That's how they
Right.
did us
And you
back
thought
then.
the thin one
Yeah.
would be the one that hurts
Yeah.
the least,
Yeah.
but it's the one that hurts the most. I
Yeah.
don't want to
Yes.
go outside and pick like a big old
Big
And
old
grandparents
tree
knew
stump up.
because grandparents would check the flexibility of it too, so they knew.
Yeah, right.
They would
That's
check
the
it.
thing,
Yeah.
This one would be
So my
most-
my father has told me stories of him growing up, and it was the horsewhip,
Mm.
guy.
Oh Jesus!
Not even the
Not even a
switch,
switch.
so-
The switch, yeah.
no. His mom would use the wooden spoon from the kitchen.
Mm.
Dad was using the
I've
horse.
had I've had
Oh yeah,
the spoon. I've had
the
the
wooden
spoon before.
spoon.
Yeah,
The
the
wooden spoon will
spoon.
do some damage if you're not careful.
Leather.
If you're a Gen Xer,
Around.
you go into a house and there's a wooden spoon on the wall, you will have flashbacks. I'm just saying
Yeah.
because chances
So-
are you've seen that wooden spoon in action before.
So fun.
Enough for
fun.
food.
I never had the one
Yeah.
spoon. I just
Right.
got the
So
Yeah.
when my dad won custody of me at 7 years old, it was 1992. He won full custody of his daughter, like a 7-year-old daughter. He got full custody, which is unheard of at that time.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have happened, but mom didn't show up to court. She did. She just didn't show up. So he got full custody, and she was a drinker. It was, that was her thing. So
It happens.
But when he got full custody, it was the next year, and he was driving the mower, the tractor to mow
Oh
the lawn.
no! Oh
And
no!
I was on the tractor with him,
Oh,
and he dropped
no.
his hat. So when he swung back by where his hat was, he did a sharp turn to pick up his hat. He reached down to pick it up. When he did that, I fell.
Mm.
When I fell, I had my arms out towards the ground, and my left arm was broken. Just a hairline fracture across both bones. Just a tiny fracture, not a problem. He took me to the hospital because I was obviously in pain. They took me into a room
Not
separate from him because I was 8 years old. They took me into a room separate from him and started asking, "Did your daddy do this to you?"
Oh Jesus!
And I said, "Well,
Yeah, kind
yeah, but I fell off the tractor."
of.
And so I was trying to tell them, but if I had worded it wrongly as an 8-year-old,
Oh, yeah.
they would have taken
Yeah,
me away from my
exactly.
dad.
Right.
And my dad
Yeah.
was an amazing human. He broke his back to keep clothes on mine my whole life. Like he did everything for me. And so like I'm 8 years old trying to say, no, he picked up his hat and I fell off the tractor
Right.
and I broke my arm. And they were not listening. They weren't like hearing
No.
me. And then, they had heard his side and I was saying the same
Yeah.
thing. And they were like, finally, okay, they let him keep custody. But that was only like 6 months after he won custody in the first
Yeah.
place. And it was like scary. I almost got taken away from my father and put back with my mother, which would not have been the best situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's kind of scary to think about, like a single father raising a daughter. He had to be careful all the time.
It was tough back then.
He
Yeah.
couldn't give me spankings. He wasn't allowed to give me spankings when I was in my, like 8, 9, 10-year-old phase, because if I had told anyone, he would have lost custody.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
terrible. So yeah, he had a rough time for sure. But I'm so glad that I was with him, because I was much, much better off than I could have been.
Yeah.
He was an amazing human being.
Yeah, LD, when that happened in Vegas, he pretty much ran off.
Oh.
I remember that all
Yeah, I don't
happened,
remember.
so.
I mean, I don't blame him. I'd have ran too, but I don't think he really handled it that well afterwards.
The Vegas shooting thing? Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Rajay, can you play the noise? Because she doesn't know I need a beer.
I thought
You're-
she's got a beer.
But you
Judge her.
don't have beer on you.
Shit, where is it?
There you go.
Probably wrap up here in a bit, because I didn't realize it was like almost 12. I started earlier thinking like we didn't end earlier, but now
Started earlier and we last longer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the plan has not worked very well.
It's
It's
not
not
how that's
worked
supposed to
very well. Yeah. People listen to the podcast and are like, God damn, it keeps getting longer every time.
I know.
Lots of technology, AI is going to change a lot of stuff going forward. It's kind of people are going to have to really be thinking about the careers they want to
The
get into.
aliens are
because-
intervening. Didn't you see, like, the aliens are intervening now, screwing things up so
There's
bad
Suzanne, yeah.
they can't ignore it anymore. So
Give
the
Suzanne
aliens are
a little more.
intervening.
Yeah, we need the puffy hair. We need the puffy hair guy on this to find out what we're going to do with the aliens. Because now the people are testifying in Congress about the alien stuff too.
I
Like,
know.
and the guy's like, "What? They're like, would you tell us about the body?" They're like, "Oh, we can't tell you about the body because that's classified." Like,
Right.
yeah,
I mean, it's
old
just-
style, nice.
Who
Bringing it back
knows?
from
This
the
is
old
what
school.
she brought me when you played the noise. This is what happened.
He brought you the old school stuff.
I ran out of Malort.
You
Well, there
ran
you
on
go.
Malort.
I still
No,
got to do Malort when I come back to Chicago at some point, I guess.
But
You didn't
Rod,
have
I'm
Malort while you were here?
Dave tried to find it, but they didn't have it from Beer in Front. So
The
we were at
human
Hot Punch.
brain-
and they didn't have it.
has so many
And you have to
theoretical
have
problems
Malort.
that when they pile more theoretical problems on it, we're like, well, it's not a problem today. So,
Yeah.
that's like these TikToks are like, yeah, the aliens are kind of upset because they're like, we're here and nobody really is like shocked or actually has.
If the aliens,
like,
if the aliens,
okay,
if
well,
the
here
aliens
we
are here,
Yeah.
if the aliens are here, they're not saying shit. It's just
If
like,
the aliens are here, they're going to enjoy some good beer.
yeah,
I
they're
hope
like, look, they won't even
No,
let
I
the people in
don't.
from Mexico. We're not going to talk to them.
Yeah.
So, Rod, one of the things I did with the group when
I
they
did not
came
know
here
King
for the
Yellow.
weekend,
Mm-hmm.
when they came here for the weekend, I gave them the Chicago handshake, which is why we have old
The
style
Malort,
beverage.
yeah.
So it's Malort with old style as a chaser. I gave them the mini bottles, so it's harder to take a shot from a mini bottle, obviously, because the opening is so much smaller. And I have a video of Blue Ice, Shane from Shane's Craft Beer Reviews, both the Alkanauts, Brian from Brian the Beer Snob, and and Nutmeg to Palmetto.
So Blue did come up as well.
He
last
did.
weekend.
He did. So I
Nice.
have all of these
Nice, okay.
people trying Malort for the first time on camera. All of their Malort faces on one little set.
From what I know about
And-
Malort, you're going to have a face for it. Yeah.
Now, here's the fun thing, though. I did the Malort shot, and then I challenged them to a beer tasting competition where we had to figure out what style of beer was, and I messed up all of their taste buds before with Malort. I was evil, and it was lovely, and that is going to be released on my channel at some point shortly. I have to edit it real quick, but yeah, it's going to be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You can't, like, honestly, the Malort faces. There are bars in Chicago where if you walk in and you're going to order an alcoholic drink, they will give you a shot of Malort first and take a Polaroid. The moment you take the Malort, they take that Polaroid and put it on the wall. And that is how this bar works.
That's
you can't
funny.
have alcohol until you have Malort.
Dang.
So their faces were excellent.
Is it that?
Personally, I describe Malort as the laundry water after a Bears game being dumped on a tire fire.
Oh.
That is how Malort tastes.
I feel like it's right there with absinthe and Jägermeister.
No, absinthe, it tastes like black licorice. Don't give me that.
Yeah.
Absinthe tastes like black licorice. This is not that.
This is worse than black licorice?
Oh, frick, yes.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
there's...
Well, that's a lower level then for me. Yeah.
Rod, you didn't listen. The laundry water after a Bears game, all of the jock straps, all of the jerseys in this laundry
Are
water.
we talking Dick and laundry or are we talking buckets laundry?
Either or both
I'm talking
combined.
the straight up laundry water after a Bears game being tossed onto a tire fire.
We're
That
talking
is
Peyton laundry because Peyton was sweetness. So, I mean, I got to know what Bears were talking about
There
here.
wasn't no sweetness.
that
in
is the flavor
it. Or
of
maybe it was a
Malort.
refrigerator.
I can't describe it any way better. That's the best description I can give you. But it tastes like death. It's the end
That
of
was
the
definitely
world
refrigerator
flavor.
then, for sure.
And I made them all try that. And one of them said, "Why do you hate me?" The other one said, "I'm never coming to this city again," and started walking out the house. I'm not even kidding. This is what happened when I gave this to these people.
I mean, being a sales Mal, you got to work on your pitch a little bit. You're not really selling it that well.
Yeah,
No, I didn't tell them that
Tastes
until
like
after
a
they
bunch of
drank
sweaty
it.
jock straps by a
Yeah.
bunch of huge football players. Oh, give me a shot of that. I'll take that.
Rod, before they drank it, I said this is the unofficial Chicago handshake, and you must try it.
Yeah.
I did not say anything about jock straps until after they had tried it.
Okay.
So,
All right. So you held back on the
there was no
jockstrap.
sales pitch that was bad on that one.
Then Jimpton's like,
I
this
know
is-
sales. I work
Yeah.
sales. No, they had the proper sales pitch because they all freaking drank it. If they hadn't had the proper sales pitch, they wouldn't have done it. But yeah.
2 weeks
I
ago.
don't know. Sometimes the guys are not always that bright, so you get to easily trick the guys into doing it too.
There were a couple wives who came too, by
Yeah.
the way, which was
Okay.
lovely. Shane's wife came down, and Paul's wife from the Alkanauts, his wife
Nice.
joined us as well. So we did have a couple wives with us as well. So that was lovely.
And yeah, unadapted social media definitely has. I mean, that's something parents got to look at when they're doing with their kids and stuff. I mean, it's funny, like the whole TikTok thing, and it's like China doesn't show the TikTok that we see the TikTok here in the States, which is something that most people should probably consider. Like they're showing shit here they wouldn't show in their own country, but people don't think about that. I don't think at times.
Yes,
Mal,
we
did you give
tried
Heidi
to-
a pedicure?
Rod, on that last comment, everyone's a carbon copy of everyone else. You know, I don't entirely agree. I do feel like social media has given people a place to be themselves, regardless of what they think the world expects of them. So we have a lot of people who are coming out who are saying, I am this, and you can follow me if you're interested. So I don't think it's just carbon copies. I think we're getting a lot of that. True.
But are you
But
looking
there's
at
a
it
lot
from
of
an adult
people-
perspective or a kid perspective? Because I think Unadapted is looking at it from a kid perspective
No,
when
it's
they're copying each
adult
other.
or kid. I
Okay.
think adult or kid. I think there's a lot of people who are coming out and saying, you know what? Screw all this other stuff. I'm me and I'm okay. And this is how I am. And if you want to follow, fine, follow. But I'm going to tell you what I am or how I am or what I think. And I think it's not just carbon copies. I really think there's a lot of people coming out who are like, I'm different. And it's all
But
right.
I think part of it is, I think if you're looking at it from a creative standpoint, it might be one thing. But if you're just sitting there scrolling through and you're not creating, you're just scrolling through.
That's true.
Seeing images, you're thinking, I want to be like this or I want to be like that type thing.
I agree with what you're saying as well. I think the creators are a little different. That is true. But the people who create are the ones who are saying, no, I'm different from the rest. And I can show you how I'm different.
It gives you the voice to be able to do stuff. Yeah, no, I understand that and everything. Yeah, I think
some people never had a voice.
Yeah. From Unadapted's point, unless I'm wrong, Unadapted can chime in, but I think he's looking at it kind of, I don't know if it's he or she for Unadapted, but looking at it from a perspective of those kind of just going through, not even creating, but more watching and seeing stuff. And it's kind of creates a certain thing. Like I said, the TikTok they show here, they won't show TikTok like that in China because you look at the China TikTok and it's more about education and intelligence and all that kind of stuff versus some of the stuff that we see here in the States. So Heidi, a pedicure this week. I don't know, Heidi.
Ma?
Or for wrist cameras, I can give and do the game. I remember wrist camera. I remember wrist cameras in the mall. I remember seeing wrists back in the day. I went through a leg hump stage in my early 40s. I was still struggling. Bounce.
Yeah, that will not go well.
That's yeah. You get arrested for that nowadays. My mom used to carry a wooden spoon to restaurants and threatened it to us. I remember how happy my sister and I were. She forgot it was yeah. There's people that have flashbacks over the wooden spoons. It was just like they were commonly used in a lot of households. Full 24-pack in it. She still was the perfect pour. My kind of lady. My Lord is not as nasty as its rep, in my humble opinion.
James, you are having troubles then, because Malort.
He's trying to sell it. He's trying to sell it because he knows I haven't done Malort yet, probably. Warner Von Braun and deathbed. They'll send in the aliens. The report from Iron Mountain ends the same way. It's all just a call-in for the dumb. Aliens do not exist. They don't care. Well, if the aliens are here, they're not saying shit. They're just kind of just hanging back, I think. I wouldn't say shit if I was an alien here. Like,
tell you what, Rod, if we can come visit you, I will bring you Malort and we can have that on the video.
You can always come visit. Yeah.
Yeah? We need to set that up then because honestly, you need to try Malort if you haven't yet.
Malort will travel. I respect your opinion, but even in terms they use followers, they don't even use the word friend on social media anymore. Everyone's okay with being a follower nowadays. Well, that's what they, I mean, they use that for the term there. Yeah. I guess we're going to do with Twitter. Twitter's just like X now, whatever. What's fucking, I don't know what Elon Musk is.
Yeah, whatever.
There. I was like, why am I even on there anymore? But I'm almost Twittered out on that site. But
I have an account and never made a post.
Yeah. Well, I've got a lot of followers on Twitter, but it's just like, why am I? It's the point now. Like, why am I even here anymore? It's just like, it's kind of the whole Elon. Like, Elon, you still haven't given us an edit button, but you're changing the name on shit and you're doing a lot of other stuff. Like, where's the edit button? Because people have typos all the time and they can't correct them. So,
yeah, that needs to be fixed.
Priorities, Elon. I can edit on Facebook. I can edit on Instagram, but I can't do it on Twitter. So, well, shit, God, my God. So we still didn't end up earlier. We ended up going later. I don't know about the whole extra hour thing.
It's backfired everywhere.
I know I'm on beer 5. I think we overdid it.
I'm starting to wonder, like, should we stick back to the 8:45 because we're still wind up. We get an extra hour, bonus hour here on stuff, but it never ends earlier. So
hell, and I even jumped on after 9, and it's still 12:30, whatever.
Yeah. Well, at least it's Friday.
Give it one more shot, and we'll see how it goes. One more shot, we'll see how it goes.
He said, "Go back to your original start."
Yeah, right.
I left Twitter a couple months ago. Yeah, I was debating on Twitter, but I got a lot of followers on Twitter, so we'll see. But I think at this point we're going to wrap up because it's 12:36
Yes.
and
Good
you have
idea.
to get up and work in the morning.
Yep.
And I don't know what's Shannon. Shannon's cooking something right
No,
now.
she's
Isn't she?
right here.
I just opened my Temu box.
Temu box.
It's
Temu.
Whatever. It's like this new app that's like a mix between Shein and Amazon, and they get all this stuff really cheap.
Oh, Temu's the one that they're fighting in China with
Oh.
Shein over. They're having fights over there
Yeah.
because Shein's saying Temu's cutting into them doing some shady stuff or whatever.
Oh well,
You get a lot of good shit cheap though. I know
Yeah,
that.
You
but
get
it's
cheap
like
stuff, yeah.
toss up. It's like
Well, you
it's like-
know,
I was
when you
in-
got child labor,
I mean, it's
Cut
Temu
corners.
doing the bad things.
Temu's
They're
fighting with
both probably
Shein over
are.
something. They probably both are. I mean, it's China, so they probably both got stuff
Yeah, but
happening.
it's getting the profits, so you know.
Well, they gave me $100 worth of coupons for spending $12.99, so they're probably doing shady shit.
Well, which one sweatshop versus another? So,
What?
one sweatshop versus another with the kids working.
Jesus Christ! Now I'm gonna have to throw all my shit away.
Same thing Nike's been doing for years.
Nike's been doing it for years. You go to Asia, you buy a pair of Nikes, $10. You come here, $110. It's just
Yeah,
the markup.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I have friends in the military. They used to talk about when they go overseas, they could buy like Nikes for so cheap over there, but when it came to the States, it was just so high marked up.
Probably because they're paying their workers a little bit more.
Well, it like cost them like $10 or less than that to make a sneaker over there, and so
Well,
you
we're
could
getting
buy it
screwed
for a lot
every
less.
which way, but
Yeah.
every which way, but what? What's the saying? I'm
Which
getting
way but loose?
every which way but loose.
Clint
Is that-
Eastwood movie, classic.
That's
Clyde,
the name of the movie.
Clyde the orangutan. Yeah, every which way
Yeah.
but loose.
You're making shit
No.
up.
You
Clyde
never
the
seen-
Orangutan.
Yes.
You never seen every which way but loose?
I never even
Clint
heard-
Eastwood?
Where did Clyde
Oh
the
my
Orangutan?
God.
Did he
He's
really
in the
say-
movie. That's a character in the movie.
Well, I need to see
I
that.
felt it right. I should have.
She's never seen Every Which Way But Loose. It's a classic Clint Eastwood movie.
No,
I will admit I haven't seen it either.
Yeah.
So Fistful of Ale, which I just learned. Well, they got this shirt with this cowboy, and he's holding a taco, and I'm like, that's John Wayne. And then they're like, no, it's Clint Eastwood, and I'm like, but didn't Clint Eastwood play John Wayne in a TV show?
Years now, yeah. Corporate
Or-
greed.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and they're like, no, John Wayne is John Wayne, and Clint Eastwood is Clint Eastwood, and Fistful of Taco and Fistful of Ale is, I guess, some movie Fistful of something.
Fistful of Dollars is Clint
Yeah.
Eastwood.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah, Fistful of Ale.
I'm confused. I'm like, is it John Wayne or Clint Eastwood? They're like, it's Clint Eastwood.
They're two different people. Fistful of Dollars is Clint Eastwood.
Well, I know, but they get mad because I think it's John Wayne, but it's Clint Eastwood. I'm like,
That's totally different actors. That's the Duke. That's
But
different.
That's why
they
they
should
are
know by
upset.
now not to get so mad at when you say something about that.
well,
You would think by now they would know.
they don't get they get they're like,
I think.
what are you talking about?
I think they're just like.
I 100% need to clock out now.
Clock out. Like you're not on the clock.
Billing
Your
business
work.
hours.
I got a thing and it.
Yeah, I didn't want to go clean them 2 bedrooms back. I'm gonna get another beer and clean them 2 bedrooms.
You're gonna clean 2 bedrooms at like 12:30 at night.
Yeah, I don't
Nope.
have to work because I would rather sleep later tomorrow,
She got other shit to do too. so-
stay up tonight and do my shit and sleep in tomorrow.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
She sleeps like nobody's business.
But she hasn't had 5 beers like me, so I need to go.
No. I
No,
mean, I
she's-
have, but
Right.
and I've
Not-
had,
Well, she's drinking
And
Bud
and I
Light.
had something else which I'm thinking I need to up.
Oh, something else. Oh.
Yeah, my friend. Oh my god,
No.
I had this.
I'm not doing it tonight.
This is what I had. I had all of this.
Yeah, you probably had one beer had all the ABVs and all 5 of my.
Oh, this one had 11, and then the rest had other things. But I have to go.
I think it's
you had low ABV though, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have the
I've
same
had
amount, but
4,
I bet you
pretty
had
good.
one beer that had all the ABV.
She
in it.
did basically almost.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Well, Shannon's got to go, so we got to wrap up.
Don't blame it on me.
We gotta blame it on
Not
some.
your skate.
Mal's
gotta
got to
put it on
go because
somebody.
Mal's she's intoxicated.
She's got
Me and Ty got to go because we got to get up and go to work tomorrow.
what is it like? Take some responsibility for what you want to do. Don't be blaming it on everybody else.
I didn't blame anybody else. I'm just stating the
responsibility for
facts.
my
You
thing.
got to go clean the 2 bedrooms, grab a beer, clean the 2 bedrooms.
Hey, it's time. I gotta go. And if I ain't here, then it can't continue. So let's close it down.
Mal's got to go. I got to go. Todd's got to go. We all got to go.
Work too.
There
I didn't
you
blame
go.
anybody. But before we go,
Play a fun thing.
Yeah, is Rick there, please?
Yes, it is.
There have been many times you and I have gone round and round, and we've bled the same blood in the same muds. But this time it's all about business, Jack.
Let's do it.
You and I, Friday night, Daddy, at the Fulton County Stadium. The Great American Bash. Dusty rides on the edge of a lightning bolt with a silver saddle, Daddy. Now you come on down there with your limousine and your horsemen. Bring your A-game. Yeah, is Rick there, please?
This is.
It's time for you to meet your maker in the American dream. Dusty Rhodes is up for the challenge.
I think the American dream's barking up the wrong tree.
We'll see if your blood is as red as mine, Mr. Flares.
We will find out indeed, sir.
That's right, find out in Flint. You a yellow dog. You hung your phone up on me.
May I take a message?
Yes. Tell him this is Big Dust, the American dream.
Big Duft, the American Dream?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a friend of his?
More of a nemesis, I guess you could say.
Are you Bob Klepak's friend?
I do not know who this Klepak fella is. All I know is that the other night, when Rick hit me from behind, I saw where the line was drawn, and now... Friday night at Starcade! Myself! Hey! Where did you go, baby doll? That bicycle! He's got a bicycle!